Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World, AIG 765, the most prosperous Western capital. The streets are full of traffic, so lively. It's been 3 days, and the system hasn't appeared, so it seems hopeless. Silent walked down the street a little embarrassed, talking to himself. He is an unlucky traverser who traveled to the world of Dragon Ball that he longed for 3 days ago. Logically, this should be an exciting thing, but Silence is not happy at all now. Others travel through the Dragon Ball world, either scions with special bloodlines, or apprentice angels or something. But he crossed into an ordinary earthling, and even the standard system of the traverser did not appear. In just 3 days, he let his love for the world of Dragon Ball fade. Whew! It seems that you need to go to work part-time first to earn money to survive. Shen Mo looked up at the sky, exhaled a long breath, and said with some frustration. In any case, you have to live and survive, and then find a way to see if you can find those Z warriors of Sun Wukong and the Turtle Immortal. Ding! It is detected that the host's expectation is full, and the God-level check-in system is starting. System boot successful. And just when he was silent and extremely frustrated, suddenly a mechanical synthesized sound sounded from his mind. After hearing that voice, Shen Mo's excited body suddenly shook. Gollum! Department! System? My system? Silently swallowed his saliva, and his own system appeared. May I ask the host, do you want to open the newbie package? Just when the Silence was extremely excited, the mechanical synth of the system sounded again. Whew! Shen Mo exhaled a long breath and continued, open. After waiting for 3 days, the Dogecoin system finally appeared. Beginner pack. What good thing would it be? I hope you don't let yourself down. The newbie gift package has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chuan Chao, Demon, Scion Bloodline. The sound of the system sounded again. This time, Shen Mo's eyes were round, shocked. Unbeatable shock. Pass on the Scion Bloodline. That's definitely more powerful than the bloodline of the guys from Son Goku and Vegeta. In the Dragon Ball Super manga, the Scion Kyle of the 6th universe is the bloodline of the Super Scion. Just turning into the form of Super Saiyan is enough to compete with Super Saiyan Blue. System is the bloodline of the Super Saiyan dynasty, the kind of bloodline of Kelly in the 6th universe and Broly in the 7th universe. Silent asked tentatively. He didn't know if the system knew about Kel of the 6th universe, he just wanted to ask. Back to the host, Kyra of the 6th universe is indeed also a Super Saiyan bloodline, but her kind of bloodline is low-level bloodline. The bloodline rewarded by the system is Broly's Super Saiyan bloodline in Dragon Ball Super Broly. The moment the silent voice fell, the system flow explained. And you can hear that it knows Dragon Ball very well. Whether it's Dragon Ball Super or Dragon Ball Super theatrical version. Cloth. Broly's bloodline? Silence was excited again. Although the bloodline of the 6th universe Kyra is also very strong, so far she has only been Super Blue after becoming a Super. But Broly, when he becomes an ordinary Super Sai, he can abuse the Blue Monkey King and Vegeta. After becoming a Super, the strength is comparable to the Super Blue Gogeta. In such a comparison, although they are all Super Saiyan bloodlines, Kyle is far inferior to Broly. By the way, since it is a super bloodline, does that mean that I will also lose consciousness after becoming a super race? Silence asked again. Because whether it is Kel, or the old and new versions of Broly, one thing in common is that it will lose control after becoming a super passer. Turn into a terrorist machine that only kills and destroys. Back to the host, no. Is it a fusion of Super Saiyan bloodline? The system first denied the silent question, and then asked again. Not fused for the time being. Shen Mo shook his head. Now he can be on the street, and he doesn't know what will happen when he merges. If something happens, it's troublesome. then silently returned to his rental house. To be precise, it should be the rental house of the owner of this body. System, fuse the bloodline of the Super Scion. Back at the rental house, Shen Mo gritted his teeth and said directly. I have been waiting for this day for 3 days, and every day of these 3 days is like a year. Good host. The moment the mechanical synthesis sound of the system started, a heart-wrenching pain came from the limbs. That kind of pain instantly distorted the silent facial features. It's like having bones in your whole body smashed and then having to rebuild. It hurts, but I will definitely be able to keep going. Silence clenched his fists tightly. If you let yourself live your ordinary life in the Dragon Ball world, like a little bug at the mercy of others, it is better to die in fusion. The cries of pain echoed throughout the slums for a long time. P.S. The new book sets sail, please give some flowers and evaluation votes to support. Thank you all. New books really need data. Chapter 002. After more than half an hour, the integration was finally completed. For half an hour, Shen Mo felt that he had been wandering in the Ghost Gate. Lucky. Although it was painful, I persevered. At this time, Shen Mo's body also changed. The original height was only 175 centimeters, but now it has increased by 10 centimeters. And the hair is more slender and black, like a hedgehog head, which is a bit messy. The most striking thing is that a brown-black tail appeared behind the silent at this time, swinging flexibly. Obviously, after fusing the bloodline of the Chuan Chao, Devil, Scion, Shen Mo has become a Scion who is righteous. It seems to have become a lot more handsome. In front of the mirror, silently staring at the new self in the mirror, very satisfied. At this time, his facial features are more angular. Anyway, it was not his own body before. In contrast, he preferred the current Scion body. The power is also so great, I feel the power in my body gushing out continuously. Shen Mo clenched his fists and said to himself excitedly. But I still can't master the control method of Qi, it seems that I must study it well. System, is there a method of controlling Qi and teaching these simple abilities such as dancing and void arts? Shen Mo said silently in his heart. There are hosts. After the voice of the system fell, a piece of information appeared in the silent mind. Very well. It's now Dragon Ball World AI Key 765, that is, there is still 1 year before artificial humans will appear. This year, I want to surpass the Monkey King and them, and even Shailu. It is estimated that it is also possible. Silence began to calculate. If it was before, I don't have to think about these things at all, because I don't have that ability. But now that he has fused the bloodline of the Super Scion, then surpassing Sun Wukong and Vegeta is no longer his goal. Dragon Ball World, I'm coming. Time flies, and a year passes quickly. At this time, the earth, the heavenly temple. Phew! A slight god of destruction sounded, and then a figure appeared in the heavenly god temple. You! Who are you? When the old god saw the person coming, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and the target became heavy. Tenjin! Tail! At this time, Bobo suddenly reminded the god. Sure enough, the person came wearing a black martial arts suit and a black hedgehog hairstyle. The most obvious is the brown-black tail that swings flexibly behind him. Scion? Old heavenly god's body trembled, and he said in horror. That's right, that tail is exactly the same as the Monkey King Vegeta, and that hairstyle is obviously the standard hairstyle for Scions. How is this possible? Why are there still Scions on Earth? And I never found out. God can't figure it out. When did this guy appear on Earth? And this Scion is naturally the silence that fused the bloodline of the demon Scion a year ago. Lord Tenjin doesn't need to panic, I just want to borrow the Spirit Time House, and there is no other malice. Shen Mo smiled lightly and said to the old god. After a year, he has completely mastered the control of Qi, as well as the simple abilities of dancing the air. But for a whole year, he still showed no signs of breaking through the Super Saiyan. Spirit Time House? You? How would you know? Tenjin asked in surprise. Not many people know about this place, even the whole earth. How did this Scion find out? You don't have to know this, I only need 2 days, and I hope that Lord Tenjin will be fulfilled. Shen Mo lowered his posture low and said. Although the Nameki in front of him is a god, he is a small character in the late stage of the Dragon Ball world who plays soy sauce. Even if you have great power, there is no need to be a blessing in front of such a small role. No need, disdain yourself. All right. Mr. Bobo, please take him in. The god thought for a few seconds, and then said to Bobo. This Scion seemed to be different from those guys of Vegeta, and he did not feel the violent aura from his body. And his speech doesn't seem so arrogant. More importantly, before figuring out the details of this guy, I don't dare to offend him now. Yes, Tenjin. Bobo nodded and said to the silence, please follow me. Thank you. Silent thanked the heavenly god. Then followed Mr. Bobo into the Spirit Time House. Okay, you go inside. There is plenty of food and water inside, and everyone can only stay in it for 2 days. Mr. Bobo said to the silence. Got it. After nodding silently, he walked into the Spirit Time House. P.S. Data is very important during the new book. I hope that all readers who have flowers and evaluation votes in their hands are great, and help the author on the street to vote. Thank you. Chapter 003. The interior of the Spirit Time House is similar to that in Dragon Ball. A small room dedicated to resting, the rest is a white space. Woo! Let's go. Silently moved his body and said to himself. The gravity in the Spirit Time room is 10 times that of the outside world, but this gravity has no effect on silence at all. Air control bombs. Shen Mo's right hand was in the shape of 5 fingers, and the fingertips suddenly flashed with white chi, and then 5 white energies flew out instantly. Phew! The moment the light shot out, the silent body disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it was already 100 feet away. With a touch of the ground on his tiptoes, he jumped up in an instant, punching and kicking almost at the same time, and bursting 5 energy balls at the same time. The speed and strength have been greatly improved, but what I need most now is actual combat. The Chuan Super Saiyan bloodline will constantly adapt and become stronger in battle. Silent said to himself. It is now the year 766 of IG, and it stands to reason that the artificial man should come out soon. At that time, Shailu, who is completely physical, may be a very good training object. By the way, there is also Super Second Son Gohan. And at this time outside the Spirit Time House. Tenjin, do you want to inform Goku and Vic about this? Mr. Bobo looked at Tenjin with a worried look and asked. Because their strength far surpasses that of the heavenly gods. Maybe it helps. I haven't figured out that Sion's intentions yet, don't inform them yet. Tenjin shook his head and said. First, Sun Wukong, in order to cope with the upcoming artificial humans, are desperately cultivating. Second, before he knew the intention of the Sion, he rashly told Bic that with Bike's impulsive personality, it was estimated that he would cause trouble. And the Monkey King and Vegeta are not fuel-efficient lamps either. So let's wait and see for the time being. And at this time in the Nether, the Z-warriors of the Earth were frantically cultivating for the battle with the androids at 10 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. At this time, Sun Wukong, Vic, and Sun Wuhan were practicing madly in the back mountain of Bunza Mountain. Vegeta first practiced in the gravity chamber in Bulma's house, but later he may feel that such cultivation could not help him, so he went to other planets to cultivate. Tianjin rice and dumplings are also practicing desperately, because they don't want to drag their feet in the battle the day after tomorrow. As for Klin, he temporarily resides in the Turtle Fairy House of the Turtle Immortals. If Yamacha is concerned, it is estimated that he is now fighting in a certain fitness machine. The first one was almost solved by artificial humans, and it seems that it is not excusable. 2 days passed almost in a flash. According to the information of the future Trunks, at 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 very powerful artificial humans will appear on the island southwest of the western capital. At this time, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Vic had already advanced towards the island. Gohan, you don't have to fly so fast, it's still early. Looking at Sun Gohan flying in front, Sun Wukong opened his mouth to remind. Because according to Trunks, the androids will appear at 10 o'clock in the morning. And now it's not even 9:30, and they have a lot of time. If Gohan had flown in such a hurry, he might not have participated in the battle yet, and his physical energy would have been almost consumed. I know, Dad. Sun Gohan nodded and slowed himself down. At this time, Klin's figure appeared in the sight of the 3 of Sun Wukong. Hey, Uncle Klin! Sun Gohan exclaimed, and Klin quickly turned around. Uncle Klin, what's wrong with you? Why do you look a little in a bad mood? Looking at the absent-minded Klin, Sun Wukong asked. Alas, now that we are going to fight an unknown monster, how can I feel better? I'm not like you, I can become a Super Saiyan. He has already been killed twice, and although he can be resurrected with Dragon Balls even if he is killed, the feeling of being killed is really uncomfortable. Hehe, don't worry about La Klin, it's also become stronger in the past 3 years, hasn't it? Sun Wukong smiled fearlessly and comforted. However, for Sun Wukong's comfort, Klin did not listen to it at all. If it starts again, Goku estimates that he can't take care of himself, and he will still be killed at that time. That's it, I saw that island. At this moment, Sun Gohan's childish voice spoke. The 3 looked in the direction that Sun Gohan was pointing, and sure enough, they saw an island. The moment they saw the island, several people began to be vigilant. Because artificial humans are likely to appear anywhere, if they are not vigilant, they may cause disaster. P.S. The new book set sale, kneeling for all kinds of data, flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly passes, and tips, thank you. Chapter 004. At the same time, the silence in the spirit time room had been spent for a full 2 days. I have to go out now. The first is because the time limit of the time house is 2 days, which means that everyone can only cultivate in the spirit time house for 2 days. Although it is said that the strength can break the dimensional wall and drill out of it, his current strength has not reached that level. Second, although the spirit time house is a cultivation holy place, the time it takes for a person to stay in it for 2 years is already the limit. If you stay a few more years, you will die of boredom. It seems that I can go out, and in the past 2 years, my strength and speed have increased a lot. And now I am more skilled in controlling Qi. Silently said to himself. If he guessed correctly, his strength is definitely surpassing Super Saiyan Monkey King and Vegeta. Squeak! The door of the spirit time house was pushed open, and the 2 of them, God of God and Mr. Bobo, quickly looked at the silence. Wow! The outside feeling is relaxed. Shen Mo stretched his waist and said with a happy face. Although the 10 times gravity in the spirit time house does not have much effect on him, after suddenly going outside, the feeling of relaxation is still very obvious. It's like carrying a stone behind me and suddenly putting it down. What should you call it? The old god took 2 steps forward and asked to the silence. My name is Silence. Shen Mo smiled and did not hide it. It's just a name anyway, there's nothing to hide. Mr. Silence, may I venture to ask, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth? The old god asked tentatively again. Although it was still a little nervous to ask this question, I had to know what he meant. If he had the same original purpose for Raditz and Vegeta for Earth. Even if he is killed, he must stop him. Looking at the appearance of the old god, Shen Mo naturally knew what he was afraid of. Don't worry, although I am also a scion, I am not interested in Earth. Shen Mo said lightly. After hearing the silent words, the brows of the old heavenly god eased slightly. As long as there is no malice towards the Earth, then you are relieved. Oh yes, Mr. Bobo made some breakfast, do you need to eat some together? The old god asked. He wanted to talk to Shen Mo again, to probe his bottom more. Okay. Speaking of which, the food in the Spirit Time House is really difficult enough. I have long heard that Mr. Bobo is good at cooking, and it seems that I have good luck. Shen Mo smiled and did not refuse. It doesn't matter what purpose the gods entertain themselves. Because he really has no interest in the earth, nor does he have any malicious intentions, let alone think about conquering it. There, please. The performance of the gods is also respectful, and this feeling of being feared by the gods is still good. After a simple breakfast, it was already 10:30 in the morning. I have to say that although Mr. Bobo looks dark, and his IQ does not seem to be high, but his cooking skills are indeed very good, and this is definitely the best meal he has eaten since he crossed into the world of Dragon Ball. Hey! I seem to feel several powerful chi, is it Sun Wukong? After eating, Shen Mo suddenly felt that after a relatively powerful chi. Because he hadn't touched Monkey King and Vegeta's chi before. He couldn't confirm whether it was them or not for a while. By the way, Lord Tenjin, do you know when artificial humans appeared? Shen Mo turned his head and looked at the god and asked. Artificial humans will definitely appear this year, but as for what day it is, I am not sure about it. Artificial humans? You even know artificial humans? P.S. Ask for flowers for review votes. Chapter 005. The old god looked at Shen Mo with some surprise and asked. To know that the artificial man-thing was told to Sun Wukong by the future scion teenager. The person who knows is the Z-warrior of the earth, why does this scion in front of him know the existence of artificial humans? Could it be that he, like that Trunks, traveled from the future? I know a lot of things, but it's not convenient to tell you all of them now. You just need to tell me when the android will appear now. Silent, said to the old god. Because artificial humans are not chi, they can't feel their existence at all. Alright. According to the information given by Trunks, the android will appear at 10 o'clock this morning. The god replied. Since he also inquired about the androids, maybe he and Goku also want to destroy the androids. 10 o'clock this morning. Silent, I was now 11. Doesn't that mean that Cyborg 19 and 20 have already appeared? Thank you too for your hospitality just now, I still have business, I will leave first. After silently speaking, his body flashed and he jumped directly off the heavenly god temple. The appearance of artificial humans is a good opportunity for themselves to actually fight, because not only artificial people 19 and 20, but also Super Saiyan Son Goku and Vegeta they will also appear. Of course, there are more powerful androids 17 and 18. You can fight them well and see how strong your current strength is. After getting down from the heavenly god temple, Shen Mo flew along the chi he felt just now. The chi I felt just now seems to have increased again. It seems that there is a fight, it seems that I have to hurry over. Just now, a breath suddenly erupted. If expected correctly, it should be that Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan and fought with the artificial human. Phew! The silent body instantly turned into a white streamer and disappeared. At this time, on a deserted island, there were 5 or 6 figures. 2 more have already fought. These 2 are none other than the Monkey King who turned into a Super Saiyan and Cyborg number 19. Is that Super Saiyan gas? Simply incredible. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong, who had turned into a Super Saiyan, and said in shock. After the transformation, the Monkey King has a huge improvement in speed and strength. Goku now has the upper hand steadily, it seems that we don't need to make a move at all, Goku alone can get the artificial human. Haha. Looking at the battle in front of him, Clin said happily. I was afraid of being killed by artificial humans before, but now it seems that my worries are superfluous. Gaku is so strong, one person is enough to deal with artificial humans. What an idiot! Vic schemed Clin and cursed in a low voice. Didn't they find out that Super Saiyan Chi shouldn't be so small? And just after fighting for a while, his chi was already a little disordered. Although he seems to have the upper hand, none of his attacks cause substantial damage to the android. Cut, it seems that Lao Sun will lose soon. Vic said with heavy eyes. But what the hell is wrong with this guy? Why is this the case? When I practiced with them, I didn't notice it at all. Phew. And at this moment, suddenly a figure broke through the air. Is it true that Sun Wukong and Cyborg 19 started a battle? The person who came was naturally silent, looking at the battle below at this time, and said to himself. Then I looked around. Cyborg number 20 is Dr. Gro, Bike, Tianjin Rice, Clin. It's still some familiar faces. I thought I would be extremely excited to see these characters in Dragon Ball. But now that I really saw it, it seemed. There was no excitement. Look, that guy. Vic was the first to notice the silence and frowned. Because in that guy's body, there is a very powerful chi. That was Scion? Clin recognized the identity of the silent Scion at a glance, because the brown-black tail was all too familiar to him. What's going on? Didn't Vegeta say that there were only a few Scions in this world? Tianjin Fan was also very surprised and said. According to Vegeta, there are 4 purebred Scions in total. Vegeta, Gaku, Nappa and Raditz. But Nappa and Raditz are dead, so it's just Gaku and Vegeta. The appearance of that guy, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Vic frowned and said. If he is an enemy, he can feel that he is a rather difficult enemy. However, it is also possible that he, like Trunks, is a Scion who traveled from the future specifically to deal with artificial humans. Forget it, don't you know if you ask in the past. Thinking about it, Vic jumped up and appeared directly next to Shen Mo. Hey, what are you? What is the purpose of coming here? Vic asked as he stared at the silence coldly. This kind of cold questioning made Shen Mo a little uncomfortable. Compared with the tone of the god, Vic is indeed not easy to arouse people's liking. Do I need to tell you who I am? Pay attention to the tone, don't take yourself too seriously, Bike. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, turned his head to look at Bike, and said coldly. P.S. Yesterday I bet with my little sister, if the flowers break 1,000 before 10 o'clock tonight, she will wash the pot for a month. If it does not break 1,000, I will wash it. All readers have flowers in their hands, help me. Chapter 006. Cut, abominable. Vic clenched his fists tightly, glaring angrily at silence. To be honest, my temper is like this, especially for some unfamiliar people who don't have much good words. I didn't expect to be said so by this bastard now. By the way, he still seems to know his name? Boom. And at this moment, Sun Wukong's body flew out directly upside down and smashed heavily on the ground. Vic and the others quickly moved their gazes over. Phew. Then the 19th also appeared next to Sun Wukong, grabbed Sun Wukong's neck, and the energy receiver in his palm began to frantically absorb Sun Wukong's energy. Sun. Gaku. Gaku. Bike, Clin, and Tianjin all frowned tightly. Especially Clin, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha, the 3 did not understand at all. It is clear that Wukong's strength has crushed the artificial man just now, why did it suddenly reverse? The energy was absorbed, coupled with the recurrence of a heart attack, Sun Wukong's painful facial features were distorted, and finally he let out a painful scream. Vic and Clin and others hurriedly wanted to rescue the Monkey King. At this time, Cyborg number 20 blocked in front of them. This is the battle between Sun Wukong and number 19, if you want to intervene, then try it. Cyborg number 20 said to Vic and the others with a gloomy face. Damn, the artificial is absorbing Goku's energy, and if it goes on like this, he will die. Vic said anxiously. At this time, he also realized that Sun Wukong was probably because of a recurrence of a heart attack, so he could not exert his full strength. Although he is very anxious, the artificial man in front of him is estimated to be very powerful. If you want to solve the artificial man in front of you with a strong one, it is estimated that it will take a long time. Maybe Sun Wukong has already been killed. How? What to do? Clin and Tianjin were sweating anxiously. But the strength of the three of them can't help at all now. Boom! And just when several people were helpless, a low collision sound suddenly sounded. Then everyone saw that the artificial man number 19 was kicked out and stuffed heavily into the mountain. And the person who did it was the scion who just appeared. What? What they? What are you? Cyborg 20 looked at Shen Mo with some surprise and asked. This guy can actually kick the number 19, and it seems that his strength is also good. But why don't you have any data from him? Shen Mo ignored the artificial man number 20, but picked up Sun Wukong and threw it directly towards Yamcha. And said, Sun Wukong's heart attack has recurred, if you bring him back now, you may still be saved. Perhaps, he still has some good feelings for the Monkey King he yearned for before. I didn't want to see him killed. Yamcha quickly caught Sun Wukong. Then, Vic Bike? Then he looked at Bike. Now that Goku is seriously injured, the only one who can preside over the overall situation is Bike, so he is asking for Bike's opinion. That guy is right, Lao Sun did have a heart attack. You take him back first. It doesn't do much for you to stay here anyway. Vic said to Yamcha in a flat tone. Cut. This is really hurtful. But it's also, I really can't help by staying here, then I'll take Goku away. After Yamcha finished speaking, he directly hugged Sun Wukong and left. Seeing Yamcha leave with Sun Wukong, a sharp cold light shot out of the artificial man No 19's eyes. Then the body jumped up, ready to catch up. Phew! At this moment, the silent body suddenly appeared in front of the 19th. Don't you like to absorb energy? My energy is even greater than that of the Monkey King, are you interested? The corners of Shen Mo's mouth raised and said lightly. Hearing the silent words, the artificial man number 19 was first stunned, and then a cruel smile appeared on his face. Hee hee! Laughter fell, and Cyborg 19 headed towards the past of the silent and crazy attack. I have to say that the speed of the 19th is quite fast. Hey! Almost instantly, dozens of punches were blasted, but his fist did not hit Shen Mo, and even the corners of Shen Mo's clothes did not touch. Well! What a fast speed! That Scion's speed should have surpassed Goku. Looking at the battle in front of them, Clin and Tianjin Fan said with a shocked look. This guy? Not simple. Vic was also very surprised. You must know that although Sun Wukong suffered a heart attack just now, he became a Super Saiyan fighting. And this Scion in front of him, he is only fighting in an ordinary form, and he can easily dodge all the attacks of artificial people without the ability to increase combat power similar to the Realm King Fist. It's really strong. You're too slow. Silence said a little boredly. The speed of the cyborg may 19th be quite fast for Clin and Tianjin Rice. But for the current Silence, it is definitely not much different from the speed of the turtle. After the voice fell, Silent punched out. Boom! The fist directly sank into the chest of cyborg number 19 and directly penetrated the past. Several white rays of light shot out from No 19's body. Next second. Burst. Without any warning, the body exploded directly. Not even a complete part remained. What? What they? Seeing this scene, whether it was Cyborg 20, or Vic and Clin, the others were shocked. My heart is even more turbulent. The artificial man, who even the Super Saiyan Monkey King couldn't deal with, was actually punched and didn't even leave a complete part? How strong is that guy? P.S. Big Brother with flowers and evaluation votes to help vote for a few. Chapter 007. The 19th was actually killed? How is this possible? At that moment, Dr. Groh simply did not believe that what was happening in front of him was real. He knows the strength of Cyborg 19 very well, and even the Monkey King, whose strength far exceeds their data analysis, has been solved. This guy who suddenly appeared in front of him would have such strong strength. 3 seconds later, even though he couldn't believe it, Dr. Groh had to admit that it was true. The 19th was really scared to death, and almost in a second kill posture. The only thought in his mind now is, run away. If you continue to stay in this place, you will definitely be killed. Because his strength is comparable to number 19, after number 19 absorbs the energy of Monkey King, his strength should be above himself. Even he was easily killed in seconds, then now even if he does it himself, the outcome is estimated to be the same. Phew! Without any hesitation, Dr. Gro's body disappeared into the mountains in an instant. Another android ran away. At this time, Clint suddenly called. I was so shocked just now that I didn't pay much attention to Cyborg 20. I didn't expect to be exploited by this guy. Since one artificial human has already been solved, it is absolutely impossible to let the other run away. Hurry up! After Bike's voice fell, his body jumped up and chased after him. That guy would definitely not dare to fly openly, because it would be easy to be detected. It's just that artificial humans have no breath, so it is very difficult to follow the original path, and the best way to find it condescendingly. Hey! Clint and Tianjin Fan also jumped up and chased after them. You guys chase slowly. Looking at the people who had already caught up, Silence was not in a hurry. Because he remembered that in Dragon Ball, Bulma used to say the approximate location of Dr. Gro's institute, as if it was on another small island to the north. As long as he looks for that location, he will soon be able to find Dr. Gro's lair. So you just have to wait there for the rabbit. Tap-da-da. And at this moment, heavy footsteps sounded in the silent ears. Silence doesn't even have to guess to know who it is. At this time, hiding in the shadows to observe, it is estimated that only Vegeta is left. Sure enough, after turning around silently, he saw an angry Vegeta. Hey! You bastard, what the hell are you? Vegeta asked in a cold tone to Silence. That arrogant gesture is even more than that of Bike. As you can see, they are also Scions like you, but Scions with much higher bloodlines than you. Faced with Vegeta's question, Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders and said in a flat tone. He was telling the truth, although Vegeta was a Scion prince in Vegeta, but in terms of the strength of his bloodline, he and himself could not be compared at all. After all, Vegeta is just the bloodline of an ordinary Scion. Cut! You can fool others, do you think you can fool me, Prince Vegeta? Vegeta's eyes were like torches, staring at the Silence tightly. It felt like it was going to be swallowed alive by Silence. The only purebred Scions who survive now are me, Kakarot, and my waste brother Tabul. Hurry up and explain to Prince Ben, who are you? Vegeta asked. That bastard Super Saiyan who appeared 3 years ago has been haunting him like a nightmare. Unexpectedly, there is another Scion now. And his strength seems to be stronger than Kakarot. This kind of thing, I absolutely can't accept it. I originally wanted to have a good chat with you, but your arrogant tone makes me really unbearable. Shen Mo said lightly. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Vegeta, this guy is also too pretentious, right? If he behaved better, I could have taught him a thing or two, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Oh! Judging by your appearance, you are not ready to explain. Since that's the best, Prince Ben will let you see the Super Saiyan mission, and when I beat you down, see if you still say anything. Vegeta clenched his fists, the corners of his mouth raised, and a smug look appeared on his face. He has just broken through the Super Saiyan and has not fought with people properly. Now it's time to see for yourself how strong the Super Saiyan is. Super Saiyan power? Is it like the Monkey King just now? Looking at Vegeta's triumphant look, he said silently and ridiculously. Vegeta's current strength, even if it is stronger than the Monkey King who has suffered a heart attack, is definitely not much stronger. If you want to fight with yourself, it is estimated that it is a bit of a fool's dream. Cut. Dare to look down on me, Super Vegeta, abominable. After Vegeta's angry voice fell, his body shot out like an off-string arrow. Directly attacked towards Silence. Humph. Bite off more than one can chew. Seeing that Vegeta's Super Saiyan did not change, he pouted silently and disdainfully. Even if Vegeta becomes a Super Saiyan, he can't be his opponent, and he is now so arrogant that he challenges himself with normality. I really don't know if I'm alive or dead. Watching Vegeta's body shoot towards him, the silent body also flashed out. Phew! Boom! In the next second, the silent fist fell heavily on Vegeta's lower abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of acid water sprayed directly into Vegeta's mouth, and then his body flew back upside down faster than he had just rushed over. Scraping the ground, he slid out a distance of tens of meters before stopping. P.S. Thank you very, very much for the big flowers and evaluation tickets, as well as the monthly pass, really thank you. Chapter 008. But. Abominable bastards. Vegeta hugged his stomach tightly, and scarlet cracks appeared in his pupils. Lao Tzu will definitely not spare you. Vegeta, who was already angry, was even more difficult to contain at this time. With a clenched fist, the entire ground began to tremble, and small gravel appeared on the ground, floating in midair. A golden halo appeared around Vegeta, and that halo became more and more intense. Swish! Suddenly, Vegeta's pupils turned grass green. Boom! Immediately afterwards, golden aura burst out from his body, like flames, enveloping Vegeta's body. Obviously, at this time, Vegeta has been able to easily turn into a Super Saiyan. The breath really increased dozens of times in an instant. Looking at Vegeta after the transformation, he said silently. You bastard, you actually made Prince Ben feel a little pain just now, now I must let you know the price of offending Prince Ben. Vegeta wiped the corners of his mouth, and the pride in his eyes welled up again. Although he took advantage of a little bit just now because of his own carelessness, in the next battle, he will let him understand the horror of Super Saiyan. Yes. Listening to you say that, I have some expectations. Shen Mo smiled coldly, not taking Vegeta's threat to heart in the slightest. What about becoming a Super Saiyan? It still can't be your opponent. Ugh! In the next second, Vegeta flashed out without warning, and his fist surrounded by golden chi blasted towards Shen Mo. It has to be said that Vegeta, who turned into a Super Saiyan, has greatly improved his speed and strength. If it weren't for the fact that he had been cultivating in the spiritual time temperature for 2 years before, this speed and strength would indeed be able to cause danger to himself. But now, it's a bit inadequate. Watching Vegeta's fist attack, Shenmo's body was slightly sideways, and the fist grazed Shenmo's chest and blasted over. It's just 5 centimeters away. What? What the? It was actually avoided. Vegeta was a little surprised. It stands to reason that his speed just now was very fast, although the one in front of him was also a Saiyan. But he has no reason to hide. It was just that he didn't have time to hesitate, because he felt the aura of danger at that moment. Then with a force on the waist, the body flipped several times in the air, and the body was withdrawn. And at this time, the silent hand knife chopped down. The hand knife had just grazed Vegeta's neck, and Vegeta instantly felt a hot pain. I was actually dodged, and the reaction speed is quite fast. Shen-Mo muttered with some surprise. This is a matter of combat experience and skill, although Vegeta's strength is not as strong as his own, but his combat experience is quite rich. That's why I felt the danger and dodged my attack. Cut, that bastard, it's hard to deal with. If the first time they were shot off was because they were careless, then almost being hit again just now shows that there is a gap in strength between them. I don't want to admit it, but it's a fact. What's wrong, Vegeta? Scared? Didn't you still swear just now? Shen-Mo looked at Vegeta with a light smile and teased. Let's get carried away, you bastard. How could I possibly be afraid of an imposter like you? Vegeta shouted loudly, and then laughed. Ha! In an instant, golden aura surged up. That breath grew a little more. Swish! Vegeta's body flashed out, and the speed was even more amazing. Of course, that's just for ordinary fighters, and for silence, the speed of backing the guitar is still a little inadequate. In that case, then I will also let you see the power of this fake scion of mine. Shenmo's right foot retreated back and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and his right foot completely submerged into the hard ground. Then his expression suddenly froze, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Then he also punched Vegeta. Boom! The moment the fists of the two collided, the entire earth seemed to tremble. Especially under Shenmo's feet, there were spider-web-like cracks at this time. And the fists of the two separated almost the moment they touched. Vegeta's body flew directly upside down. Thundered. Crashed a mountain peak dozens of feet behind him into rubble. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Vegeta directly became the norm. At this time, he felt that his right arm was completely unconscious, as if it had been broken in the collision just now. Abominable! No way! How could that bastard be my Prince Vegeta's opponent? I have obviously become a Super Saiyan and have become the strongest fighter, how can I still lose? Vegeta's body trembled violently, his pupils constricted, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Originally, he thought that after becoming a Super Saiyan, he would be the strongest warrior. I didn't expect that the first time I fought with someone, I became so embarrassed. And more importantly, the other party is also a Saiyan, which he can't turn into a Super Saiyan. But... damn it! Unforgivable! Vegeta hammered madly against the ground. It is obviously difficult to accept the fact that silence has been defeated. P.S. There are a lot of flowers, thank you very much. Since writing the book, this is the most flowers on the first day, thank you, really appreciate. Chapter 009. It's just that the punch that was silent just now was too heavy, not only the entire arm, but now half of the body was in a state of numbness. It took a lot of effort to be able to stand up, and if you want to fight again, it is obviously impossible. Vegeta, you're quick to talk. If I want to kill you with my current strength, it's as simple as killing a chicken. That's the gap between us, got it? Looking at Vegeta with an angry face, he said silently and lightly. His current strength is far above that of Super Saiyan. It is estimated that even if the complete body Shuru comes, he may not necessarily put it in his eyes, let alone the Super Sai Vegeta. Bastard! Kill if you want, don't think about humiliating me. Vegeta stared at Shen-Mo angrily and said viciously. He is a dignified Prince Vegeta, how can he be humiliated by an inferior impostor? Yes. Prince Vegeta really prefers to die unyielding, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Looking at Vegeta's arrogant appearance, he smiled silently and evilly and said. He wanted to see if Vegeta was as strong as he said he was. The light blue energy ball condensed from the silent palm. Then aimed at Vegeta. Looking at the silent posture, it is obvious that he has killed himself. At this moment, Vegeta was a little afraid, of course he was afraid of death, and he was very afraid of death. If he hadn't been afraid of death, he wouldn't have been able to humiliately be a beater under the hands of his enemy Frisia for so long. And he just broke through the Super Saiyan, so he didn't want to be killed even more. Abominable. Am I asking for mercy? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and stared at the silence. But in that case, his dignity as Prince Vegeta would be completely shattered. Phew. And at this moment, a sound of breaking the air sounded again. Then a figure appeared in front of Vegeta. It was a 17 or 18-year-old boy. Very conspicuous was a long sword behind him, light purple hair, and handsome features. Please. Please wait a minute, don't hurt Mr. Vegeta. The boy pleaded with silence. Trunks. Looking at the familiar teenager, Shen-Mo subconsciously called out. That's right, the boy who just appeared in front of him is the last warrior of future time and space, Trunks. It's really timely that you still appeared. Shen-Mo smiled and spoke. I was still thinking about whether I really wanted to kill him if Vegeta didn't ask for mercy. What? Trunks? This imp's name is Trunks? Why is his name exactly the same as my son's? And he's also a Saiyan, can you say he? Vegeta looked at Trunks' back with round eyes, and suddenly thought of something. Could it be? Is he his own son? This explains why he is also a Saiyan. This gentleman, please don't hurt him. Trunks pleaded again. Although I don't know who the Saiyan in front of me is and why he hurt his father, since he can hurt his father, his strength is absolutely unfathomable. You shut up for me, little ghost, who wants you to intercede for me? Vegeta said stubbornly to Trunks. He is a prince of the Saiyan, and now he even asks his son to intercede for himself to save his life. What an irony this is. Forget it, if Vegeta is really killed, the world will really be less joyful. Shen thought about it silently, and said in his heart. Moreover, he did not offend himself much, and after the lessons were all taught, he spared him once. Compared to Vegeta, he is more interested in Cyborg 18. For your sake, I spared him this time, Trunks. If there was a next time, he would not be so lucky. Silent looked at Trunks and said. After speaking, his body flashed and flew directly towards the north. Now it's time to go and find Dr. Giro's lair. I am very looking forward to the other 3 artificial people. Mr. Vegeta, are you all right? After the silence left, Trunks quickly asked. Fuck off, who wants you to meddle? Vegeta scolded Trunks directly. Then a white aura appeared around his body, and his body jumped up and disappeared from Trunks' sight. It's exactly the same as my mother said, arrogant guy. Trunks looked in the direction Vegeta left and said with a frown. Forget it. I still went to the artificial humans first, hoping to stop them. After Trunks finished speaking, he also chased in the direction of silent disappearance. Because there are several familiar breaths over there. And at this time, in Dr. Giro's laboratory. Dr. Giro's face was very bad. Abominable. The data turned out to be so much worse, there is no data at all for that bastard. Dr. Gro said to himself with a gloomy face. With his own strength, it is estimated that no matter how much energy he absorbs, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. If you want to kill her now, it is estimated that you can only rely on the power of number 17 and number 18. Dr. Grohl looked at the machine marked 17 and 18 and hesitated. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets for rewards. During the new book, everyone frantically smashed me with data. Chapter 010. The last time they were released, they were still human, and number 17 almost killed himself, so he had to seal them up again to fix them. I don't know if it's fixed now. Damn, if it weren't for that guy being so powerful, I really wouldn't want to release the 2 of them. Dr. Gro pinched the remote control in his hand and said in a heavy tone. Now one can only hope that the 17th and 18th have been completely repaired. If the 2 of them are still the same as last time, then they can only destroy them. Creak. Dr. Grow gritted his teeth and pressed the machine's mysterious mechanism, and the machine marked 17 was opened. A handsome young man with an orange neck walked out, his eyes were indifferent, and he looked around. Finally, he locked his eyes on the remote control in Dr. Gro's hand. When he saw the remote control, a cold killing intent appeared in his indifferent eyes. But then the corners of his mouth raised, smiled, and said to Dr. Gro, "Good morning, Dr. Gro. Looks very respectful and polite. Hey! On the 17th, you actually took the initiative to greet me." Dr. Gro was obviously in disbelief, knowing that the last time the 17th almost killed himself. This time there has been such a big change in attitude. "Of course, you're our reborn father." Cyborg 17 was still the keeper with a shallow smile just now, and said to Dr. Gro. But deep in his eyes that hatred could kill Dr. Gro. "Oh. It seems that you have completely repaired it. In that case, I will release the 18th as well," Dr. Gro said with a look of excitement. Since the cyborg number 17 has been completely repaired, then the 18th must have been repaired as well. Then Dr. Gro hurried over and started the machine marked 18. This time out of the machine came a beautiful girl with blonde hair, dressed in striped long sleeves, a denim vest, black leggings, and green stockings. "Compliment your figure even more." Cyborg number 18 also saw the remote control in Dr. Gro's hand, and then his beautiful eyes flowed, and he suddenly smiled sweetly and said to Dr. Gro, "Good morning, Dr. Gro. You greeted me on the 18th too. It seems that you too have been completely repaired," Dr. Gro said excitedly. "With the 17th and 18th, then you are not afraid of anyone. Hey!" And at this time, outside, Clin and Bike's men have found Dr. Gro's lair. "Found it, that's Dr. Gro's institute." Tianjin Fan suddenly pointed to a cave halfway up the mountain and said, "Go. Let's take a look." After Vic said something to the two, his body flashed and he went directly into the cave. Because according to his own judgment, his strength should not be weaker than the artificial man just now. Although Clin was very afraid, Vic and Tianjin Rice had already entered, and he could only bite the bullet and follow. "Hey!" Almost at the same time, Silence and Trunks also caught up. "Hello, may I ask you?" Trunks walked to the side of Silence and asked with some awe. Because from the silent body he felt a very powerful force, and there was something that made him very jealous. More importantly, there is no such a scion in the future time and space, and he has never heard Gohan's eldest brother and mother say it. So the words are naturally much more respectful. "My name is Silence, Scion." Silent looked at Trunks, smiled and said. It was completely different from when he faced Vegeta just now. "Brother Silence. Do you have the confidence to deal with artificial humans?" Trunks asked a little nervously, and the title was respectful. "Do you mean androids 17 and 18? Silent asked. "Yes." Trunks nodded seriously. Now Uncle Goku can't participate in the battle, because when he returned to this time and space just now, he happened to meet Yamcha and learn about Uncle Goku's situation. And Dad was also injured, and if he alone could not defeat two artificial humans. "You'll find out later." After silently speaking, his body flashed directly into Dr. Gro's research institute. Trunks had to quickly follow. "It seems that those guys who are tracking me have arrived, hurry up and beat them all over the ground to find their teeth." Hearing the noisy footsteps outside the door, Dr. Gro ordered number 17 and number 18. Thundered. And almost at the same time as his voice fell, the explosion suddenly sounded, and the iron gate of the institute was directly blown to pieces. Then a familiar figure appeared in Dr. Gro's line of sight. Silence, Bike, Trunks, Clin, and Tianjin Meal. "Hello, meet the old guy again." Silence smiled evilly at Dr. Gro, and then looked at number 18 behind Dr. Gro. She is worthy of being the #1 beauty in the Dragon Ball world. That delicate face and cold temperament are more gorgeous and moving than in the Dragon Ball anime. What? What they? Why are there 2 more artificial humans? Looking at the androids number 17 and number 18 behind Dr. Gro, a terrified expression appeared on the faces of the 3 Vic people. If it were just an artificial human, Vic would still have the confidence to cope. But now that there are suddenly 2 more, it's a bit difficult. No 17, number 18, you 2 hurry up and kill these guys for me. Dr. Gro again commanded to number 17 and number 18. P.S. Ask for flowers for evaluation votes, ask for tips for monthly passes, thank you readers for your great. Chapter 011. Help you kill them? Good. Cyborg number 17 nodded first, and when Dr. Gro turned his head to look at them silently, number 17 snatched the remote control in Dr. Gro's hand. Number 17, what are you going to do? At the moment when the remote control was taken, Dr. Gro was shocked and realized that it was not good, so he quickly frowned and asked. What for? This thing should be a remote control that can urgently control our energy. Do you think I'll always let you, the smelly old man, control me? The corners of No 17's mouth raised slightly, and he said in an icy tone. This smelly old man captured them and transformed them into artificial humans, and his anger against him could not be alleviated even if he killed him. Then with a gentle pressure on the palm, the trouser shaker was crushed. Damn, you bastard, I'm going to destroy you. Dr. Gro roared angrily. Unexpectedly, the 17th actually played yin with himself, deceived his trust, and then destroyed the remote control. If the remote control wasn't broken, I would have been able to make him explode, but now. Almost as soon as the voice fell, Dr. Gro attacked directly towards number 17. Stinky old man who doesn't measure himself. Looking at Dr. Gro, who was attacking him, number 17 pouted disdainfully. Although he was transformed by him, his strength was far above him. You want to destroy yourself without a remote control, this smelly old man is also too naive, right? Phew. Cyborg 17 swept directly over, and the foot fell heavily on Dr. Gro's neck. Whoops! Click! After a crisp sound, Dr. Gro's head was directly kicked out and flew out, and his head was different. Humph! Then number 17 schemed Dr. Gro's head, still with reluctance and anger in his eyes. What? The android who can compete with the Super Saiyan was easily killed. Why are the strength of these 2 guys so strong? 2. It's terrible. Actually killed in an instant. Clin and Tianjin Fan were already trembling with fear, and Dr. Gro alone was not something they could handle. Now there are 2 more powerful artificial humans, and they seem to be even more vicious. Instant kill Dr. Gro. Trunks, these 2 are the artificial humans you call them, right? Vic frowned and asked in a heavy tone. Yes, the 2 of them are artificial humans who destroy the future. In the future time and space, I have already killed the cyborg number 17, but no 18's strength is stronger than number 17, and I can't kill him at all with my strength. Trunks said in a very heavy tone. Remembering those days when they were shrouded in fear, I still have a little palpitation. Click. At this time, cyborg number 17 directly smashed Dr. Gro's head, and the long-standing resentment in his heart was completely resolved. Hey, are you guys trying to fight? After stepping on Dr. Gro's head, number 17 looked at Shen Mo and the others, and asked with a faint smile. The moment he was targeted by number 17, Clin was so frightened that he took a few steps back. He seemed to feel a shadow of death hanging over him. It seems that they don't have that guts either, number 17. Number 18 ruffled the golden hair in front of his eyebrows, smiled sweetly, and said. Yes, they are now the strongest android warriors. How can these ordinary humans be compared with the 2 of them? Hey? There is also a number 16 here, which seems to have been sealed by Dr. Gro, let's help him save it. Cyborg no. 18 looked at machine number 16 behind him and said to number 17. Alright. It really feels uncomfortable to stay inside, and waking him up can have one more company. Number 17 nodded approvingly, and then pressed no 16's start switch. But... damn it! I absolutely want to kill them, and I can't let this time and space be destroyed by them. Trunks gritted his teeth tightly, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. It's just that cyborg number 17 and number 18 have left themselves unable to cope, and now there is an additional number 16, and the situation is even worse. I will never allow this to happen. Ha! Trunks drank violently and instantly turned into a Super Saiyan, and if you want to kill them, you must become a Super Saiyan. Magic Flash! He then unleashed his strongest attack. What a strong attack! Run! Thundered. Vic shouted, and then his body quickly left the cave, followed by Clin and Tianjin Fan. Trunks' attack is so powerful that they may be injured if hit by the aftermath. The moment several people evacuated, this mountain peak was instantly leveled. And the figure of the artificial human has disappeared. Solution. Is it solved? Clin and Tianjin Fan stared at the billowing dust and quickly asked. Such a terrifying attack just now, and very sudden, should be able to solve it, right? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, we'll keep at least 5 changes every day, thank you for your support. Chapter 012. No, an attack of this magnitude is unlikely to hurt them at all. Vic said in a low tone. Although he has not seen the power of cyborg number 17 and number 18, that Dr. Gro is indeed very strong, and number 17 can kill him in an instant, which is enough to show the strength of number 17. Such a powerful person, Trunks' attack just now could not kill him at all. Sure enough, just after Bike's voice fell, everyone saw the figures of number 17 and number 18. At this time, another mountain has appeared, and the 18th is still holding the number 16 machine in his hand. What? What the? The magic flash I had just now didn't have any effect on him. Trunks said with a look of horror. You must know that in the future time and space, even if the attack you just had just now could not seriously injure the artificial humans number 17 and number 18, it would not even be able to tear their clothes. And the 2 people in front of him were obviously not injured at all. And from their clothes intact. This shows that the 17th and 18th of this space-time are stronger than those of their own space-time. Boom! And at this time, number 18 put the number 16 machine in his hand on the ground, and a tall figure walked out. He is 2 meters tall, has a strong body, an orange-red pineapple head, and wears light green armor. That number 16 looks so strong. Clin said with some fear. It's troublesome now, those 3 guys are simply not something we can handle. Vic is also very heavy-faced, the strength of the scion next to him is unknown, maybe he can deal with an artificial human. But the remaining 2, myself and Trunks definitely can't cope with it. At this time, on another island not far from this island, a time machine exactly like Trunks landed there. Creak. The window of the time machine was opened, and a green monster came out. The grass-green skin is covered with black spots, and the thick lips are quite ugly like toads. If Shen Mo is here, he will definitely be able to recognize that this toad-like monster in front of him is Shailu. And at this time, Shailu was not the first form, but evolved into the second form. It's the same form as absorbing the 17th. Finally came to this time and space, according to the calculation of time, the 17th and 18th should appear at this point in time. Shailu said to himself lightly. In the future space-time, he has absorbed the artificial human number 18 so he has become the second form. It's just that the number 17 in that time and space has been killed by Trunks, so he can't become a complete body. In the end, he killed Trunks and took his time machine to this time and space. His purpose is simple, that is, to absorb the number 17 of this space-time, and then become a complete body. That's the form I've always dreamed of. I seem to have found their location, and it's close to me. Their neighborhood seems to be Trunks Gas? Wasn't this guy killed by me? And Bike, Klin, and those little bugs of Tianjin rice. Shayla felt the chi around him and muttered to himself. In this time and space, Monkey King and Vegeta are only able to turn into Super Saiyan. If you don't pose any threat to yourself, if you want to kill them, you can do it with your fingers. As for the little bugs of Vic and Klin, they are even more out of sight. No 17, I can absorb you right now, become a part of my Shuru and help me complete the body, but your highest honor. An excited smile appeared on Shiru's face. After waiting so long, I can finally become a complete body now. The world's strongest ultimate artificial human is about to be born. At this time, number 17 and number 18 had already released number 16, and no 16's goal was clear to kill Monkey King. Hey! Aren't you guys here to fight? Come over quickly if you have to fight, otherwise I won't have time to play with you. Number 17 looked at Vic and the others, and said in a calm tone. But... damn it! I must kill him. Trunks drew the sword of the brave behind him, jumped up, and slashed hard towards number 17 with the sword of the brave in both hands. Click! I saw that the artificial man No 17's arm was raised, and the sword of the brave was heavily draped on No 17's arm. What? Trunks was shocked because number 17 didn't take any damage at all. And his own sword of courage has a big opening. Abominable. Could it be that the difference between the two spacetime number 17 is so big? Trunks is a little unbelievable, although the future spacetime number 17 is also very strong, but he definitely does not dare to use his arm to take his own sword of bravery. Cut, you really only have this little strength, boring game. Cyborg number 17 opened his mouth with disdain, and then punched out, landing heavily on Trunks' chest. Boom! Trunks was directly shocked by a punch and flew out. Forget it, let's go find Sun Wukong. The data records that his combat effectiveness should be a little stronger. After the 17th finished speaking, he flew directly in one direction. And just as the 17th got up, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. P.S. Big brothers with monthly passes, can you vote for a few monthly passes? Thank you. Chapter 013. Shailu. Seeing the figure blocking the three people of Cyborg number 17 and number 18, he was silent and surprised. You must know that according to the development of the plot of Dragon Ball, Shuru did not appear at this time. And at this time, Shailu is not just the first form, but the second form. In other words, according to the original plot, Shailu needs to absorb the 17th before it will become like this. What is that? How is it like a monster? What's going on? I suddenly felt Goku's breath. No, there is also Vegeta, Vic K, and even my chi mixed together. Klin said in horror. The moment they saw Shailu, everyone felt a very familiar chi. And those imposing ones are mixed together. Trunks, do you know that guy? Vic quickly asked. The sudden appearance of this monster in front of him was by no means simple, and his body seemed to contain the breath of all their warriors. The other chi is very powerful. No, I don't know him, and there is no such person in the future time and space. Trunks shook his head and said to everyone in shock. He also frowned, because this monster suddenly appeared in front of him and was very powerful. What the hell is going on? Why did Shuru directly become the second form? Silence is also very doubtful. Shailu in this period should not be so strong. Hey the ugly beasts, Lao Zi is in a bad mood, hurry up and dodge, or I'll kill you. When the android 17 saw Shailu, he inexplicably had a nasty feeling. Then said to Shuru in an icy tone. Dodge. How is this possible? I've been looking for you for so long, and finally found you on the 17th. Shrew grinned, looking very happy. Cut. You are looking for death. Number 17 didn't bother to talk nonsense with Shailu, and attacked directly towards Shailu. In fact, he didn't want to kill him, but this guy didn't have long eyes, and he actually wanted to block his way, so he should be a little more comfortable in his heart if he beat him down. Phew! No 17's attack was so fast that even Trunks and Vic didn't see No 17's movements clearly. Danger number 17, you are not his opponent. Shen Mo quickly opened his mouth to remind. Although I don't know why Shailu changed into the second form, Shailu, who turned into the second form, is definitely very strong. Even if the cyborg number 17 and number 18 join forces, it is absolutely impossible to be Shailu's opponent. Stop on the 17th. Almost silently speaking, Cyborg 16 also hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Because according to his database analysis, Shailu's energy far exceeds that of Cyborg 17. Even his own energy is very different from him. It's just that the 17th simply could not listen to dissuade, and at this time the arrow had to be sent on the string. It's just coming. Shailu grinned, clenched his fists tightly, and golden aura instantly burst out from his body. What? This guy actually has Super Saiyan Chi in his body. How so? At the moment when Shailu transformed, Vic and Trunks were both very shocked. This is normal, it is not surprising that they have the Monkey King and Vegeta in their bodies, and they can turn into Super Saiyan. Just when everyone was shocked, Shen Mo said lightly. Damn, artificial humans have not solved it, how can this monster appear again? Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who have the strongest fighting power, cannot participate in this battle, and at this moment, they are estimated to be completely helpless. Syllable. At this moment, Shrew grabbed the fist of Cyborg 17. It looks very relaxed, and there is not much strength at all. How? What's going on? Number 17 was shocked, his own strength was already the strongest in the universe, and this guy actually took his fist. Shhhh. You're just lucky. Number 17 snapped, withdrew his full map, and then launched a stormy attack on Shrew. However, the ending is obvious, No 17's actions are completely seen through by Shailu, and he easily dodges the past. Che, number 17 is no match for that monster. Number 18 Lu frowned slightly, gently ruffled his short golden hair, and after saying it lightly, looked at Shen Mo and the others. Then he said, if you people don't want to die, get out of here. After hearing the voice of number 18, Vic and the others were surprised. What happened when the androids reminded them to get out of here? According to Trunks' description, artificial people should be murderous and murderous big devils. Shen Mo looked at number 18, and saw that her delicate face was covered with sadness. Obviously, she had already seen that number 17 was not the opponent of Shailu, so she opened her mouth to remind them. Bang bang! At this time, number 17 was still carrying out a crazy attack on Shailu, but his estimate did not work at all. It's so boring to fight you, number 17. Then you will be honored to be a complete part of me. Shrew easily dodged No 17's attack, then grabbed No 17's fist and said with a grim smile. Caught by Shailu, number 17 wanted to withdraw his fist, but found that his hand was like being caught by iron tongs, and he couldn't pull it back at all. P.S. I don't know how many people watch it, if you read it, just leave a message to return to 1, which can also be regarded as support for the author. Thank you all. Chapter 014. Finally got my wish. With a force on his right hand, Shailu directly pulled number 17 over, and then grabbed No 17's neck. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, the tail behind Shrew bloomed like a trumpet flower, directly swallowing the upper body of number 17. Abominable stinky monster, you ugly monster, let me go. Even if I die, I don't want to be swallowed by a stinky monster like you. Number 17 was still struggling frantically and cursing, but his struggle was useless. Number 17. Looking at the half-cut of number 17, his body was swallowed by that monster, and a dignified look appeared on No 18's pretty face. Then his body flashed, without any hesitation, and directly attacked Shailu. Looking at her, she wanted to bring down the 17th. But obviously it's a bit difficult because she's not as strong as the number 17. Yikes! Number 18 kept making a series of attacks at Shailu, but Shailu's body was very flexible to dodge all of these attacks. It's so strong, that monster actually dodged all the attacks of artificial humans in the past. And it seems very relaxed. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was a little unsettled. You must know that the strength of number 17 and number 18 in front of you is very strong, definitely far away, surpassing the existence of Super Saiyan. The sword of courage in Trunks' hand just now was broken by number 17, but you can imagine his strength. But now, the two people of Cyborg number 17 and number 18 joining forces are not opponents of that monster. So in this comparison, the strength of this monster in front of you is quite terrifying. You stinky monster, hurry up and release No 17. Number 18 scolded at Shuru while attacking. Released. Don't worry, although I have already swallowed you in the future time and space, in order to reunite the two of you, I will still swallow you in a while. As Shailu spoke, No 17's body had been completely swallowed. Hearing Shailu's words, his silent eyes were shocked. I see. No wonder Shailu is the second form. As soon as he appears, it turns out that he has devoured number 18 in future space-time. That is, the history of future time and space has also changed? Although I don't know what's going on, but in this way, the 18th of this time and space may be saved. It seems that Shailu, who devoured number 17, will soon become a complete body. It's really exciting. Shen Mo pursed his lips and stared at Shuru tightly. He is still not sure how strong his strength is, but the only thing that is certain is that his bloodline will allow him to constantly strengthen in battle. And the complete body of Shuru is the best training object. Originally, he was still struggling with whether to kill Shailu before he devoured the 18th. Now it seems that I don't need to get tangled up so much. And while he was silently thinking about these things, Shailu's body began to change. A dazzling light shot out from Shailu's body, and then the armor on the surface of his body fell off like fragments. Buzz! As soon as the humming sound sounded, accompanied by strong waves of chi, it swept in all directions. Apparently, Shuru has begun to evolve into a full form. At this time, the white light that bloomed from Shailu's body completely overshadowed the sun's rays. What? What happened again? What a powerful breath! What's going on? I can't even open my eyes. For a while, Klin, Bic, and the others quickly covered their eyes. The terrifying wave of chi continues to push everyone backwards. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble violently, and the entire earth was constantly vibrating. That breath is getting stronger and stronger, and the shock wave is getting stronger and stronger. Vic and Klin and others went back thousands of meters very wisely. The body of number 18, closest to Shuru, kept receding. Only Shen Mo stood in the air, holding his arms in front of his chest and looking at Shailu. It seemed that the powerful shockwave did not have any effect on him. Shailu, this guy's chi is getting stronger and stronger. The complete Shailu is indeed the best rehearsal object. Shen Mo could feel that Shailu's chi had increased dozens or even hundreds of times in this meeting. Shuru's chi not only filled the entire Earth, but even spread to other planets in the northern galaxy. And the terrified look on the face of the celestial god in the heavenly god temple, is it really the end of the world? Goku and Vegeta couldn't fight, so there was no one to stop the powerful monster. Why did so many strong people appear on the earth all of a sudden? And in Kalen Tat, the Karin immortals and Akilobe were trembling with fear. This powerful aura they had never felt before, even Frisia, who appeared 3 years ago, was a world away from him. It took 3 minutes for the earth to slowly stop. At this time, everyone lowered the arms that were blocking in front of them, and they saw an amazing scene. The island just now has completely disappeared and turned into a huge sinkhole filled with blue water. And a green figure stood in the air, surrounded by golden flames. And under the feet of that figure, a ring of smoke like ripples appeared. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly passes. Chapter 015. That monster seems to have evolved completely. After all the smoke had cleared, the Clint did he say in horror. At this time, the aura of that monster was very, very large, and his body had undergone tremendous changes. At this time, looking from the bottom up, the long tail behind Chiru has been collected into the body, and the body has become very symmetrical and perfect. Even his facial features have undergone tremendous changes, and he can be said to be quite handsome. If in the past Shailu was a strangely ugly toad, then now Shailu can definitely be called a beautiful man. At this time, everyone was stunned, of course, not by Shailu's appearance, but by the huge chi. An unprecedented breath, they had never felt such a terrifying breath. Of course, among all the people, only silence remains calm. It was expected that the complete Shailu had such a strong power, so there was nothing to be surprised at all. Is this the complete body? Shailu gently clenched his fists, and a large power instantly emanated from the 100 remains of his limbs. Immediately, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The strength of the complete body is really stronger than I thought. This is the real super soldier, the strongest artificial man. What are you kidding? It's simply not like words, how to fight like this. Vic clenched his fists, then loosened them. Because now even if they fight, they may be killed in an instant, and there is no point in fighting. You stinky monster, hurry up and release No 17. Seeing the complete Shailu, number 18 was stunned and then shouted at Shailu. Unexpectedly, they had just been released by Dr. Gro, and the 17th was swallowed by this monster. After speaking, the 18th attacked Shailu again. Don't measure your strength, you can use it just right, you try my current strength. Seeing number 18 attacking towards him, the corners of Shailu's mouth raised slightly. It just so happens that you can use the 18th to test your current strength. Syllable. At this moment, No 18's fist fell heavily on Shailu's face. What? What the? Just the moment he hit Shailu, No 18's face changed drastically. Because his fist was like hitting steel, his own fist was numb. And Chiru is like a rock, not moving. Your attack is so unseemly that number 18 really embarrassed us artificial humans. After Shailu's voice fell, his fist struck out like lightning. Boom! In the next second, it fell heavily on No 18's lower abdomen. Swish! Almost at the moment of being hit, No 18's body flew upside down like a kite with a broken thread. Phew! A black shadow flashed, and at this time the silence flashed out, directly catching number 18, which flew out upside down, and took it into his arms. Are you all right? Shen Mo looked at number 18, who was a little pale, and asked. Obviously, Shailu's attack just now was quite heavy, and he was seriously injured by number 18 with just one punch. Didn't. It's okay. You let me go. Number 18 said with some anger. When I grew up so big and was intimately contacted by a boy for the first time, I naturally felt a little unacceptable. Looking at the appearance of number 18, silence put her on the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at Shailu and said, "Let me try your strength." Shuru. After speaking, his body slowly floated in midair, level with Shailu. You. Shailu glanced at Shen Mo, and then was a little surprised. Because there is no information about the scion in front of him in his database, let alone his combat moves and skills. And he also observed just now that when everyone was shocked by his own breath, only this guy did not move and did not seem to be affected. Based on these alone, Shalo is enough to determine that the strength of this guy in front of him is definitely more than the cyborg number 17 and number 18, as well as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Well, anyway, if you have nothing to do, then let's try it. But I have to declare in advance that if you lose, you will be killed by me. Shiru said calmly to Silence. It doesn't matter. But if you want to kill me, I guess you don't have that ability. Shen Mo shrugged, and then spoke. No matter how strong Shalo is in front of him, in the process of fighting, he will surpass him in a very short time. So if he wants to kill himself, it's just a pipe dream. Hey, what are you going to do? This is my fight, you don't meddle. Seeing that Shen Mo wanted to challenge Shalo, number 18 said coldly to Shen Mo. Can you still fight in your current physical condition? Just watch it well, I'll tell this guy to spit out the 17th. Silently turned around, smiled shallowly and said to number 18. Although the 18th was attacked once, she is now estimated to have no ability to fight. Cut, you guy. Will be killed by that monster. After hearing the silent words, number 18 Lu frowned slightly and whispered. The monster in front of him is indeed very powerful, especially after absorbing the 17th. This stupid fellow, can't he feel the strength of Shiru? Chapter 016. Airplanes. Only a humming sound was heard erupting from the silent body. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the grass-green aura swirled from the silent surroundings. A very powerful breath. This guy hasn't turned into a Super Saiyan yet, and his chi has completely surpassed Goku. Who the hell is he? It seems that they are a little different from Goku. After feeling the silent breath, Vic and Tianjin Fan and the others all had shocked looks on their faces. Originally, they thought this guy was strong, but now it seems that he is stronger than they thought. As a Saiyan, you can't even change a Super Saiyan. With such strength, you also want to fight against me who is completely physical. It is undeniable that the strength of Silence is indeed good. Even more powerful than the 17th and 18th combined, but to want to fight against yourself with such strength is simply delusional. Don't jump to conclusions, the final outcome will definitely surprise you, Shiru. Shen Mo stepped into the air and walked towards Shalo step by step, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and said. Yes. Then I'll have to wait and see, how did you surprise me? Shiru folded his arms in front of his chest, clearly looking confident. He is very confident, his current self is definitely the strongest existence in the universe, and it is impossible for any human to be his opponent. But then, Shalo lowered his arm and waved towards Shen Mo with his right hand. Then don't be quite smug. Come on. Let me see your strength. Phew. Just after Shalo's voice fell, the silent body suddenly turned into a black shadow and disappeared in place. When he appeared this time, he had already reached the top of Shalo's head, and he slashed heavily towards Shalo's head. So fast, in an instant, it was above Shiru's head. Can't see his speed at all. This guy is even stronger than we thought. After the silence, the sudden disappearance and sudden appearance, everyone was shocked. At this speed, they are definitely seeing for the first time. It seems that the strength of that guy is stronger than us. No 18's beautiful eyes looked at the silence and spoke. Just the speed of the attack just now, the judgment between them. Swish. It's just that although the speed of silence is fast, when it is about to hit Shalo, Shalo's body suddenly disappears. After image. Silently read. But this is also expected by himself. If Shiru is hit by himself so easily, then his complete body is too weak. The two of them are really monsters, this speed is too fast. Vic said in a heavy tone. And at this moment, Shalo's body suddenly appeared behind Shen Mo. Without any warning, he directly punched over. Ugh! It's just that Shiru's fist has also fallen. Then he raised his head and saw that Shen Mo had reached a place 10 feet away from him. Your speed is indeed much faster than the 17th, no wonder you were so arrogant just now. It seems to be a bit capital. Shalo looked at Shen Mo with some surprise and said. I didn't expect that after he became a complete body, this guy would be able to dodge his own attacks. It really surprised me. Although he didn't even show half of his strength just now, this guy was able to dodge, which is indeed worth looking at differently. You're not bad either, you're stronger than I thought. I see that you still show your strength to fight me, you are so secretive. But you can't defeat me. Shen Mo smiled and said to Shiru. He naturally understood that Shalo was only testing himself and did not show his strength at all. Humph. You are very self-aware, knowing that I have not brought out all my strength. Then next, I will take out 50% of my strength and let you see the strength of the complete body Shalo. Shalo clenched his fists, and golden aura instantly burst out from his body. In that instant, Shalo's chi increased dozens of times. What? What the? That monster's chi has grown again. Damn, I don't know if what he just said is the truth. Are these 50% of his strength? If that's the case, it's really infuriating and desperate. Vic was easy to hear, and he naturally heard the conversation between Silence and Chiru. If what that monster said was true, then no matter how strong the scion in front of him was, it was estimated that he would not be his opponent. This kind of fighting, we couldn't help at all. Trunks said a little deflated. If it is an opponent like Frisia, he can easily solve it. But these artificial people in front of him, as well as the monster that appeared just now, are far above their own strength. I can't help at all. This feeling is very desperate. 50% power. In that case, let me get used to it little by little. Shen Mo clenched his fists and said. If Shalo exerts all his strength now, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to cope with it himself. But since she wants to give herself time to adapt, then she will make him feel a little bit, what is called despair. Chapter 017. Ha! Silent shouted, and his body flashed out instantly, attacking towards Shalo. His speed is very fast, even number 18 can only vaguely see a flash of afterimage, and there is no way to lock the silent position. So fast! There are such strong guys in humans. Number 18 Willow frowned slightly, and said with some horror. Originally, she thought that number 17 was the strongest existence in the universe, but now it seems that it is not ranked at all. Bang bang! After appearing next to Shalo, silently launched a stormy attack, and his fists were like machine guns, constantly blasted out. Shalo obviously didn't pay attention to any attacks, but just crossed his arms in front of his chest, allowing the silent attack to fall on his arms. Che, you're too presumptuous, aren't you? Silence frowned. Shalo's posture of looking down on himself is really unpleasant. After the silent voice fell, a grass-green aura appeared above his right fist. Boom! Then it landed heavily on Chiru's arm. What? The moment he was hit, Shalo's face changed drastically. A terrifying force spread down his arm to his body. Then the vast power directly knocked Shalo out. Boom! Thundered. When Shalo's body hit the giant peak behind him, he directly smashed the huge mountain into the sky full of rubble. So strong! His attack worked. Seeing Shalo being punched by Silent, everyone's faces appeared with joy. Although they weren't sure if the scion was friend or foe, it looked much more positive than the monster. The dust in the sky instantly turned into a huge mushroom cloud and soared into the sky. Phew! At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the dust, dragging a long trail of smoke behind him, like a flying helicopter. What a speed! Silence spoke out in surprise. Shalo's speed at this time was very fast, and there was no way for Shen Mo to fight back, so he could only quickly block his fists in his chest and protect his vital parts. Boom! The next moment, a low collision sound sounded, and I saw the silent body suddenly fly out in an oblique straight line. Burst. The moment the body fell to the ground was directly smashed out of a huge sinkhole. It seems that the strength of the two of them is similar. Looking at the battle between the two, Vic spoke. Judging from the current battle, the combat effectiveness of the two of them should be equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. But that monster said that he only used 50% of his strength, and if what he said was true, then the next battle could change a lot. Bah! What an exciting battle! Shen Mo spat out the saliva mixed with dust, looked at Shailu and whispered. Although he was attacked by Shailu just now, this attack could not have any effect on him at all. The body of the demon scion bloodline has been transformed, and the general attack has no effect at all. I really can't think of it. I originally thought that I could solve you in 3 or 2 clicks, but now it seems that I can have a good time. Shiru was equally excited. You must know that he uses the cells of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in his body, but they are all battle freaks who also love to fight. Come again. Shen Mo suddenly burst into laughter, and then his body burst out. Phew! Shiru also disappeared in place. Yikes! Bang bang! At this time, everyone could only see black figures constantly flashing in the sky. And then there was the sound of fists clashing. But they couldn't see Silence and Shailu's bodies at all. The battle between the two was too intense, and the speed was beyond their comprehension. Hey! The boom circle kept flickering in the sky, and it seemed that the battle between the two was evenly matched. Rumble! The moment a low collision sounded, the wave of chi suddenly shocked Vic and the others back by tens of kilometers again. A spider's web-like crack appeared on the ground. And Silence and Shiru's bodies were separated again. It seems that there is still no distinction between victory and defeat. Not bad. You're really surprising that you are able to fight me to this extent. Even if you lose at my hands next, it will be enough to feel honored. Shiru looked at Shen Mo with a sneer and said. In his opinion, although Shen Mo's strength is good, he can completely compete with his 50% strength. But as long as he exerts all his strength, he can defeat or even kill him in an instant. Mouth cannon, who wouldn't? Bring out all your strength. Shiru. Looking at the confident Shailu, he said silently and lightly. Now that he is fully able to adapt to 50% of Shailu's speed and strength, in this state, it is already impossible for him to defeat himself. Arrogant next, I'll let you learn my moves. The corners of Shailu's mouth suddenly raised, revealing an evil arc. Ha! Then there was a sudden burst of drink, and the body began to shake. P.S. Flowers don't rise in one day, big brothers give two. Chapter 018. Then Shailu's body suddenly turned into 4, almost identical, and even the chi was not different. It's like Shiru directly became 4 at this moment. How? What's going on? Why does that guy do my 4 body punches? Tianjin Fan looked at the 4 Saru with a confused look and muttered. You must know that the 4 body fist is his own stunt, and this monster in front of him can even use it. And what is even more infuriating is that the 4 body fists seem to be used even more powerful in his hands. Because it is absolutely impossible for him to do that. The breath of the 4 doppelgangers is almost identical, and the monster in front of him did. That guy seems to have the cells of each of us in his body. It seems that he not only knows your 4 body fist, it is estimated that he is proficient in all of our moves. Vic frowned and said. Combined with the fact that he turned into a Super Saiyan just now, this can be seen by the fact that with the cells of Son Goku and Vegeta, he can become a Super Saiyan. Now he has the cells of Tianjin Rice and is able to use his skills. This. How is this possible? Clin couldn't believe it. There are so many cells in a person's body, and all of them can use their skills at the same time. This is too perverted. And just when everyone was surprised, I saw Shiru pointing the index finger and middle finger of his right hand at the center of his eyebrows at the same time, and then golden aura rose from between his fingers. That is. Everyone was shocked again, because the move that Shuru was about to use, they were all very familiar with. That's right. It is Vic's magic light-killing cannon. Abominable. This bastard. Vic gritted his teeth tightly, although he had long expected that this guy would use his own moves, but when he saw him using them, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. This is a move that I have studied for a long time. It was actually stolen by him like this. This feeling of being stolen is really bad. Magic light-killing cannon. Shailu roared, and the 4 magic light-killing cannons condensed by his fingertips shot directly towards Shen Mo. Very powerful. So strong. The power of the 4 demon light sand cannons is exactly the same, although it is very unwilling. The magic light-killing cannon is even more powerful in the hands of that monster. Vic admitted reluctantly. Ugh. At this time, 4 magic light-killing cannons shot towards Shen Mo. Want to hurt me with someone else's moves? Looking at the energy waves that shot at him in 4 directions at the same time, Shen Mo's body suddenly flashed and instantly disappeared in place. At this moment, it was as if he had completely disappeared into this space, and no one saw where silence went. Phew! In the next second, the silent body suddenly appeared above one of Shailu's heads. The fists clenched and smashed heavily towards Shuru's head. Boom! Thundered. The 2 rings rang out almost simultaneously. In an instant, dust filled the air, and rubble shot out in all directions like bullets. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw 2 huge pits appear in the ground. One of them was tens of meters in diameter, and it was obviously blown up by Shailu's magic light-killing cannon. The other one next to it, like a human figure, but equally unfathomable. It's all a bunch of monsters. Tianjin Fan and Klin's faces were very ugly. Originally they thought that Gaku after becoming a Super Saiyan was powerful enough. But now it seems that Gaku is in front of him, and the front of these 2 people is simply a lot worse. Thundered. Suddenly, the whole ground began to tremble. Then cracks appeared from the ground and spread in all directions. Boom! Then the golden beam broke through the ground and soared into the sky. Burst! The ground suddenly exploded, and Shuru's body flew up like a rocket. Some scratches appeared on the body, and the smile on the face disappeared, replaced by a kind of anger. Shuru's body not only contains the cells of Sun Wukong, but also the cells of the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. At the same time, he adhered to Frisia's kind of personality, and if his strength suppressed others, he would be quite comfortable and have a sense of accomplishment. It's just that once he suffers a loss, he will be very easy to get angry. Abominable! It's so funny for you to do this to me. Shuru looked at the silence with anger, and word by word popped out from between his teeth. Look at yourself, it's really embarrassing. Didn't I just tell you? Use all your strength to fight, otherwise you will be surprised. Looking at Shailu, who looked angry, he said silently and lightly. After the battle with Shailu just now, Shen Mo found that the chi and energy in his body had skyrocketed. Now his own strength can completely suppress Shailu. Now it seems that Shailu has become angry, and it is estimated that he will exert 100% of his power next. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to the most. Chapter 019. Alright. After the boring warm-up, I will fight you with all my strength next. Your strength is indeed amazing, and fighting with someone as close as you is much more interesting than others. Shailu looked at the silence, suddenly smiled, and spoke. Really? It's fun to fight you too. Shen Mo also responded with a smile. Of course it's interesting, because in the process of fighting Shuru, his energy is growing almost every minute. This feeling of fighting is really fantastic. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent for Shuru. What is your name? Shailu actually took the initiative to ask for Shen Mo's name. In the distance, Vic was also curious and looked at the silence. To be honest, they don't know what the name of this scion is. Silence. Remember the name. Shen Mei really spoke. Then Shiryu is ready to go all out, and he is ready to take his body to a higher level. In Dragon Ball Super Broly, Broly has the Fury form, Super Saiyan form, and Super Saiyan full power form. And now he wants to use Shailu's current power to break through his strength to the angry form. When his strength reaches that level, it is estimated that no one in the entire Dragon Ball Z will be his opponent. Silence, hey! Next, let's feel the hellish fear. The corners of Shailu's mouth raised, revealing an evil arc. But soon his face became serious, his arms were pressed to his waist, his fists were clenched tightly, and a low roar came out of his throat. Ha! Thundered. With a low roar, the entire ground instantly began to tremble violently. The annular smoke on the ground beneath Shiryu's feet spread out in all directions like a wave. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the golden aura flickered around Shailu's body, and the armor of his body glowed purple. At that moment, Shailu's chi reached an almost terrifying level. Even Shen Mo was shocked by Shailu's chi. Is this the 100% power of complete body Shiryu? Sure enough, it's strong. Silent eyes were like torches, staring at Shailu and said. And at this time, Vic and Klin have been shocked to open their mouths. The shock is beyond words. I don't know what words to use at this time to express the shock in their hearts. That monster is so strong. That human named Silence, will he really be the opponent of that monster? No 18's beautiful eyes stared at the Silence tightly, and her eyes were shining with a strange brilliance. There seems to be some nervousness, maybe she cares if her brother number 17 can be rescued? For half a minute, Shiryu finally showed his full strength. If you can let me bring out 100% strength, even if you are killed by me, you will be proud enough. Shiryu clenched his fists and said confidently to the Silence. There is absolutely no one in this world who can be an opponent with 100% strength. Don't talk nonsense, let's get started. Phew. Shen Mo was too lazy to talk more nonsense with Shailu, and his body suddenly disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of Shailu, punching Shailu's chest. Boom! The fist landed heavily on Shiryu's chest. Shailu's body was shaken by the huge force, and his feet wiped the ground and retreated more than 10 meters. But that's all. Your current attack won't have much effect on me. With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, Shailu gently patted his chest, stared at Shen Mo and said. Che, isn't this attack useful to him? Silent pouted, since this is the case. Then give up the opportunity to take the initiative to attack, let Shiryu strike. Phew. In the next second, Shailu's body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Silence. That's our gap. The teasing voice sounded from the silent ears, and then a sharp pain came from the abdomen. Then the silent body flew out upside down at an extremely fast speed like a bullet out of the chamber. Boom! Boom! It shattered 3 mountains in an instant, and his feet plowed 2 long marks on the ground before stopping. What? No way! The gap between the two of them has been completely widened. Looking at Shen Mo being blasted out by Shailu's punch for hundreds of meters, Klin and Tianjin Fan said with some panic. It seems that Shailu is not exaggerating, now is his real strength, and Shen Mo is not an opponent at all. Vic said to himself in a solemn tone. Silence was the only human being who could defeat that monster, but now it seemed that the gap between them was still very large. And no 18's heart tightened inexplicably after seeing Shen Mo being repelled by a punch. Shen Mo is the only one who can save number 17, and he definitely can't lose. Phew! And at this moment, Shailu's body disappeared again and appeared in front of Shen Mo. Bang bang! Then a rain of bullets was carried out against the Silence. The fist kept hitting Silence, and Silence kept retreating as if he had no parrying skill at all. P.S. Dear readers, please collect and ask for flowers, please ask for evaluation votes and ask for a wave of tips can be. Chapter 020. Humph! What's wrong? Wasn't your attack just now sharp? How come I don't even have the power to fight back now? Shrew said sarcastically while constantly launching stormy attacks on Silence. However, this guy can force 100% of his strength, which is really not simple. Cut. Anger. Hurry up and be angry. Silent with his arms in front of him, his body kept retreating, clenching his teeth tightly, telling himself that he must be angry now. Because anger will make you stronger, if you can break through to the anger form, Shrew is not his opponent at all. You can twist him to death with one finger yourself. Ugh! Syllable. The next moment, Shailo's legs were heavily pumped around Shenmo's waist, and Shenmo's body exploded uncontrollably to the right side. Thundered. Then it smashed a mountain again. It seems that Silence will surely lose. Vic stared closely at the battle between the two and whispered to himself. If before Shenmo was able to fight with that monster, then now the strength of the two of them is completely not on the same level. It can be said that Silence is only passive beating. Plus. Come on. You must not lose. Number 18 clenched his fists, also looked at the Silence very anxiously, and muttered. If Shenmo is killed, then his younger brother number 17 will not be saved, maybe he will be absorbed by that ugly monster. When I think about that kind of picture, I feel disgusting. And if Silence was killed, she seemed a little uncomfortable. Hey! It seems that your strength is only like this. In that case, this meaningless game can end early. Shailo looked at the angry Silence on the other side and said dismissively. After the voice fell, I saw a huge ball of energy condensed from Shailo's palm. That may contain terrifying power in the request, and it is no exaggeration to say that it can definitely make the entire Earth disappear easily. Is it over? It really should be over. Angry flames surged in Shenmo's eyes, looking at the energy ball in Shailo's hand, feeling the terrifying power, and clenching his fists tightly. Scarlet cracks suddenly appeared in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the grass-green flames around him became even more turbulent. Ugh! Then, the silent pupils turned golden. Although he only changed back in an instant, at that moment, his chi exploded. What? What the? That guy's anger suddenly increased? Feeling the sudden increase in Silence, Shailo's expression was startled. That chi only appeared for a moment, but it was obviously real, but it disappeared in an instant. Is it a hallucination? His heart naturally did not believe that the Silence in front of him could suddenly raise his chi to that intensity. Then, Vic, did you feel it just now? Tianjin Fan looked at Vic with heavy eyes and asked incredulously. I felt it, eh? Indescribably powerful chi. Vic nodded and whispered. That chi erupted in an instant, but it also disappeared in an instant. If Tianjin Rice didn't open his mouth, he thought that he had hallucinated just now. How could a person's chi reach that level, even if the guy in front of him was a scion? It was absolutely impossible. Humph! Pretend, now I'll let you disappear completely. Shailo pouted, and then the energy ball in his palm blasted directly towards Shenmo. Phew! Thundered. The energy ball exploded instantly, and the silent body was directly engulfed by the sea of fire generated by the explosion. Being killed? Number 18 looked at the sea of fire in disbelief and said with a frown. Just now, Shailo's energy ball made him feel the threat of death, and under that level of energy seeking, it was impossible for anyone to survive. Know that Scion was not killed. And his energy is increasing rapidly. And just after the voice of number 18 fell, the artificial human number 16, who had never spoken, suddenly spoke. And his face was full of surprise. Because of the data in his database, there is no way to measure the energy value of silence. Thundered. And in the next second, the entire ground suddenly trembled. How? What's going on? Everyone looked incredulous about what had happened. And at the same time, the color of the entire sky changed. Black, purple, grass green. Ha! Immediately afterwards, a roar like a beast sounded. At that moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and grass-green beams of light broke through the ground, and then soared into the sky. Where Shen Mo was standing just now, a grass-green pillar of light suddenly rose, tens of meters wide, and it plunged straight into the sky in an instant. A look of horror appeared on everyone's faces. This is the end of the world? What the hell is going on? Mixed. Bastard, this gas is silent. Shalo looked at the huge grass-green pillar of light, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Such a big formation, such a strong chi. What kind of monster is that silent guy? P.S. There are only 200 in the collection today, and the writing is somewhat stuffed. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 021. Subsequently, the entire sky and earth were rendered in the color of grass green. The violent shaking lasted for 5 minutes before it subsided. The sky has also changed to normal color little by little. The silent figure appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, the silent body stood in midair, surrounded by a fusion of gold and grass green. The most conspicuous thing is that the silent pupils are no longer black, but golden yellow. Is this the form of anger of the Scion legend? It's a great feeling. Shen Mo clenched his fists. The power in the body is like an inexhaustible source, which is continuously generated from the body. It's a great feeling. Ha! Then, silently roared, and suddenly opened a fight. A terrifying aura instantly burst out from the body, and at that moment, the sharp chi spread out in all directions like a sharp blade. Ah! Rewind. Seeing the terrifying wave of chi coming, Vic loudly reminded everyone around him. But now it's a little too late. Bang bang! The moment they were touched by that chi wave, the bodies of Tianjin Fan, Klin, and the others were directly thrown out. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the mouth, and the body flew out of 1,000 distances. Bic and Trunks are slightly stronger, although they are not as embarrassing as Klin and Tianjin Rice, but they are not much better. The two of them blocked their arms in front of their chests the moment the wave of chi hit, trying to stabilize their bodies. But the end was true, the skin of the arms was directly blown by the sharp air waves, and the body was also lifted hundreds of kilometers away. Even Chirutong barely stabilized his body if he wiped his feet on the ground and retreated a distance of more than 110 feet. But... damn it! Did that bastard also hide his strength just now? Shalo's face was livid and he looked silent. Originally, this boring battle that he had already had would completely end with the energy ball just now. But now it seems that the situation has taken an uncontrollable side. Well... that's awesome. That Scion seems to be starting to fight back. 18 Dare was also shocked and flew out at this time, but because number 16 blocked in front of her, it did not suffer much impact afterwards. Yes, according to my data analysis, his energy has completely surpassed that monster countless times. This battle is already without suspense. Number 16 explained. Although his own database could not fully analyze the energy value of that Scion. But it can be compared that her energy has far surpassed the monster that absorbed No 17. The chi wave slowly disappeared, and Shen Mo looked at Shalo and said coldly. The real battle has only begun now, but I am grateful to you. Without you, I would not have been stronger in such a short time. Shen Mo was telling the truth. Without Shalo, a relatively strong opponent, he would not have been able to break through the angry form so quickly. And at first, I just had a plan, but I didn't expect it to really succeed. Looking at the bloodline of the Super Scion people, it is much stronger than I thought. You bastard! Isn't it just a little bit more powerful? Don't think that's my opponent. Shiru glared angrily at the silence and burst out. In fact, he was very panicked, very panicked. Because the silent chi has completely surpassed himself, the two are not at the same level at all now. Really? You're afraid you're thinking too highly of yourself. Phew. After the silent words fell, the body suddenly disappeared in place. The speed was amazing, and this time even Chiru couldn't see it clearly. It can be said that I didn't even see the afterimage. That's the gap between the two of them. Not good. Shailu secretly screamed badly, but before he made any dodging movements, the heart-rending pain came from his lower abdomen. Boom! Wow! Almost at the moment when a low sound sounded, a mouthful of purple liquid erupted from Chiru's mouth. Then the pupils constricted, apparently suffering from unspeakable pain. And the silent fist still stayed in Chiru's lower abdomen. That's where we are, Chiru. The corners of Shenmo's mouth raised, revealing an evil arc, and said coldly to Shailu. True, the gap between them is now separated by an insurmountable trench. No matter how hard Shailu works, it will definitely not be able to cross. His punch just now only used Issei's power, because he hadn't spit out number 17 yet. Oopsu! Chiru's body took several steps back uncontrollably, and then his legs went limp, and he fell directly to the ground. Wow! Whoa! Then he vomited. Shenmo's fist just now was too heavy, and it was difficult for him to stand up again with one punch. He has become a complete body. Why is there such a perverted guy? While Shailu couldn't believe this fact, he vomited more and more intensely. Wow! Then the 17th was suddenly vomited. The 17th was. Spit it out. Seeing that number 17 was spit out by Chiru, number 18 had a look of excitement on his face. I couldn't help but look at the silence a little more. That man is really too powerful. Chapter 022. No. No way. Why is this? Shailu still couldn't believe that his completely physical self was beaten so embarrassed. At this moment, because of spitting out number 17, Chiru was no longer able to maintain a complete form. It then changed back to its ugly second form. Aaaaa! An angry roar came out of Chiru's throat, and then the smoke and dust under his feet spread out like waves. Now he was very difficult to accept. He had only become completely in less than half an hour, and he had returned to such a form. Then Chiru wanted to pick up the 17th again and swallow it. Phew! The silent body suddenly appeared in front of Shailu. Syllable. A heavy kick hit Chiru in the face. Chiru was suddenly kicked out, and his face rubbed the ground and slid out a distance of about 110 feet. Wow! Wow! 2 more mouthfuls of blood spit out, looking very embarrassed. Number 17. Thank you. Seeing this, number 18 quickly brought number 17 over, and by the way, he whispered thank you to Shen Mo. Abominable. I won't forgive you. Chiru clenched his fists tightly, hammering the ground constantly. There were light purple blood marks on the corners of his mouth, and there were more and more scarlet cracks in his eyes. Although he was very angry at this time, he even lost his mind a little. But he has also realized that the gap between it and silence has become wider. He was not his opponent when he was at the end of the total, and now he has withdrawn from the complete body, so that he has no hope of winning at all. This bastard has caused himself such a great humiliation, he must kill himself. Even if he blew himself up, he would definitely have to make him pay. Shailu struggled to stand up, and then a crazy look appeared on his face, and his body began to expand continuously. Wisps of breath continued to overflow from the body. That guy. So what for? Tianjin Fan looked at the suddenly swollen Shailu, and always felt that something bad would happen. Does that guy also have a new form? Klin frowned and said in a solemn tone. These guys, so perverted. No. I don't think Shailu still has hidden strength, and even if he does, he is definitely not a silent opponent, and now the gap between them is too big. Vic shook his head, kind of answering Klin's question. Did you say? That bastard thought? Suddenly, Vic seemed to understand Chiru's intentions. Self-detonation? Losing both? If that bastard blew himself up, it is estimated that the entire Earth will be destroyed. As everyone spoke, Shrew had become as tall as a hill, and his appearance was even more ugly. Ha ha ha! You people are going to be finished. I'll blow myself up soon. You hateful bastard, even if I win, what can I do? Still not going to give me a funeral? No, everyone on the whole earth will give me a burial, ha ha ha. Shrew laughed maniacally. Although they lost this battle, silence is not a win, because all of them will die in the explosion. What? What they? That monster said he was going to blow himself up? At this time, Klin and Tianjin Fan understood. That monster didn't have any new form, but was going to blow itself up. Abominable. He is right, if he blows himself up, the entire Earth will be implicated or even disappear. Vic said with a look of fear. They worked hard to protect the Earth, but they didn't expect that in the end it would be this result, which is hateful. Retarded. Shen Mo schemed Shalo with a look of disdain, and then said lightly, do you think you have the qualification to self-detonate in front of me? Ha ha ha. Although you bastard is indeed outrageously strong, even the ultimate warrior of the complete body has been defeated, but as long as you move me, I will blow myself up. If you want the Earth to end sooner, then you should try to do it. Shrew laughed, he didn't believe that this guy really dared to do it with himself. When the Earth explodes, everyone will die. No. Do not attack, the Earth will be destroyed. Hearing the conversation between Shalo and Silence, Vic quickly said to Silent nervously. He believed Shalo's words very much, and the energy of the explosion could absolutely destroy the entire Earth. Do I need you to remind me to do something? Silently turned his head and looked at Vic coldly. This guy, since the first time they met, he didn't have much affection for him. Now you want to teach yourself how to do it? Just kidding, his current strength is not something he can imagine. Shrew, don't you want to blow yourself up? I'm a kinder person, if you want to die, I'll satisfy you now. Shen Mo looked at Shalo, smiled coldly, and said. At the same time as the voice fell, a grass-green ball of energy condensed from the palm. What? What they? Aren't you afraid of death? Shrew looked at the Silence with some surprise. You must know that after he blows himself up, the energy can definitely destroy the Earth, but he will definitely die. My strength is not what you can imagine. Do you think that just with your little energy explosion, you can hurt me? Shen Mo sneered, and then the energy ball in his palm blasted directly towards Shalo. And at the same time, Vic and others are like dead ashes. Finish. It's over. Whether Shalo's self-detonating energy wave could kill Silence they don't know, but it would certainly be able to kill them and then destroy Earth. Chapter 023. What? Shalo looked at the energy ball flying towards him in disbelief, and his eyes were full of horror. Is this guy really not afraid of blowing himself up? But even if he would not be killed by the impact energy of the explosion, this Earth would definitely be destroyed, there is no doubt about it. Or maybe he doesn't care about the Earth and its people at all. In that case, let's die together. A crazy look appeared in Shru's eyes, and now this situation was on the line, and it had to be sent. If you don't choose to blow yourself up, you will also be killed at that time. It is better to let the whole Earth be buried for itself. It's over. That monster is going to explode. Number 16 said with a flat expression, but a somewhat heavy tone. According to his own energy analysis, Shalo's explosion was indeed able to easily destroy the Earth. Che, what is that guy doing? He just saved number 17, do you want us to be buried for Shrew now? Number 18 frowned, his gaze fixed on the Silence. She always felt that Silence was not that kind of person, but the situation in front of her told herself that he did not care about the comfort of the Earth, and the Earth was about to explode soon. And just when everyone was almost desperate, the energy balls that burst out silently suddenly scattered. It was like a fishing net, directly covering Shiru's body inside. What's going on? At this moment, everyone was stunned, wondering what silence meant. Don't you want to blow yourself up? Try it now, do you have that ability? Silent walked towards Shalo step by step, and said with a shallow smile. He didn't want to let Shiru destroy the entire earth, after all, this place is still inhabited by himself. And most importantly, the energy waves generated by the explosion of the earth are very terrifying, and they cannot guarantee that they are intact. So he didn't dare to take that risk. His plan from the beginning was to use his own energy to bind Shalo, and with his current strength, Shalo simply could not break free. As long as he is bound by energy and wants to self-detonate, it is a dream. What? What they? My body couldn't move. Shalo panicked to find that his body could not move at all. And the body that was still expanding just now began to contract uncontrollably at this time. What's going on? You bastard, what the hell have you done to me? The panicked Shalo roared. In this case, doesn't it mean that he can't even blow himself up? Don't you want to die? As a great benevolent man, of course I will fulfill you. Shen Mo smiled faintly, and then his eyes revealed a fierce killing aura. Die! Shiru! After the silent voice fell, his right hand suddenly clenched tightly. The green energy network that bound the Shalo grass suddenly tightened. Burst! In the next second, Shalo's body exploded directly. It turned into crimson sparks and smoke, and fell to the ground little by little. Whew! It turns out that that guy has a plan for a long time, and it makes me anxious for a long time. Seeing that Shiru was completely resolved, Vic let out a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of relief. I just thought the earth was going to die. But speaking of which, that Scion is too silent and too perverted. Klin also quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a wry smile. This guy, fortunately, is not a monster like Shiru, otherwise the consequences are unbearable. Whew! Finally solved. Shen Mo clapped his hands, although the battle with Shiru wasted a long time, but the gain was also very huge. Now I have comprehended the anger form. It can be said that even if Majin Bu is in front of him now, he can kill him. However, although the energy in my body is very full now, my combat skills and combat experience are still very limited after all. So you need more and stronger to hone your combat experience. Ding! The system publishes a task. Ask the host to sign in at the venue of the world's first martial arts association. The check-in time is 1 hour, and the check-in reward, unlimited teleportation. Just as he was calculating in his heart, the mechanical synthesis of the system suddenly sounded from his mind. Mission. Silent was stunned. I didn't expect the system to release the task so quickly. Merely. The location of the mission is the world's first martial arts association. But it seems that the world's first martial arts meeting has not been held in the near future. If that's the case, then I think I can replace Shiru. Shen Mo thought of a more reliable plan, that is, he was like Shalo and held a world's first martial arts meeting. In this way, in the battle with Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, he can not only improve his combat experience, and you can also complete check-in tasks and receive rewards. Unlimited teleportation is still very useful for yourself. You must know that unlimited teleportation can not only go to other planets, but also directly to other universes. P.S. Thank you Big Brothers for your reminder, I will try to update as much as possible, thank you. If you have flowers and evaluation votes in your hand, you can help vote for some, and the data is really important before it is put on the shelf. Chapter 024. Tap Data. At this time, the android 18 walked towards Silence. He said to the Silence, "Thank you for saving my brother." Although his voice was cold, he was obviously grateful. "No thanks, I'm just going along with it." Shen Mo looked at No 18's cold and pretty face, and said in a calm tone. Anyway, it is necessary for the battle between himself and Shailu, so rescuing number 17 is indeed a convenient thing. Hey! And at this moment, Vic and Clin and Tianjin Fan flew towards Shen Mo. Wow! You're too good! Such a strong monster will be defeated by you in minutes. Clin looked at the silence with adoration and said. Obviously, they were still immersed in the joy of the aftermath of the disaster, completely forgetting that they and Shen Mo were not familiar at all. And the androids number 17 and number 18 they had to deal with were also not eliminated. It's really powerful. Even if Goku and Vegeta join forces, it is estimated that they will not be able to match that monster. Tianjin Fan also said with a smile. Trunks stared solemnly at cyborg number 18, and said in his heart, abominable. I must kill them now. Thinking about it, Trunks suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the sword of cyborg 18 without warning. Shhhh. Number 18 smashed lightly and easily took Trunks' sword. Then he threw Trunks out and said coldly. Hey, what the hell is going on with you guy? If you come again, I'm welcome. Inexplicably, he didn't know this guy at all, how he saw himself as if he was his father killer. Hey Trunks, stop. You are no match for him. Vic said to Trunks. Although Cyborg 17 and 18 are weak in front of that monster, they are still strong in front of them. Even if all of them join forces, it is estimated that they are not opponents of Cyborg 18. And now what he is most worried about is not artificial people. It's silent this guy. Because although he solved that monster just now, he also successfully saved the Earth. But until now no one knows whether he is friend or foe, and what is his purpose in going out on Earth. Hey, you guys! Silence suddenly looked at Vic and Clin. Then the four of them listened extremely seriously. 10 days later, I will hold a world's first martial arts meeting in this place that gambles on the fate of the Earth. Silence continued. What? What does the world's first martial arts association that gamble with the Earth mean? After hearing the silent words, everyone's brows furrowed tightly. I always feel that this guy is not well. Don't you understand? Then I'll be a little clearer. 10 days later, the world's first martial arts meeting held by me will be held here, and all of you can come and participate, but if no one can defeat me, then the Earth will be destroyed by me, now understand? Looking at the frightened people, Shen Mo explained faintly. They don't want to say it, but they don't have the motivation to say it otherwise. At that time, even Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan will not be able to have fun with themselves. If they say this, it is estimated that they will be full of motivation to cultivate. But, damn it! Originally, I was still glad that the Earth was saved just now. It turns out that he also wants to destroy the Earth. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, and a helpless look appeared in his eyes. If it was the monster just now, although it was outrageously strong, he still had the confidence to cultivate and fight him. But this scion, it's really strong and desperate. Phew! After silently speaking, his body flashed directly and disappeared in front of Vic and the others. Cyborg number 18 frowned, and after a little contemplation, he chased towards Shen Mo with number 17 and number 16. Now what? After silence and the android left, Clin asked with a confused look. What Shen Mo said just now was indeed a little caught off guard for them. At first, I felt that the guy was not bad. It turned out that he also wanted to destroy the Earth. I feel like that guy doesn't really want to destroy Earth, he just wants to fight. Vic squinted and suddenly spoke. Because from the silent body, he did not feel that evil chi from beginning to end. Bike, what you said is true. Hearing Vic's words, Clin and Tianjin Fan quickly asked. For the time being really as Vic said, that would be great. Che, how do I know if it's true? Don't hurry up and go to cultivation, do you still want to be as powerless as little bugs like you are now in 10 days? Vic said viciously to the two, and then his body flashed, and he also disappeared. Abominable. Vic, this guy doesn't speak clearly. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, a little annoyed. Forget it, let's hurry up and see what Gaku is like, whether what Vic said is true or not. The match in 10 days, we must prepare well. P.S. Please collect and ask for flowers, please review votes, thank you all. Chapter 025. Silent Volleys, 18 and 16 with 17 only trailing. Ugh. Shen Mo suddenly stopped, turned to look at the three, and said lightly, "Hey, what are you three doing with me all the time?" Whoever followed you, we also follow this path, just along the way. Number 18 ruffled his blonde hair and said a little unnaturally. Obviously, a little weak-hearted. All right. Silent nodded, speechless for a while. This earth is not their own, and they really can't control where they go. Then fly forward. After fighting Shuru for so long, he now feels a little empty in his stomach and wants to go and eat something. After all, although he is very strong, he still has to eat, especially since he is now the bloodline of Scions, and the demand for food is even greater. Half an hour later, Silent appeared in a small town and found a restaurant. And the three of number 18 were also following behind Shen Mo, which made Shen Mo a little speechless. Obviously following himself, but he has to say something along the way. A woman's heart is a needle, it is really elusive. And by this time, the 17th had woken up. He took the initiative to walk in front of Shen Mo and said, "Thank you for saving me just now." "No thanks, I said that it was completely incidental to rescue you just now." Shen Mo looked at number 17 and said lightly. "Then can we dine with you?" Number 17 asked with a smile again. In fact, the three of them have just been released by Dr. Gro, and now they have no purpose, do not know, where they should go. Originally, Dr. Gro created them to kill Monkey King, but he was ready to listen to the old thing's instructions. What I want to do now is to have fun. Enjoy life and feel nature. It doesn't matter, I didn't bring money anyway. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. After cultivating for a year, I didn't have time to make money at all, and that kind of thing was completely useless to my current self. This bag is on me. Number 17 smiled and said. With your current strength, isn't it simple to eat a bully meal? Then several people began to eat, and the artificial man number 18 sat opposite Silence, holding his cheeks with his hands, and looked at Silence like that. And number 16 belongs to pure robots, and naturally does not need to eat. Only number 17 and Silence ate happily. I said, number 18, you have to keep staring at me, can't it be that I have flowers on my face? Shen Mo put down the big ham in his hand and looked at number 18 and asked. No, I'm just very curious, why does a human being have such terrifying power? Number 18 did not avoid the silent gaze, but asked in a cold tone. She was really curious that the reason why they were so strong was because they were artificial humans. And it's understandable that a monster like Shuru can have such strength. But Shen Mo is just a scion, and his strength is 2 against the sky. Don't be too curious, don't you know that curiosity is the beginning of a woman's fall? The corner of Shen Mo's mouth smiled shallowly and said to number 18. From the front, number 18 is indeed very exquisite, yes, it is described as exquisite. Perfect facial features, with that cold temperament, is definitely a goddess-level existence. Especially those eyes still flashed with a playful look, which added a bit of cuteness to the coldness. Is it? You're pretty confident in your charm. Number 18 smiled rarely and said to Silence. It is undeniable that Silence is indeed handsome and very powerful, and it is definitely a very suitable candidate. But it's still a little too exaggerated to want to let yourself fall. Of course. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders and said confidently. For his current self, he is extremely confident. Handsome face, strong strength. This is the capital of self-confidence. Speaking of which, I'm also quite interested in your strength. Number 17 suddenly interjected. Get out! I'm not interested in men. Shen Mo scolded directly at number 17, and then began to eat. Are you interested in the 18th? The answer is yes. Number 18 is the absolute goddess of the Dragon Ball world, and it would be a lie to say that crossing the Dragon Ball world has no idea about number 18. As a normal male, it is naturally the same as most men. It's just that I don't like to be too active, and I don't like the practice of licking the dog. Some things will come to fruition slowly and naturally. For girls, boiling frogs in warm water is sometimes the best way. And at this time in the Celestial Temple, Vic, Tianjin Fan, Vegeta, and Trunks and others were there. Bike, about the Spirit Time House, you made it clear to them. The god looked at Vic and asked. Vic just schemed the old god and did not speak. Hey Vic, hurry up and get me into the Spirit Time House. Vegeta said coldly to Bike. Before Vic told himself that the Heavenly God Temple had a cultivation holy place called the Spirit Time House. Cultivating inside for a year is equivalent to a day outside. Now there are still 10 days left before the start of the world's first martial arts meeting held silently, and in these 10 days, he must cultivate desperately. Abominable! That bastard guy, I must beat him down with my own hands. Chapter 026. Why did you go first? Your attitude can be very unpleasant, you know? Vic looked at Vegeta and said very unpleasantly. Vegeta, this guy, that little strength, but always the kind of superiority that is high, that arrogance is annoying. By what? Just by me, Prince Vegeta, will definitely be able to defeat that bastard of silence. Vegeta clenched his fists and said very confidently. If he can cultivate in the spiritual time house for 2 years, no matter what kind of artificial human it is, or he is silent, he can beat them down. Cut, don't measure yourself. Vic snorted coldly, just with Vegeta's arrogant posture, it was impossible to be a silent opponent. He looked down too much on the enemy. Okay, you two stop arguing. At this time, the old god quickly came over and said to Vic and Vegeta. Vic, I have something else to tell you, let Vegeta in first. Vic has other ways to become stronger, perhaps more effective than cultivating in the Spirit Time House. Humph! I didn't expect that you old thing is quite sensible. Vegeta raised the corners of his mouth, smiled at the god and Bike, and then walked directly into the Spirit Time. There is still one person in the Spirit Time House, which of you wants to go in and cultivate with Vegeta? The god set his sights on Trunks and Kling, as he knew that Vic and Vegeta were not compatible. If the two of them were put into the Spirit Time room at the same time, I don't know if 2 people would come out at the same time in 2 days. I think I'd better forget it. Anyway, even if my strength is improved, it will not improve much. At this time, Klin scratched the back of his head, smiled awkwardly, and said. I am just an ordinary person on the earth. If you want to say the difference with others, it is estimated that you lack a nose. There are great limits to talent and bloodline, and it is difficult to improve after reaching the ceiling. So now even if he enters the Spirit Time House, he is just wasting a place, and there will not be much improvement at all. Moreover, it was 2 years of cultivation with that guy from Vegeta, and it was a little scary to think about. Me too, that kind of place may not be suitable for my cultivation. Tianjin Rice and Yamcha both shook their heads awkwardly at the same time. One is that they really don't want to cultivate in the Spirit Time House, and the other is that they don't want to cultivate with Vegeta either. Even if you want to cultivate, let's wait for Wukong to wake up before cultivating together. I'll see or I'll go. At this time, Trunks looked at everyone and stood up and said. By the way, he can also communicate with his father. Later, Trunks also walked into the Spirit Time House. Bike, come here. After Vegeta and Trunks entered the Spirit Time House, the god said to Bike. What's going on? Vic asked coldly. Vic, what do you think of that scion who is silent? Will he really destroy Earth? The old god asked with a serious face. Because he had asked silence before, he said that he would not do anything harmful to the Earth. Che, how do I know about this kind of thing? But I really didn't feel the same evil aura as Frisia and that monster from my body. Vic thought for a moment and said. But who is accurate about this kind of thing? Because some people are just good at disguise. Vic, actually. The two of us can be combined. And after combining, you will get great power. The old god said to Vic with a serious face. Originally, he didn't intend to tell Vic about it. But now the whole earth is facing the power of destruction, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If the earth is really destroyed, the god of the earth has an unshirkable responsibility. Together. Fit? Can it really produce great power? After hearing the words of the old god, Vic's eyes lit up. In fact, he is the same as Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and they are also very eager to become stronger. It's just that after they broke through the Super Saiyan, this idea seemed a little unrealistic. But from the heart, he never gave up surpassing the Monkey King. Indeed it is. But I have to make sure that silence really poses a threat to Earth so that I can merge with you. If silence is just talk, and there is no damage to the Earth, then there is no need to merge with Bike. Che, isn't it obvious now? Old stuff. Vic clenched his fists and said to the gods. If you really wait until the time when the Earth is destroyed, the fit will still have a fart use. At this time, Sun Wukong's body was recovering little by little after taking the special medicine. Everyone was working hard to cultivate, in order to meet the defense of the Earth in 10 days. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly passes and tips, thank you. Chapter 027. Time flies, and 10 days pass quickly. Silence, if all of Sun Wukong's people can't beat you, do you really plan to destroy the Earth? At this time, in the place where he fought with Shalo before, the ring of the world's first martial arts association had been set up. Cyborg number 18 looked at Shen Mo with a serious look and asked. The 18th is still a denim vest, with a hip-wrapped skirt and black stockings, which sets off the even figure even more attractively. In fact, in these 10 days, they visited a lot of clothing stores, but on the 18th, they did not pick up their favorite clothes. In the end, I could only choose the same style of the previous clothes. I haven't thought of this yet, I think it should, right? Shen Mo looked at number 18 and said lightly. Che, why are you destroying Earth? Number 17 also asked with a puzzled look. Looking at the silent appearance, he seems to like this Earth a lot. Because I thought, that's the reason. That's right, that's the reason. As long as I want, it deserves to be destroyed. This. Is that a reason? If you want to destroy the Earth, I will definitely stop you. At this time, the cyborg number 16, who had always been silent, said to Shen Mo with a serious face. Because he likes this Earth, the flowers and plants on the Earth, and the birds. So he wants to use his power to protect them. Is it? Of course, you can also challenge me, as long as you win, I will naturally not touch the Earth. Shen Mo smiled and said. The ultimate goal is to improve his combat experience, and the strength of Cyborg 16 is not as strong as Shailu. But everyone has their own fighting skills, so one more person to challenge themselves, you won't mind. Hey! And just between the conversations of several people, suddenly squeezed into a white streamer and flew towards this side. Soon Silence saw the person coming. Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Vic and others. Coming so early, it seems that they are also a little impatient. Looking at Sun Wukong and the others, Shen Mo said with a light smile. Their energy has undergone great changes, and it seems that in the past 10 days, they have practiced very hard. After analyzing the energy of Sun Wukong and the others, number 16 said lightly. In fact, he was created to kill Sun Wukong, but now Sun Wukong can contain silence and prevent him from destroying the earth. Therefore, his purpose can be temporarily delayed, and after he defeats Shen Mo, it is not too late to kill him himself. Yikes! Sun Wukong and the others soon fell in front of silence. Yo! See you again! Sun Wukong greeted Shen Mo with a smile, and there was no worry and fear in his eyes like Klin and the others. Instead, he looked at Shen Mo with an excited face. Because he knew from the mouths of Vic and Klin that the strength of this scion in front of him was very strong. That's why he's so excited. It seems that your strength has greatly improved, and it really did not disappoint me. Silently feeling the qi in Sun Wukong and Vegeta's bodies, he said. At this time, among them, Sun Wukong's qi should be the strongest, followed by Sun Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, and Bike. As for Tianjin Rice and Klin, although they have also improved, that improvement is not obvious. Humph! That's of course, you bastard made me so miserable last time, this time Prince Ben must beat you down. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the corners of his mouth raised, and said with a proud face. After 2 years of cultivation in the Spirit Time House, that painful cultivation has allowed him to break through the limits of Super Saiyan Cloth. Now I can definitely beat this bastard in front of me down. Oh? It seems that you are good scars and forgot the pain of Vegeta. Do you think you have improved your strength a little bit? You are my opponent? Shen Mo smiled coldly, and the disdain in that smile was not concealed in the slightest. The Vegeta in front of him is indeed stronger, but his strength is similar to that of the mountain road in the second form. It's still okay to deal with cyborg number 16, but in front of yourself, maybe you can do it even more than kindergarten children. Che, what a more abominable bastard than you! Vegeta looked at Monkey King and said. Hey? What's wrong with me again? Sun Wukong was a little speechless, he was lying on the gun. Next, let's first let you feel the power of Prince Ben beyond the Super Saiyan. Vegeta's arms shook and instantly transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan. With golden aura all around him, it was obvious that he had not yet reached his full power form. This bastard is defeated by me, you shouldn't have come at all, because I alone can end the fight. After Vegeta's voice fell, his body jumped to the top of the ring in an instant, and the corners of his mouth raised in a long arc, obviously very confident in his strength. Dad! Don't be careless! Trunks hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Dad hadn't seen the power of silence before, which is why she was so confident. His current strength is similar to him, but if he compares with Shen Mo, there is definitely a very big gap. Che, that guy Vegeta, it is estimated that he will be eliminated soon. Vic pouted and said. This guy can't tell the situation at all. Chapter 028. It just so happens that I can also see if the strength of that guy in silence is as strong as he said. Sun Wukong looked at Shen Mo with an excited look. To be honest, he has been in the Spirit Time House for 2 years, and he dares to say that his strength has now reached the limit of Super Saiyan. So for himself, Sun Wukong is still relatively confident. Son, I advise you to better not underestimate the enemy, although you may be strong now, but that guy's strength is definitely much stronger than imagined. Looking at Sun Wukong's eager expression, Vic turned his head and reminded. If Sun Wukong can't break through the limits of Super Saiyan, he can't be a silent opponent at all. Ah! I won't underestimate the enemy, but seeing you seriously, I'm even more excited. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, and the expression in his eyes was even more excited. Originally, he was looking forward to fighting the android, but at that time, because of a heart attack, he had no power to fight the artificial human. Now that his body has recovered and his strength is stronger, he is very eager to have an even opponent to fight him. Is this the real Saiyan? After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Trunks was stunned. Dad is like that, and he is very excited when there is a fight. The same is true of Uncle Son Goku, eager to take on stronger opponents. And at this moment, the battle above the ring has begun. You bastard, Prince Ben will beat you down now. After Vegeta's confident voice fell, his body suddenly flashed, and his body went directly to Shen Mo. The speed is very fast, definitely not comparable to the previous Vegeta. Klin, Tianjin Fan and the others did not see Vegeta's course of action at all. You're too slow, Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta, who was attacking towards him, he said silently and lightly. Then the body turned slightly sideways, dodging Vegeta's attack. Being evaded, abominable. Seeing that Silence dodged his attack, Vegeta frowned. He had just exerted all his strength, because his plan was to defeat Silence in an instant. I didn't expect to be avoided. Bastard. Hey! Vegeta gritted his teeth, and then launched a stormy attack on Silence. The arms instantly turned into countless shadows. However, although Vegeta's attack was unusually sharp, he was all silently dodged one by one. It seems that Vegeta's speed can't keep up with the Silence at all. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta's attack seriously, and it was indeed quite sharp. But silently coping, still easy. Dad. I'm about to lose. Trunks frowned and whispered. And in the ring, Silence already feels a little bored. It seems that you have not improved at all, Vegeta. In that case, this boring battle can be over. Then, he said lightly to Vegeta. Because he had fought with Vegeta before, his combat experience and skills were almost mastered by himself. Let's get carried away. I'm a Super Saiyan over the Super Saiyans now, don't try to win me. Vegeta clenched his fists, just when he wanted to attack this time. Phew! The silent body suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta. You are too weak. After speaking, a punch smashed into Vegeta's chest. Wow! Almost the moment the fist touched Vegeta's chest, Vegeta's pupils contracted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then the body shot out backwards like a cannonball out of the chamber. It smashed heavily into the mountain peak 100 jong away. Thundered. The mountain peak was instantly shaken into powder by the terrifying power. Dad. Trunks quickly flew over to check on Vegeta. Well. That's awesome. Sun Wukong said in surprise, although Vegeta's strength is not as strong as his own. But in the mental time, he also improved a lot in 2 years, but he didn't expect to be defeated by him with one punch, and it was almost a second kill gesture to solve Vegeta. This guy is really inscrutable. Vegeta was solved so quickly? Although I have long known how powerful Silence is, it is still unbelievable. Vic and Klin and the others all had heavy faces. Goku, although I really want to fight, it's just a waste of time for me to go up, so it seems that I have no chance to participate in this battle. Klin said with some embarrassment. If he has the strength of Vegeta, he may go up and challenge him. But I may have to carry 1% of the strength of the guitar, so challenging Silence is also a waste of everyone's time. Me too. This kind of fighting, I can hardly intervene. Tianjin Rice and Yamcha were also embarrassed to say. They can't keep up with this kind of battle at all. Heck! Then it's up to me to play. Sun Wukong smiled and said to everyone. Son, I think I should play first, so that you can have a little more time to study the Silence. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vic hurriedly said. Without Bike, there is no point at all. After Sun Wukong finished speaking to Bike, his body flashed and he jumped directly into the ring. Chapter 029. After Vic merged with the Celestial God, although his strength increased by leaps and bounds, far exceeding the strength of the early Saiyans. But there is still a big gap between him and Vegeta, since Vegeta is easily killed by Silence. Then even if Vic plays, it is estimated that the battle will end soon. I can't observe anything at all. Che is this looking down on me? Buick frowned, though a little unhappy. But it is true, even if he plays, it is estimated that he will soon be sent flying like Vegeta. That seems even more humiliating. Forget about bike, we can't get involved in a battle of this level at all. Clin looked at Vic, who looked unhappy, and asked. Gohan, did you see the speed of silence just now? Vic looked at Son Gohan, who had blonde hair and maintained his Super Saiyan form at all times, and asked. Because in addition to Sun Wukong, it is estimated that only Gohan has the strongest strength. I can see his movements clearly. Son Gohan nodded and said. Although Shenmo's speed was fast just now, he could still see his figure clearly. Of course, this should be that he did not take out all the speed, otherwise, it is estimated that he will not be able to see clearly. Whether the earth will be destroyed or not, all hope is pinned on your father and son. Vic said secretly in his heart. I didn't expect you to play so soon, Monkey King. Silently looked at Sun Wukong and spoke. Originally, he thought that Trunks or Bic would play next. A few of them are not your opponents, so I can only give it a try. Sun Wukong smiled lightly and said. After speaking, he bent his knees and formed his hands into claws one after the other, making a fighting stance. Then come on. Shen Mo beckoned to Sun Wukong. The Monkey King in front of him is indeed good, and he definitely has the power of complete body Shailu. Annoyed and want to fight with himself, he is still a little worse. Okay, then I'll attack. Phew. After Sun Wukong's voice fell, his body suddenly flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Shen Mo, and punched Shen Mo's face. It has to be said that Sun Wukong's attack speed is much faster than Vegeta. Let me test your power. Shen Mo's fist clenched tightly, and he punched directly at Sun Wukong. Boom! The moment the fists collided, the terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions. The hard ring cracked instantly. Oopsu! Sun Wukong's body quickly retreated, and at the same time as the sound of heavy footsteps sounded, clear footprints appeared in the ring. After taking dozens of steps back, Sun Wukong stabilized his figure. Well! What a strong force! Sun Wukong flicked his arm, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength in the punch just now, he could also feel that Shen Mo was the same as himself, not using his full strength. Come again! Sun Wukong clenched his numb fist and attacked towards Shen Mo again. Hey! The next moment, the bodies of the two instantly turned into two afterimages, constantly flashing in the ring. One by one, boom circles appeared above the ring, and deep pits constantly appeared on the ground of the ring. Boom! After another punch, the two separated their bodies and stood in two opposing corners of the ring. Well! So strong! The battle was so fierce just now. But the chi of the two of them did not have the slightest disorder at all. Clin and Yamcha said in surprise. That level of fighting turned out to be completely out of order. This shows that the two did not go all out at all. Not ready to show your full strength? Monkey King. Shen Mo smiled lightly and said to Sun Wukong. Aren't you the same? Sun Wukong also smiled. Although Shen Mo's strength is very strong, he definitely did not show all his strength. If I give all my strength, I'm afraid you'll feel hopeless. With all his strength, even if Sun Wukong becomes a Super Saiyan, the three can kill him casually. Not to mention his current form. I can't ask for it. Sun Wukong smiled, obviously wanting Shen Mo to show all his strength. Alright. Then I will take out 1% of the strength and let you feel it. After the silent voice fell, both fists suddenly clenched. A terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body. Ha! Then there was a roar, and the entire earth seemed to tremble violently at this moment. The ring was razed to the ground in an instant. Boom! The grass-green flame kept swirling around the silent body, making a rumbling sound. That chi completely filled the earth almost instantly. Shhhh. Sun Wukong frowned, smashed lightly, and a heavy look appeared in his eyes. This. Is it 1% of gas? Just kidding. If that's the case, then this guy is a monster. P.S. Dear readers, ask for a wave of data. Chapter 030. Forget it, although it is very strong, it is also a very happy thing for me to be able to fight with such a powerful opponent. That guy seems to be even more powerful than before. Vic and Clin and the others frowned and said in a low voice. You must know that 10 days ago, without that kind of angry blessing, his strength was definitely not as strong as it is now. Now 1% of the strength has reached this terrifying point. It seems that even Uncle Gaku, he can't be Mr. Silent's opponent. Can this earth really not be saved? Trunks supported Vegeta and said with some helplessness. Judging from the strength displayed by Silence so far, if he wants to destroy the earth, no one can stop it. Although you are very strong, I will never let you destroy the earth. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, and a resolute look appeared in his eyes. Very good, so confident, come and beat me. At the same time as the silent voice fell, the body suddenly burst out, and appeared in front of Sun Wukong almost instantly. Ugh! Punch out! Boom! The moment the low collision sound sounded, Sun Wukong was directly blasted by a punch. The distance between the body and the explosion was tens of meters, and it was obvious that he had reached the outside of the ring. Oops! Gaku is out of bounds. Clin quickly said worriedly. According to the rules of the world's first martial arts association, out of bounds was accidentally eliminated. In this way, the strongest of them, Gaku, is eliminated, and it is estimated that the defeat of this competition has been decided. Everyone looked nervous, and under this impact, it was difficult to stabilize the body. If it touches the ground, or anything outside the ring, it will be eliminated. The eyes of Sun Wukong, who was shot away, suddenly changed, and then his two fingers knotted his eyebrows, and his body suddenly disappeared. It's teleportation. Great, I actually forgot about teleportation to me. Clin knocked on his little bald head and said in surprise. Gaku can teleport, so it can't be understood by normal people's minds at all. Even if it has a lot of impact, Gaku can still perform teleportation. Not only Clin, but also Vic and Tianjin Fan and others were also surprised, and then overjoyed. Only Vegeta looked unhappy. This is where he is inferior to Kakarot. If he can also move instantly, he will not be eliminated so easily just now. Ugh! When Sun Wukong's body appeared again, he had already arrived behind Shen Mo, and a sweeping leg ran directly against Shen Mo's back. Swish! The sweeping leg directly tore the space, splitting the silent body in two. After image. Sun Wukong frowned, not expecting that his attack was actually dodged. Then Sun Wukong quickly turned his head, and saw that the silent body had reached 10 feet behind Sun Wukong. Folded his arms in front of Hun and looked at Sun Wukong with a playful face. Ah! You guy, it's really surprising. Sun Wukong looked at the silence and said seriously. You must know that you just cast teleportation, it can be said that the attack just now was simply unexpected. But Shen Mo seemed to have realized his intentions a long time ago, and actually dodged it in advance. This guy's strength is a little too elusive. Actually, I know you better. You are the Monkey King. If you are defeated by me like this, then you will disappoint me too much. Shen Mo said in a flat tone. He naturally also knew about Sun Wukong's teleportation, so the attack just now was simply impossible to get Sun Wukong out. Well, since even you said so, then it seems that I have to go all out. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled, and then his arms shook, and he opened a fight. Ha! Then with a roar, golden aura instantly surged from the soles of his feet, and then surrounded his body. Obviously, at this moment, Sun Wukong's chi has been greatly improved. That's all my power, silence. Sun Wukong's eyes straightened, and he clenched his fist and said to Shen Mo. All out? It seems that there is only a little desire to fight now. Silently looked at Sun Wukong at this time, surrounded by golden arrogance. Now the strength of Sun Wukong should be infinitely close to Super Saiyan 2, it only takes an opportunity to completely break through. So, I attacked. The moment Sun Wukong's voice fell, his toes touched the ground, and the ground exploded directly, and his body had already appeared in front of Silent. A hooked fist smashed heavily on Silent's chin. Boom! A very strong punch directly knocked Shen Mo's body into the air. Phew! In the next second, Sun Wukong once again cast an instant movement, appeared above Silent's head, clenched his fists, used all the strength of his body, and smashed down. Boom! Thundered. The Silent body fell like a meteorite, and when it hit the ring exploded, and the rubble shot out in all directions like bullets, and the dust billowed up. Well! So strong, the strength of that guy from Goku has actually increased to this level. Being defeated? Dad's attack speed just now was so fast that I didn't even see it clearly. But damn, when did that bastard Kakarot become so powerful? On the side, Klin, Bike, Son Gohan, and Vegeta were all very surprised. Because they didn't even know that Sun Wukong had become so strong. P.S. Dear readers, all kinds of requests. Chapter 031. Boom! Sun Wukong aimed his hands at the ring, and the golden energy ball in his palm slammed down on the place of the explosion like he didn't want money. Thundered. The ground continued to explode, and soon the entire ring disappeared without a trace. And a huge sinkhole appeared in the ground. 2. Great, Uncle Goku's attack worked. Trunks said excitedly. In the terrifying energy explosion just now, even if the silence is strong, it feels impossible to be intact. As long as he is injured, then it is unexpectedly that the gap between them is not insurmountable. Hey! I hope so. Vic is not as big as Trunks, and the silence is definitely not what they can imagine. And all the while, they didn't see the full power of silence. Whew! At this time, after an energy attack of nearly a minute, Sun Wukong began to gasp. Obviously, although this attack is very destructive, it also consumes energy very quickly. At this time, the ground was still full of fire, and the billowing smoke had not dissipated. This guy's chi seems to have weakened. Did the attack work? Sun Wukong looked at the explosion below and said to himself. He definitely used his strongest attack just now, and even if he couldn't deal with him, it would be a bit bad. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the smoke dissipated little by little. A huge sinkhole appeared on the ground, and it was pitch black inside. At this time, there was no silent figure in sight. What? What the silent people are gone. Everyone looked at the giant pit incredulously, except for the black and burnt marks, there was no figure at all. 2. When exactly did it disappear? Vegeta and Son Gohan were both frowning, a little unbelievable. Because they simply did not have silence when exactly they escaped. Cut, it's really a little difficult to deal with. Sun Wukong also frowned. Even he didn't find out when the silence disappeared. Then everyone quickly raised their heads and suddenly found that silence appeared above Sun Wukong's head. Watch out for Goku. Then he quickly opened his mouth to remind him. It's just that the voice of the reminder has not finished speaking, and the silent clenched fists have already fallen on the top of Sun Wukong's head. Boom! Thundered. The giant pit below expanded again, and Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and climbed up with difficulty. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His previous attack had no effect on Shen Mo, and he had only suffered a blow and was already injured. Is this the gap between the two of them? It's really not ordinary. Just now, because I swooped down, I couldn't use it on Earth, but now, I can only give it a go. Thinking about it, Sun Wukong suddenly closed his palms and pinched out a calyx-shaped, and then the blue energy of fear condensed from his palm. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. Ha! With a low roar, the energy wave of energy was instantly pushed out by Sun Wukong. Blasted straight towards silence. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave? Is this your strongest attack? Shen Mo's eyes narrowed, and then he directly took it with one hand. Although the bonus of the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave is powerful, in his own eyes, it is still only so. After all, the gap between Sun Wukong and himself is too big. That guy is too big. You actually want to take over your father's Turtle Pi Qigong Wave with one hand? Sun Gohan said with some surprise. You must know that even if Dad's strength is not as strong as him, the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave has a bonus. Ordinary people simply do not dare to be so big. Perhaps he has the ability, Vic said in a heavy tone. And at this moment, the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave quickly made contact with the silent palm. At the moment of contact, something's body retreated slightly, and then the energy wave was easily picked up. Although I have long realized that I will be next, this guy is acting too casually, right? Sun Wukong muttered in surprise. Hey! Then with another force, the Qigong wave instantly doubled. But it still did not have any effect on silence, even if it was backwards. Monkey King, although you are a little stronger than Vegeta, you are still too weak. The battle is a little boring, so you better eliminate it. After the silent words fell, a touch of grass-green energy suddenly condensed in the palm, instantly devouring Sun Wukong's Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Then blasted towards Sun Wukong. The energy ball contained terrifying power, and Sun Wukong's face changed drastically. If you are hit by this level of energy ball, then you will only have one ending, that is, to be completely killed. Of course, Shen Mo did not leave his hand at all, because in the original Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong was also killed by his own son in the Shalo chapter. It's the same now to be killed by yourself. Flash away, son. Goku. Dad. Everyone alerted Sun Wukong in panic. That energy ball contained the breath of death, and if it was hit, even Sun Wukong would be able to escape death. It's just that it's so simple to escape, he still has to maintain the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, and there is no way to cast teleportation. I can only watch my Qigong Waves being devoured. Death is getting closer to himself little by little. Chapter 032. End. Finished. Watching the grass-green energy ball dilate rapidly in his pupils, Sun Wukong muttered. There is no way to dodge at all now, and if you are hit by that level of energy ball, you are definitely fierce. Thundered. Soon, the energy ball swallowed Sun Wukong, and then a huge explosion occurred. Dad. Goku. Kakarot. Son Gohan, Vegeta and the others all looked at the explosion in disbelief. Because Sun Wukong's chi completely disappeared at the moment of explosion. Son Gohan wanted to rush up and fight with silence, but was pulled by Bike. Don't impulse Gohan, now the battle is not over, Goku is not necessarily dead. If even Goku is killed, the result will be the same in your past now. Sun Wukong is dead, and no one will be a silent opponent. But... damn, I won't let him go. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, tears welling up in his eyes. Goku. Klin and Tianjin Fan naturally thought that Sun Wukong had been killed. In the terrifying energy ball explosion just now, there was no chance of survival at all. Abominable. Kakarot should have been killed by me Vegeta, and only by me. Vegeta's facial features were distorted, obviously very angry. Thundered. And at this moment, the entire ground suddenly shook. Then, with the explosion point just now as the center of the circle, cracks like spider webs spread out in all directions. Gas. It's Goku's gas. Suddenly, Klin exclaimed excitedly. Because at the moment of the vibration, he clearly felt Goku's chi, and Goku's chi changed a lot. That's right, I also feel it, it's really dead, he's not dead. Sun Gohan also said to everyone excitedly. This breath is really all too familiar. Che, Kakarot, this bastard, always likes to do this kind of thing. Vegeta pouted, but his face stretched a little. If Kakarot is killed, that guy will destroy the earth, and then he will be killed himself. So although I hate Kakarot, I don't want him to lose the game. What's more, Kakarot can only die at his own hands. Not dead? And the chi increased so much in an instant. It seems that this guy should thank me. Shen Mo was also a little surprised, because he felt that the attack just now was enough to kill Sun Wukong. Now it is clear that not only was he not killed, but he also found an opportunity in the explosion just now, and seemed to have broken through. What a blessing in disguise! The dust on the ground dissipated little by little, and then Sun Wukong's body appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, Sun Wukong looked quite embarrassed, his martial arts clothes were tattered, and his face also had scars of varying degrees. Blood flows from the wound. However, at this time, Sun Wukong's eyes were very firm. You are indeed very strong, just now I thought I was going to be killed. Sun Wukong's eyes radiated essence and said to silence. Indeed, at that moment just now, he was enveloped by the breath of death. But fortunately, he resisted, and it seems that he has broken through the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. You really can. Monkey King. I wasn't killed just now, but I was blessed with misfortune. Shen Mo smiled shallowly and said. The reason why he wanted to kill Sun Wukong just now was because he felt that he was very tired of this battle. Because even if he didn't enter the angry form, it was very easy to kill Sun Wukong. So if such a battle continues, it will no longer be able to fight the effect you want. But now, it seems that it can be played for a while again. Ah! That's right, I did break through to a higher level, which is the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised, and he said very deterringly, but Shen Mo and Sun Wuhan and others heard it very clearly. What? What is Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan? Klin and Tianjin Fan and the others were confused. They knew about the Super Saiyan, but they didn't know what it meant to be a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, what are the bastards of Kakarot kidding? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, feeling like his teeth were about to be crushed. Could it be that there is a more powerful transformation above the Super Saiyan? That would be so interesting, then let me see your power beyond the Super Saiyan. As soon as Shen Mo's fist was clenched, his breath instantly erupted from his body. Ah! I also expect my current strength. Ha! After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he suddenly roared, and almost at the same time, the giant pit around his body doubled. Rubble is all over the sky, dust is flying. Whoops! Suddenly, blue lightning that squirmed like a small snake appeared around Sun Wukong's body. The dust seemed to spread out in all directions in a circle. The crackling lightning became denser and denser. And the arrogance around Sun Wukong's body was even more turbulent and rattled. Most importantly, his eyes were more firm and clear at this time, and his golden hair stood on end. Only a pinch of bangs dancing in front of the eyebrows. Obviously, at this time, the Monkey King has become Super Saiyan 2. P.S. Ask for a wave of data, flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly passes, and tips, thank you all. Chapter 033. What kind of chi is this? It's huge. Vic was frightened by the anger after Sun Wukong's sudden transformation, and his face turned green. This breath has never been as huge as ever. Maybe this time Goku can really defeat Shen Mo. These two bastards, there should be a limit to getting carried away. Vegeta's face became even more ugly. Both of them were ordinary Saiyans, and they actually left themselves, the most noble Saiyan prince, behind. Damn it! Absolutely unforgivable. Okay, silence, then the battle will officially begin. The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth raised, and he suddenly spoke. There is now a huge force in his body, and this power is definitely not comparable to the full power form. Come on! Let me see the power of your Super Saiyan 2. Shen Mo smiled and beckoned to Sun Wukong. After feeling the power in Sun Wukong's body, Shen Mo was also a little excited. You must know that your current self also has Saiyan blood flowing in his body, so that kind of belligerent desire is no weaker than Sun Wukong. Phew! Sun Wukong's body suddenly flashed away and disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Shen Mo and swept over towards Shen Mo. Ugh! Sun Wukong's legs directly split Shen Mo's body in two. After image. It seems to be expected. The silent body appeared behind Sun Wukong at some point, and his fist smashed towards Sun Wukong. Ugh! However, the ending is the same as before, it also penetrates Sun Wukong's body, and it is obviously also an afterimage. The speed of the Monkey King, who turned into Super Saiyan 2, can completely keep up with the silence. Hey! The bodies of the two kept flickering, like two black lines, constantly staggering. In less than a minute, the two had already broken hundreds of moves, but none of them caused obvious damage. Hey! The two bodies separated, and the ring had disappeared at this time. And this kind of arena is now useless. It seems that Super Saiyan 2's strength is indeed very strong. If you don't use the angry form, you can't solve the Monkey King in a short time. Shen Mo silently calculated in his heart. But this is the best, the battle with the Monkey King can keep his normal strength at the strength of Super Saiyan 2. The stronger the normal strength, then when you turn into an angry form or even a Super Saiyan in the future, your strength will definitely be stronger. Hey, hey, come again! The corners of Sun Wukong's mouth suddenly raised, and his body burst out after smiling at Shen Mo. It disappeared almost instantly. Come and come! Shen Mo was also very excited, and his body suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Bang bang! Boom circles keep appearing in the sky, and almost every time the boom circle sounds, the ground will tremble violently. What a strong confrontation! Every time those two guys touched each other, it felt like the whole earth was shaking. Vic said with some envy. Originally, he thought that after fusing the heavenly god, his strength should be closer to that of Sun Wukong. But I didn't expect this guy to leave himself far behind. To be honest, he also has to be strong, and this feeling makes him very uncomfortable. Gohan, can you see Goku and Silence's speed now? Klin asked with some curiosity. Because at this time, all of them could no longer keep up with the battle speed of the two of them. Well, it's reluctant. But it's okay now. Son Gohan nodded and said. Of course, very fast. What? What they? I can't see the battle between those two bastards at all, but that imp can actually see it. What are you kidding? Wasn't it an accident that besides Kakarot and that bastard, even this imp surpassed me? Vegeta's face became like pig's liver, very ugly. He was a noble Saiyan prince, and being surpassed by those two inferior Saiyans had made him very uncomfortable. Now even that little devil of the Kakarot family has surpassed himself, what an abominable! The fight went on and the two had been fighting for almost an hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task, signing in the ring of the world's first martial arts association for 1 hour, reward, unlimited teleportation. At this moment, the electronic synthesis tone of the system suddenly sounded in my mind. Check-in task completed. Hearing the sound of the system, Silence suddenly became excited. Unlimited teleportation, which is really useful for yourself. And at the moment when Silent was distracted, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and smashed a punch on Silent's face. Boom! Sun Wukong's current strength is very strong, and he directly knocked Shen Mo out. Cut! It was really unpleasant to be hit. Now that the check-in task has been completed, then The battle should be over. Shen Mo licked the corner of his mouth and said coldly. The reason why he held the world's first martial arts meeting is twofold. One is to be able to improve their normal combat effectiveness in battle. This goal has now been achieved, and his current normality, combat effectiveness has surpassed the super second grandson Wukong. If you continue to fight with him, there is no way to increase your combat effectiveness. Second, in order to complete the system's check-in task, the task reward has now been claimed. So, it's time to end this battle. P.S. Dear readers, there are still hundreds of flowers left to break through 10,000. Can the big brothers with flowers in their hands help me break through 10,000 flowers? Chapter 034. Great, Silent was hit head-on by Goku. Tianjin Fan and the others said with an excited look. From the beginning of the battle until now, Goku has not substantially hit Silence. But the punch just now was solid. It seems that after Goku's strength has increased, he can finally fight with silent and indistinguishable uncles. Nope. Just when everyone was excited, Son Gohan shook his head with a heavy face. Then he continued, the reason why Dad hit Silence was because he was distracted just now. If it weren't for the distraction, Dad wouldn't have been able to hit the Silence at all. What? Really, Gohan? Vic also asked with some disbelief. Yes. Although I don't want to admit it, there is still a gap between Dad and Silence. Son Gohan frowned and said to everyone. The situation is indeed not optimistic, but it is the current situation. Dad wants to win, and it is estimated that it is very difficult. Everyone who was originally in excitement, after hearing Son Gohan's words, raised their eyebrows. If it is really as Gohan said, then the situation is indeed not optimistic. Son Wukong, you are indeed very strong, but now that I have lost interest in playing, this game will end immediately. Silence said to Son Wukong. Is it? It seems that you are full of confidence and will definitely be able to surpass me. Son Wukong smiled and said to something. Silence's strength may be above himself. If you want to defeat yourself, it is definitely not so easy. Look at the way you don't believe it, then I'll let you see my true strength. The corners of Shenmo's mouth raised, and then his face straightened, and his fists clenched tightly. Ha! Along with the angry drink, a terrifying grass-green aura instantly erupted from the body. The black hair stood tall, swaying in the wind, and the muscles on the body were stronger, and the whole person seemed to be burly. The whole body was surrounded by the color of gold and grass-green, and the whole person's chi changed drastically in an instant. That guy has finally transformed. Trunks looked at the Silence at this time and said in horror. That's right, Silence became like this, and then killed Chiru in an instant. He is now in this form again, that is, from now on he is ready to be serious. But... damn, this chi far surpasses Sun, and I'm afraid Sun won't be able to hold on at this moment. Vic said in a very solemn voice. Is it really that powerful? Son Gohan said to himself stunned. Che, this guy didn't plan to go all out from the beginning. What a difficult opponent. After feeling the vast cosmic aura of Silence, cool brows locked tightly. Originally, he thought that after surpassing the Super Saiyan, the gap between himself and Shen Mo should not be large. But now it seems that there is still an insurmountable gap between them. It's over, Monkey King. Silence suddenly spoke seriously. Almost the moment the voice fell, the silent body had disappeared. So fast. Sun Wukong was so shocked that he didn't have time to react at all, because the speed of Silence was too amazing. I couldn't see him at all. Boom! With a muffled sound. In the next second, the picture froze, and the silent figure appeared in everyone's sight again. It's just that at this time, the silent right fist has disappeared into Sun Wukong's lower abdomen, and Sun Wukong's pupils are constricted, obviously suffering great pain. Ugh! Then Sun Wukong directly became the norm and fell to his knees all of a sudden. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The same scion, why is the gap in strength between them so big? That guy has not yet become a super scion, and he actually lost his combat effectiveness in an instant. Lose. Lost? Gaku was defeated. Everyone had an incredibly dark face, and Gaku was in their hearts, which was a god of warlike existence. As long as he is there, all difficulties will be overcome. There has never been an enemy that he can't defeat, but he didn't expect to lose so badly today, and he solved Gaku with just one punch. It seems that the earth to be destroyed, Vic said in disappointment. When he fused with the gods, he promised him that he would enter him well to protect this earth. But now, I don't have that ability at all. Kakarot, this bastard, actually lost? It's a shame. Vegeta clenched his teeth, unusually angry. For Sun Wukong, he has a special feeling, and his expectations are also particularly high. Now that he has surpassed the Super Saiyan, it is really difficult to accept that he still loses. It seems that none of you can defeat me, in that case. Shenmo's gaze swept over everyone's faces, and he said in a cold tone. Then the palm was raised high, and a grass-green energy ball condensed from the palm. Everyone's faces changed wildly in an instant, because that energy ball contained an aura of destruction, which was enough to destroy the earth. Chapter 035. I won't let him destroy Earth. Since Dad has already lost, then it's up to me to deal with him. Son Gohan's eyes were firm, staring at Shen Mo and said. This Earth must not be destroyed, and if Dad falls, it is up to him to protect it. Phew. Son Gohan's body jumped up and appeared in the ring. Gohan is right, we can't rely on Gaku all the time. Although Klin was afraid of death and was also afraid in his heart, he still jumped into the ring without hesitation. Then Tianjin Rice, Vic Chen, Trunks. Finally, both the 16th and 17th appeared in the ring. Yo! Is such a big battle here to stop me? Shen Mo looked at everyone, smiled and asked. These guys seem to regard themselves as enemies like this. Silence, can you not destroy the earth? These days with you, I feel that you are not a bad person like us. Number 17 looked at the silence and said very seriously. After getting along with silence for 10 days, although it is not too long, I can't say that I understand silence like this. But at least, he didn't feel like a bad person. Yes, silence, I love nature and animals, please don't destroy it. Number 16 also spoke. Because he knew that with their strength, they could not stop the silence at all, so they could only dissuade him from destroying the earth. It's okay if I don't destroy Earth, unless you can defeat me, or come out with something that excites me. Shen Mo said with a smile. To be honest, I don't even know what can make my heart move. When the strength reaches this level, there is no shortage of money at all. As for strength, they can't help the Lord improve himself. So, the Z-Warrior and the 16th and 17th are distressed. How will they know what can make the silence heart? Hey, so be it. I do your woman, how? Just when everyone was at a loss, they didn't know how to answer silently. Suddenly, number 18, who had not spoken or stood in line, smiled shallowly and said to silence. Look at it like a joke. But under the eyes, there is a very sincere look. After hearing the words of the cyborg number 18, everyone looked at number 18 in shock, it was unbelievable. Cyborg number 18, who was said to be a heinous crime and murderous by Trunks, actually took himself into it in order to save the Earth? This. What the hell is going on? At the same time as the shock, everyone was confused and did not know what the situation was. Only number 17 looked at number 18 and smiled, as if he knew what she was thinking. What did you say? Silent tilted his head, as if he hadn't heard no 18's words clearly, or maybe he was also unbelievable. Don't destroy the earth, I'll be your woman. Number 18 was not shy at all, but said very generously. In fact, there is nothing to be shy about, because in these 10 days, I have already identified this man. Of course, the most important thing is that this man saved his life and that of number 17, and he is a man who can be trusted for life. This. What the hell is going on here? Everyone continued to be shocked, unable to figure out what was going on. Hey! Future brother-in-law, what are you still hesitating? If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. At this time, number 17 suddenly pushed and said to the silence. Will he say yes? Hopefully. He will say yes. Vic and Sun Gohan and the others muttered. If he agrees, everything will stop. The crisis of the earth will also be resolved. But if you don't agree, a vicious battle is inevitable, and what is even more frightening is that none of them are silent opponents. Shen Mo looked at number 18 and smiled shallowly. If you say you don't want to get the 18th, it's definitely a lie. And he actually never thought about really destroying the earth from the beginning. Just need a chance to improve and complete tasks. Now his purpose has been accomplished, and the 18th has given himself a very good step. Are you sure? Don't push yourself too hard. Silently looked at number 18 and asked again. This is not child's play. I want to determine whether the 18th likes himself or really sacrifices himself for the sake of the earth. Cut, you are a big man, you want me to take more initiative. Number 18 pouted, looked at Shen Mo with some anger, and complained. I have said it so clearly now, and I can't all let myself be a woman's initiative. Oh. The battle consumption with Sun Wukong just now seems to be a bit large. It seems that you should go and eat something to replenish it. Shen Mo looked at everyone, and after speaking, his body flashed directly, and he instantly appeared in front of number 18, grabbing No 18's slender little man's waist. The two disappeared in front of everyone. This is? He gave up destroying Earth. It seems so. Well. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as I expected. After the silence left, everyone woke up like a dream and muttered. Chapter 036. Dad, how are you feeling? Sun Wuhan quickly ran to Sun Wukong's side, helped Sun Wukong up, and asked worriedly. I was busy fighting silence just now, so I didn't have time to pay attention to my father. Ah. It's okay. This guy's fist is really not ordinary hard. Sun Wukong covered his lower abdomen and forced a wry smile. The punch just now was like instantly throwing his soul out of his body, which was quite painful. However, apparently he did not make a death hand, otherwise, it is estimated that the punch could kill him. It's okay, I didn't expect you to become so powerful, you are not that guy's opponent, it seems that our cultivation is far from enough. Vic looked at Sun Wukong and said with heavy eyes. They couldn't participate in the battle just now, and the gap in strength was too big. It seems that it is necessary to cultivate well, and the next time I meet such a strong opponent, I hope they can also participate in the battle. This feeling of being an audience is really unpleasant. Well, no, Mr. Silence just doesn't destroy the earth for the time being, and if he regrets it at that time, it will be very troublesome. Trunks said seriously to everyone. This kind of thing has to be prevented, because they don't understand the silent person. Until now, they have not figured out whether silence is friend or foe. That bastard, Prince Vegeta, must defeat him. The anger on Vegeta's face made his facial features completely distorted. Abominable. It is clear that his strength has become so much stronger, but he was still defeated by one blow. This kind of blow is very, very fatal for himself. And Kakarot, that bastard, what a Super Saiyan who surpasses the Super Saiyan, originally thought that his strength surpassed him, and now it seems that there is still a big difference between him and that bastard. Phew! Vegeta clenched his teeth tightly and suddenly flew out. This place, he didn't want to stay longer for a second. Dad! Trunks was afraid that Vegeta would not be able to figure it out if he was hit, so he quickly opened his mouth and shouted, and he was about to catch up. Don't chase Trunks, just let Vegeta calm down alone for a while, he really suffered a big blow this time. Sun Wukong suddenly stopped Trunks and said. Anyway, Trunks is just scolding when he chases after him now. The guy almost lost to silence in humiliation, and then saw himself become Super Saiyan 2. With Vegeta's character, it must be particularly angry now. Now he can only figure it out for himself. Okay, let's go and practice separately. That guy, it's really exciting. Sun Wukong looked at everyone, and then said a little obsessed. Although I lost the battle just now, I have to say that the battle just now was indeed very enjoyable. I'm really looking forward to the next fight with that guy. Sun, the next time we meet, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Vic looked at Sun Wukong and asked. Well, who knows? But I can sense that that guy doesn't really want to destroy Earth. Maybe he just wants to fight us, or maybe he has other purposes. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Is that really the case? Father. After hearing Sun Wukong's words, Sun Gohan, Klin, and the others all looked at Sun Wukong and asked in surprise. I'm just guessing, but that guy is also a Saiyan, and he should like fighting as much as I do with Vegeta. Sun Wukong shrugged. This kind of thing is just his own feeling. As for whether Shen Mo had such an idea, he naturally couldn't be sure. I really hope it's as you say, but even so, our cultivation can't stop. Even if he is not our enemy, it is estimated that we will encounter an even stronger enemy in the future. Vic said to Sun Wukong. The dangers of this world are almost uninterrupted, so on this road of cultivation, it must not be stopped. Well, what you said is very bike, our cultivation really can't stop. Hehe, I'm really looking forward to the next battle with that guy. Sun Wukong suddenly smiled, and Shen Mo was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. Cut, you Saiyans, I really don't understand what is going on in your heads. Klin pouted and said to Sun Wukong. They can't hide from the opponents who are still so dangerous in battle, and it's crazy that Goku can still be so excited. Okay, let's go back. Looking forward to our next meeting. After Vic finished speaking, he jumped directly and disappeared in place. In the past 10 days, he has not been to the spiritual time house, and now he can go to it to cultivate for 2 years after going back, so his strength should improve greatly. Then, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan returned to Bun Mountain, and Klin continued to go to the Turtle Immortal House of the Turtle Immortals. At this time, Shen Mo was shopping with number 18. Silence, are you definitely carrying me a little burden? Number 18 suddenly asked. Why do you think that? Shen Mo looked at the playful number 18 and asked rhetorically. To be honest, carrying the 18th does not feel that it is a burden, but there will be a lot of fun. P.S. Sorry, there was a bit of a delay today, I will definitely make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 037. A Woman's Intuition. Number 18 ruffled his blonde hair and said with a charming smile. All right. Then I'll tell you, I definitely don't feel like you're burdened, you know. Silence, why do all women trust their instincts? Even the cold goddess of number 18 is no exception. Then you accompany me to buy clothes, I will believe you. Number 18 suddenly held his cheek and said to Shen Mo with a sly face. Shen Mo looked at No 18's triumphant look, and spoke, buy clothes, and engage in so many twists and turns. Let's go. Let's go get our clothes. After silently speaking, he directly grabbed the jade hand of number 18, and the two walked into an unlucky clothing store. And just like that, a month passed quickly. During this time, Shen Mo did not practice much, and almost always wandered around with number 18. Women. Isn't it a good bite? The 18th is no exception. It's just that in this month's time, No 18's temperament has completely changed. It was a metamorphosis from a girl to a woman. As for why there was such a metamorphosis, Probably only Shen Mo and the two of them on the 18th knew. Ding! The system publishes a check-in task. Ask the host to go to the Realm King God realm to sign in. The check-in time is 10 minutes, and the system reward, destruction energy. Just when Shen Mo was shopping with number 18, the electronic synthesis of the system suddenly sounded from his mind. Silence was suddenly stunned. Realm King God realm check-in? Rewarding destruction energy? You must know that the destructive energy is the exclusive energy of the Supreme God Destruction God, which is claimed to be able to destroy everything in the world. This kind of thing is a very, very precious thing for yourself, and it can completely save your life. Since the system has released the task, it seems that he must go to the Realm King God realm. And this time the check-in time is exceptionally short, only 10 minutes. What's wrong? Seeing that something was wrong with the silence, number 18 on the side asked. It's okay, I may have to go somewhere else, do you want to go with me? Shen Mo looked at number 18 with a solemn look and asked. Although she is her own woman, if she does not want to go, he can let her be on earth. Of course, that's still a question. Number 18 ruffled his hair, pouted and said, marry a chicken with a chicken and a dog with a dog, I will go wherever you go. Good. Shen Mo touched No 18's head and smiled. Then the bodies of the two suddenly disappeared, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived in a strange place. This place is quite similar to the Earth, the same green mountains and water, and the environment seems to be higher. The surrounding energy is even more intense, but the entire planet is empty, and you can't feel any breath. What is this place? Why is there no one? Number 18 asked after looking around. This is the Realm King God realm. Silent looked around and replied. I still can't feel the divine chi of those guys in the Realm King God, so I can't find their exact location. But forget it, their own purpose is not theirs. As long as you sign in the Realm King God realm for 10 minutes, you can get the reward. Divine Realm. Hey? Is this the Divine Realm? It feels the same as Earth. Number 18 squinted his eyes and said with some disgust. I thought the Divine Realm would be a good place. That's it. Hey! And at this moment, suddenly two figures appeared in front of Sun Wukong and number 18. One is a boy with a white punk head, and the other is a serious strong man with a red national character face. The two people are silent and familiar. The young man is the Eastern Realm King Goddessin, and the strong man is Asin's bodyguard Jebet. Hey! Who are you two? Why does it appear in the Divine Realm? Before the Realm King Goddessin could speak, Jebet loudly questioned Silence and number 18. Cut, that ugly tone is really unpleasant. Number 18 whispered to Silence. Silence did not speak. Jebet is just a guard. Who are you two? Seeing that the two in front of him did not answer Jebet's words, the Realm King God Ashen asked. You don't care who I am, I'll just stay here for 10 minutes. Shen Mo looked at the Realm King God Axon and said. The strength of this world is respected, the so-called gods, there is no need to promise them. Moreover, coming to the God realm is also their own ability, not their helper. Cut, proud fellow, coming to the God realm is still such an arrogant attitude. Lord Realm King God, allow me to send the two of them out of here. Jebet said with an angry face. How could it be reasonable for a human being to dare to disrespect the King God of the realm? Well, don't hurt them. Realm King Goddessin nodded. After receiving the promise of the Realm King God Axon, Jebet suddenly flashed out of his body and grabbed towards Shen Mo. Cut, idiot who doesn't measure himself. Shen Mo pouted, and after scolding, his body burst out. Phew! Boom! In the next second, Silence's right knee hit Jebet's lower abdomen heavily. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Jebet's mouth, and his pupils contracted tightly. Obviously very painful. Jebet! Realm King Goddessin looked at this scene with some shock, and couldn't believe that Jebet was actually instantaneous. Chapter 038. A painful moan came out of Jebet's throat, and he was about to lean back. It's not that he wants to go backwards, but his body can't support it. Shen Mo grabbed Jebet's collar and said coldly, "You kind of trash, don't try to challenge me. This is the first time, if there is a next time, I will not hesitate to kill you, understand?" Hearing the silent words, Jebet was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and his forehead instantly sweated coldly. Because the tone of the person in front of him was full of murderous aura, and his eyes were cold, he completely believed that he would be killed. Even if he is the bodyguard of the Realm King God. "This gentleman, please don't hurt Jebet." At this time, the Realm King God Axon quickly spoke. Even Jebet was killed in an instant, and he was definitely not his opponent either. Although I don't know what this guy is calling when he comes to the God Realm, it is certain that this guy is definitely not easy to mess with. Hearing the words of the Realm King God, Shen Mo casually flicked his hand and threw Jebet right at the feet of the Realm King God. Then he said, "I will stay here for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, I will naturally leave, but if you want to trouble me, the consequences are definitely not something you can bear. If they really dare to embarrass themselves, they will not hesitate to kill them. As for Beerus, the god of destruction, if you die, you will die. Moreover, there is also an old Realm King God who is sealed in Excalibur, so even if the Eastern Realm King God is killed, Beerus is estimated to be fine." Hug. "I'm sorry." Eastern Realm King God Axon quickly nodded. He is indeed afraid of death, and he is very afraid of death. So in front of him, he had to compromise. Then Silence stopped looking at the two. His purpose was to stay here for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, even if they begged to let themselves come down, they would not stay. Then the Realm King Goddessin left with the Jebet God. Although outsiders are not allowed to enter and exit the God Realm, with that guy's strength, he can't get him out at all. So now you can only feel free and let them stay. As long as it doesn't provoke him, it looks like the guy won't hurt himself and Jebet. "Lord Realm King God, did you really let that guy stay? This is the sacred realm." Jebet covered his stomach and said unwillingly. "This feeling is really quite uncomfortable. No way, the two of us are not his opponents even if we join forces. Maybe he will really be killed by then." Realm King God Axon frowned and said, "I don't want to die, so now I can only turn a blind eye." 10 minutes passed almost in a flash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in the Realm King God realm for 10 minutes, completing the check-in task, reward, destruction energy. The electronic synth of the system sounded very punctually. Although he had long known that the system would not lie to himself, after hearing that voice, Silence was still very excited. From now on, even opponents who are stronger than themselves will be able to kill them themselves. Because the destruction energy is your current whole card. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Shen Mo looked at number 18, who was sitting on the stone with a bored face with his chin on his chin, and said, "Hey? What are you engaged in?" Number 18 looked at the Silence with some doubt. "Did you come here just to beat people?" "Haha. Almost. Let's go back and take you something delicious." Shen Mo took No 18's hand and smiled, and then the bodies of the two suddenly disappeared in the Realm King God realm. "Lord Realm King God, I found out, that guy just now is a scion, but he recently appeared on the earth, and almost destroyed the earth." "Realm King God realm," Jebet said to Realm King Goddessin. He learned these news from the great Realm King. It is estimated that he also got the news from the King of the Northern Realm. "Scion? Is it the violent nation that prides itself on fighting nation?" The Realm King God frowned and asked. "Yes. But haven't the fighting nations been exterminated by Frisia? I had heard about it when Frisia destroyed planet Vegeta, but because those guys were also specifically attacking other people's planets." The behavior was very bad, so I didn't pay attention to it at all. Some scions survived. There are now 3 scions on Earth, one named Monkey King, the other named Vegeta, and the other is the guy just now. Silent. Jebbet explained seriously. So it is, I see. The Eastern Realm King God nodded and fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, a violent scion had the power to surpass God. It's unbelievable. And he seems to have the ability to teleport similar to Jebbet, and can travel anywhere at will. This is not a good thing for the universe as a whole. And that guy seems to be very manic. P.S. Ask for a wave of data, thank you all. Chapter 039. 3 years passed quickly. In these 3 years, the Earth has also encountered other enemies. The cosmic thug Bojack and his men. But Son Goku has been able to become Super Saiyan 2, and Son Gohan has also reached the full power form of Super Saiyan, and even Vegeta's strength has almost reached the level of Son Gohan under the stimulation of Son Goku and silence. So they come to Earth to look for trouble, completely looking for abuse. In the past 3 years, Shen Mo has also been cultivating desperately, but the system has never appeared again. So the daily work is to accompany the 18th to go shopping, and then practice cultivation. His current basic combat strength is initially estimated to be able to reach the level of the Super 3 Sun Wukong. Of course, for their own combat effectiveness, they do not have a relatively clear positioning now. Because the multiplier bonus of the angry form is not very certain. Most importantly, I haven't met an opponent who makes me feel indiscriminate now. Therefore, there is no way to accurately assess your own strength. Silence, which planet are we going to play on today? In his family's large villa, number 18 looked at Silent and asked. In these 3 years, I have not been bored at all. Because Silence was able to teleport, they went to many planets in 3 years. I want to think Silent rubbed his chin and rang. And just as he was silently thinking, the electronic synthesis tone of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for going to the 6th Universe Destruction God Realm for the check-in mission. The check-in time is half an hour, and the reward, perfect and free extreme skill. The moment he heard the electronic synthesis, his silent body suddenly trembled. It's been 3 years. I've been waiting for this voice for 3 years. Perfect and free, that kind of temptation is simply irresistible for me. You must know that in Dragon Ball Super, the Monkey King, who originally added the Super Blue to the 20-fold Realm King Fist, is not Jillian's opponent. But after Sun Wukong inadvertently comprehended the Freedom Extreme skill, his strength was already able to crush Jillian. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of Jillian, it would be easy to defeat Jillian. This is enough to show the power of perfect self-improvement. Let's go to the 6th universe today. Shen Mo suddenly smiled and said. In the 6th universe, I have to go. The temptation of perfect and free extreme skill, I can't resist it. What? What is the 6th universe? Is it also a planet? Number 18 is a little puzzled, he has never heard of the 6th universe at all. Alright. After thinking silently, on the 18th, he did not know the existence of the 6th universe at all, so he opened his mouth and explained, this space-time is composed of a total of 12 universes, our universe is the 7th universe, and adjacent to us is the 6th universe. So we're going to the 6th universe this time to have fun. Although I don't know what the 6th universe is like, but I'm quite curious, then let's go. After thinking about it, number 18 suddenly said with a smile. It's all about going to play anyway, it's the same everywhere. Well, good. Let's go now. Silence is already a little impatient. With his current strength, if he added the Freedom Extreme skill, even the god of destruction Beerus would definitely not be his opponent. However, he does not know much about the specific location of the 6th universe, and it seems that he needs to ask the Realm King Goddessin. After simply packing up, Taking some capsules, and packing some clothes and food, the two set off. After all, as can be seen from the anime, the food of the sixth universe must be particularly difficult to swallow. So for this piece of food, you also need to bring some yourself. Phew! Almost instantly, silence appeared in the realm King God realm. You! Why are you here again? Realm King God Axon looked at Shen Mo with some horror and asked. Since learning about this guy's origin and his approach, he has a certain fear of this guy. How? It seems that you are not very welcome to me. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth raised, and he said with a smile. Poor. No, so what is the purpose of your visit this time? The Realm King God asked again. As for Jebet, the look of anger on the side is very funny. Don't be so inhibited, I'm here to ask you about a place. Shen Mo said lightly. Inquire about the place? Where? Sixth universe, you know. In the Dragon Ball Super manga, the goddessin is aware of the existence of the god of destruction. And also know the destruction gods of the sixth universe, Elephant Pa and the angel Bardos. It's just that in the anime, it doesn't seem to be recognized. So I just came to see for myself, knowing the best, and it doesn't matter if I don't know. I'll definitely be able to find it anyway. Section. The sixth universe? How would you know about the sixth universe? Realm King God Axon was instantly surprised. Because this kind of thing only the king god of the realm has the right to know, although his strength is very powerful, he is only a human being after all. How do you know about the existence of the sixth universe? Looks like you know. Looking at the expression of the realm King God Axon, he obviously knew it. In this way, it would be good, and I would save myself a lot of time. Chapter 040. Realm King God Axon just wanted to refuse, after all, it was related to other universes, no matter what the purpose of silence was, this was not a good thing. But when he saw Shen Mo's gaze, he could only compromise and say, I do know. The location of the sixth universe is. Realm King God Axon said for a while, and clearly told Shen Mo the location of the sixth universe. But the distance between the universe and the universe is not just distance, even if you are told, you can't go. Realm King God Axon said to silence. Because there is some kind of mysterious space between the universes, that kind of space is not where spaceship things can go. It is necessary to use the skills of God, such as Jebet's teleportation. You don't have to worry about this. Silence said to the Realm King God Axon, and then turned to leave. I've mastered Jebet's teleportation. That kind of ability can even go to the Temple of All Kings, let alone an ordinary other universe. After watching Shen Mo leave, the Realm King God Axon said, Alas, I hope this guy doesn't cause trouble in the sixth universe. The destructive god of the sixth universe, like Panna, is a careful destroyer. At that time, if he is revenge on the seventh universe because of silence and recklessness, it will be a little troublesome. You must know that the ability to destroy gods can destroy a planet at will. Humph. It would be best if he was killed by the god of destruction in the sixth universe. Such a guy, staying in the seventh universe is also a scourge. Only then did Jebet speak. Although he said justice, he also contained some personal emotions. After all, last time I was killed by that guy in seconds, and my heart was on fire. Silence, shall we go to the sixth universe now? In the sky, number 18 and Silence were wrapped in a grass-green energy shield, and number 18 looked at Silence and asked. We have almost played the seventh universe, now we can go to the sixth universe to play. Shen Mo smiled and said. If it's not fun, see how I fix you. Number 18 said to the Silence with a false threat. Okay, got it. Shen Mo had to smile helplessly and said. Then Silence and the body of the 18th disappeared into space. By the time the two reappeared, they had arrived on a strange planet. It looks green and green, the environment is very good, and the architectural style is also very advanced. More prosperous than Zidu. What is this place? It's beautiful. Number 18 looked around and said with some obsession. The environment in front of me is indeed very comfortable. It's a beautiful planet indeed. Silent nodded, also very much in agreement. Because the planet in front of him is definitely something he has never seen before in the 7th universe. Toot toot. Alert, there are cosmic thieves breaking in. At this time, in a huge luxurious conference room on this planet, 2 figures appeared on the huge screen. These 2 are the 2 of Silence and number 18. And the room was constantly resounding with mechanical sounds. Those 2 guys. Doesn't it look like a cosmic thief? The qualified middle-aged man in the room spoke. No one knows the appearance of the cosmic thief. Since our planet Parnik has been targeted, it must be strictly defended. For the foreign intruders during this time, it is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Another middle-aged man said coldly. In special times, special treatment must be given and special measures must be adopted. I agree. I agree too. Everyone else in the room agreed. For the safety of the entire planet Parnik, what's wrong with killing 2 cosmic people? Even if they are innocent, it doesn't matter. In this world, people are dying every day, and they don't care about the 2 of them. It seems that my plan has passed, then activate the escort and kill those 2 intruders. The middle-aged man looked at the Silence and number 18 on the screen with cold eyes, and ordered. There seems to be an energy barrier. Number 18 looked at the mid-air and said to the Silence. There is indeed a barrier that seems to protect their city. Silent nodded. It seems that the technology of the 6th universe is quite developed. Anyway, with the technology of the Earth, there is currently no way to do this. Let's go. This barrier does nothing for us. Shen Mo smiled, and just when he wanted to break through the energy protection shield and enter, there was suddenly a continuous sound of breaking the void. Hey! Several fighters instantly appeared in front of Silence and the 18th. People outside, listen, leave planet Parnik immediately within a minute, otherwise we will take an erasure plan against you. A serious shout came from the fighter, and then the fighters' weapons were aimed at Silence and the 18th. Cut, it's really disheartening. Seeing the sudden appearance of a roadblocker, number 18 frowned, and then a ball of energy burst out from his fingertips, and then exploded instantly. Several fighters in front of them were instantly shaken off and lost control. But 18 didn't kill them, just forced them back. Okay, let's go. There is no need to be angry. Shen Mo smiled, grabbed No 18's hand, and his body disappeared again in a flash. Chapter 041. How? What's going on? That woman actually shot down all our fighters in an instant? In the huge room just now, all the parliamentarians were stunned. That woman who looked extremely weak actually easily destroyed the fighter they had been preparing for so long in an instant. Could it be? Are they really cosmic thieves? It seems that they have arrived on the planet. Now pass on the order, the 2 of them are wanted worldwide, and kill them as soon as they are discovered. The middle-aged burly man said indifferently to everyone. If they had hesitated before, now they definitely don't, because those 2 people have threatened the safety of planet Panic. Yes. Everyone nodded, and then immediately carried out the order, and Silence and number 18 completely became the most wanted criminals on this planet. Half an hour later, Silence and the 18th appeared in a very developed city. It feels like the people here are so strange, and they all see us like they are very afraid of us. Number 18 looked at the pedestrians on the street with a puzzled look and said. Because they saw themselves and Silence, as if they saw the plague, they wanted to hide as far away as possible. Maybe we're already wanted. Silence said calmly. The technology on this planet is very advanced, and it is very simple to find the 2 of them on the entire planet. Maybe the various characteristics of the 2 of them have long been seen by everyone. Buzz. And at this moment, the silence and the hum of the helicopter suddenly sounded above the head of the 18th. Che, are you following again? What an annoying bunch of bugs. Number 18 Willow's eyebrows frowned and said with some impatience. Originally, I just saw that the environment of this planet was relatively beautiful, so I wanted to come to travel, but I didn't expect them to be so troublesome. Leave it to me. Silence said to number 18, and then a sharp light burst out of his eyes. The fists clenched tightly, and more than a dozen terrifying auras erupted from the body. Directly shot towards the fighter like an off-string arrow. The enemy has attacked, pay attention to dodge. The sound changed to fall, and there was a roar in the sky. Explosive explosion. Thundered. Soon, various metal fragments fell to the ground. Whew! The whole world suddenly calmed down. Shen Mo withdrew his breath and said with a sigh of relief. These annoying little bugs, if they don't teach them a lesson, they won't remember long. If they come back next time, they will be a killer. At this time, in the previous conference room, a dozen parliamentarians had a look of horror on their faces. What kind of monster was this, which actually destroyed their fighter in an instant just with that grass-green chi? It was too terrifying, and the power of their technology could not cope with him at all. Toot toot! At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded on the big screen. Alert! A large number of aliens have gathered outside the planet at this time, and according to data analysis, it should be cosmic thieves. The sound of machinery sounded. What? They really are a gang, and it seems that those two are just leaders. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed even more, and he clenched his fists tightly. Activate the first-level defense system, and you must not let thieves in. At this time, in the sky above the planet Parnik, there were black-pressed cosmic people. Like a very neat army. Target, planet Parnik, attack. The leader of the army gave an order, and the army like a dark cloud instantly attacked the planet Parnik. Soon, the cosmic rogues and the Parnik planetary guardians are fighting together. It is clear that the cosmic thieves are prepared, and their combat power and technology are on the planet Parnik. In just 10 minutes, the Parnik planet guardian had been defeated, and the energy shield had completely disappeared. Apparently, the planet will soon fall. Abominable. I want to have a good vacation and be interrupted one after another, which is really infuriating. Looking at the battle that broke out in the sky, Shen Mo said a little angrily. Let's go. Let's go and join in the fun. Silence could only say to number 18. 18 nodded, and then the two jumped and appeared directly in the atmosphere of the planet. The battle continues, of course, but now it's just a mortal resistance from the Parnik Guard. Hey, who are you? Do you know you're bothering me? Silence suddenly said to those cosmic thieves. What? The cosmic people led by him were suddenly stunned, wondering if they had heard it wrong. How could someone say such a stupid thing? Disappear in front of me in a minute while I can still restrain my anger, or I will erase you from this world. Shen Mo's eyes narrowed, and a cold light appeared, and he said to the cosmic people. He is not the kind of person who kills decisively, but he will not feel any guilt for killing this kind of guy. Humph. It seems that he is a fool who actually said such dream words. The cosmic man suddenly snorted softly, and looked at the silence with some sympathy. I haven't heard this kind of stupid talk for a long time. Since. Do things for Lord Frost yourself. Chapter 042. Alright. It seems that you are a little obsessed. In this case, I have to send you to hell. That place may be more suitable for you. Shen Mo suddenly smiled evilly and said to the leader of the universe thieves. That smile made the thief on the other side suddenly feel a chill in his back, as if he was startled by something, which made people inexplicably afraid. But it can't be. This guy in front of him doesn't look like a powerful person. Che, stupid who can only talk big, let me send you to hell. The thief leader suddenly flashed his body and rushed directly towards Shen Mo. Lord Frost gave them a time limit, and if they did not complete the mission to attack the planet Parnik within the time limit, they would be punished after returning. It's really out of your own strength. Die! Shen Mo's eyes suddenly became sharp. Then a punch was directly thrown out of thin air, and the entire space was distorted at that moment. The grass-green energy wave was like a roaring dragon, instantly piercing the team of cosmic thieves. Explosive explosion. After a few moments, I could only see the blue smoke in the sky. There is no one in front of you. What? What just happened? What the hell is going on? All the Parnik guards looked confused, completely confused about what was happening. How come in the moment when the green light flashes, all the thieves disappear in an instant? Although it is not known what happened, the cosmic thieves seem to have been eliminated. 2. That's great. Our planet has been saved, it's fantastic. After a brief shock, everyone began to revel. The man they thought was a thief just now actually helped them solve the cosmic thief in an instant. It seems that they are good people and not accomplices of the cosmic thieves. Cosmic thieves. Solved? In the conference room of Noda, after a moment of silence, someone finally spoke out in surprise. Great, it seems that we need to thank the alien just now. That's right, we attacked them just now, and now we really should thank them. Everyone began to talk about it, and their faces still had the joy of the rest of their lives after the disaster. Don't you forget, that guy also sank several of our fighters, and they appeared on our planet with their front foot, and the cosmic thieves followed with their hind foot. Isn't it suspicious? The middle-aged man suddenly said coldly to everyone. Hearing the words of the big man, everyone's expressions became solemn again. He was right, because the time gap between them coming here was so short. Although it was said just now that he killed the cosmic thief, it does not mean that he is not a cosmic thief. Find a way to contact Captain Frost and Captain Gabe. Now this situation must be notified to Captain Frost. He is the captain of the peacekeeping force of the universe. And at this time in the sky, a huge spaceship stopped there. Lord Frost, all the people we just sent to the planet Panic have been killed. A cosmic man said to Frost, who was sitting on the throne. And Frost on the throne shook the red wine glass in his hand, and his eyes shot an icy gaze. Oh! But according to our previous understanding, Planet Panic doesn't seem to have much combat power. I was a little surprised that they were able to kill all the elite troops I sent. Although Frost said this, there was no pity at all for those so-called elite troops. Anyway, in the end, their fate was just to be killed by themselves when they suppressed it. Yes, Lord Frost, the combat power and scientific and technological power of the planet Parnik are indeed weak. What disrupted our plan this time does not seem to be from planet Parnik, and it seems that he is not from planet Parnik, and his combat effectiveness seems to be very strong. The cosmic man just now continued to answer. Really? It's really surprising that someone in the universe dares to go against us. Frost's palm suddenly forced, and the red wine glass in his hand shattered in response, and the red wine remained on the ground like blood. This kind of person must not let him exist. Lord Frost, I just received a distress call from the planet Parnik. At this moment, the information officer suddenly turned his head and looked at Frost and asked. Really? Let's go, it seems that we also need to suppress the cosmic thief. The corner of Frost's mouth raised a long arc, and a gloomy light came out of the red pupils. At this moment, he wants to kill. This feeling of being disrupted by someone is really unpleasant, and it must be vented. Yes, Lord Frost. The informant nodded, and the spaceship instantly cut through the void. Alas, the good mood has been cleaned, it's really unpleasant. Number 18 said with some annoyance. I finally came across a place I liked, and so many things happened. The good mood was interrupted. Silence is naturally the same. It seems that there will soon be another object to vent. Shen Mo suddenly spoke. Because he felt a few relatively strong breaths and came towards this planet. If he guessed correctly, it should be the Frisia of the sixth universe. That is, the ambassador of peace of the sixth universe, Frost. Chapter 043. Half an hour later, those breaths were getting closer and closer. Hey! Almost at the same time, two spaceships appeared in front of Silent at the same time. Squeak! The door of the spaceship was opened, and dozens of astronauts walked out of the spacecraft. The strength is also not bad, it should be hundreds of thousands of combat strength. Squeak! The door of another spaceship was also opened, and a familiar figure walked out. Scions of the sixth universe, Gabe. Sir, that guy from Gabe is here too. It seems that the planet Parnik not only asked us for help, but also Gabe. The cosmic man whispered to Frost. You know, their purpose and Gabe's purpose are completely different. Those guys are purely protecting the planet Parnik, but their purpose is different. Che, annoying guy, many times hindered me from suppressing the planet. If this time there is a chance, find a way to erase him. Frost said in a gloomy tone. These self-proclaimed righteous guys hate them the most. Long time no see, Captain Frost. The moment Gabe saw Frost, he greeted him warmly. Captain Frost is his idol, and the contributions he has made to the universe over the years are almost unknown. And he has won the Ambassador of Space Peace Award 3 times. He once aspired to be like Captain Frost. Well, I really haven't seen you in a long time, Gabe. By the way, I should call you Captain Gabe now. I heard that Captain Lianzhuo was injured, so let you take his place. Is he okay? Frost spoke mildly and very gentlemanly. In fact, he didn't know that Lianzhuo guy was just as annoying as Gabe, so he abandoned him. Thank you Captain Frost for your concern, although Captain Lianzhuo has no cultivation, his life is saved. That bastard who sneaked up on Captain Lianzhuo, I must find him and avenge the captain. Gabe clenched his fists and said firmly. Then, I wish you an early finding of him. Frost still spoke in a gentle tone, and said with a natural expression. Hey! And at this moment, several fighters suddenly rose. Then several middle-aged people walked out of the fighter. Captain Frost, Captain Gabe welcomes you, I am Mose, the spokesman of the planet Parnik. The middle-aged man at the head respectfully said to Frost and Gabe. These two people are celebrities in the entire universe, and it is their luck to be able to meet them today. Chief Mose, you said before that there were cosmic thieves. Gabe looked around, it seemed that there were no cosmic thieves. Those guys are coming in droves. He had previously carried out a mission on a nearby planet, which is why he was able to reach the planet Parnik in such a fast time. Oh yes, what about the cosmic rogues? Frost also asked knowingly. The two of them. They are the accomplices of the cosmic rogues. Mose suddenly pointed to Silence and number 18 and said. Are you sure? Looking at that Mose, Shen Mo suddenly asked in an icy tone. Although he didn't want to protect them just now, he could be considered to have saved the planet. How stupid is this bastard? Chief Mose, are you sure they are? Gabe asked as well. These two guys, although they are different from them, but they feel that they do not seem to be cosmic thieves. When? Of course, he knocked out a lot of our fighters, I'm sure. Mose hesitated slightly, then nodded directly. Anyway, Captain Frost and Captain Gabe are there, and they are not afraid of him. If that's the case, then erase him. Captain Gabe. Frost looked at Gabe and said. Anyway, he can be considered to have offended himself, let Gabe deal with him first, it is best if they both lose, and when the time comes, he will directly erase the two of them. Then he collected the planet Parnik and sold it at a high price. It's a three-pronged thing. Captain Frost, I always feel that the two of them are not like cosmic thieves. Gabe frowned, looked at the Silence, then at Frost, and said. Because this guy feels a little familiar. Chief Mose has said it, there will be no mistake. Frost said with a light smile. Frost, I think you know best what is going on with the cosmic rogue. You want Gabe and me to lose both and reap the benefits of the fisherman, don't you? Shen Mo suddenly smiled coldly and said to Frost. You? What do you mean? Captain Frost, what does he mean when he said you understand what is going on with the cosmic rogue? Gabe asked with some doubt. Captain Gabe, do you believe such words of the cosmic rogue? He just wants to sow discord. Frost shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed look. But I still looked at the silence more. This guy seems to know his own business. In this way, I can't tolerate him even more. P.S. Ask for all kinds of data, thank you all. Chapter 044. Well, sorry Captain Frost, I shouldn't have doubted you. Gabe steadied his gaze and looked at the silence. Although my intuition told me that this guy should not be bad, I trusted Captain Frost even more. After all, Captain Frost knows better himself, and he has helped countless planets and humans rebuild their homes. And won 3 times the Space Peace Prize. With this fact in front of him, he should not have any doubts. Cut, UIQ, I'm really anxious for you. Looking at Gabe's firm gaze, he shook his head silently and sympathetically. It seems that it is not only those humans in the 7th universe who are ignorant and are being played by Satan. The IQ of the whole universe in the 6th universe is lower, and a Frost can play with them. Attack! Gabe gave a direct order, and rushed to the front. Then 4 or 5 scions behind him also rushed over. A bunch of ignorant fools. A look of disgust appeared in Shen Mo's eyes. Although Gabe is very kind, this stupid kindness makes Silence even more disliked. Then silently clenched his fists, and his body disappeared in place like teleportation. Bang bang! Several muffled collisions sounded, and Gabe and several other scions were seen flying directly upside down. Only Gabe was still able to hold on to the volley, and the others fell down like dumplings. Wow! So strong! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Gabe's mouth, and his hands were only holding his stomach, looking painful. What? What the? That guy's strength turned out to be so strong? Defeated Gabe in an instant? Frost was startled and looked at the silence again. This guy's speed is so fast that he can't see clearly. No wonder they were able to erase their own elite troops. However, he can also defeat Gabe in an instant, although he needs to turn into the ultimate form. Captain Gabe is so vulnerable. Mose and the others were a little panicked. Captain Gabe is the elite of the Scions, and he is a first-class strong person in the entire universe. Unexpectedly, the moment he was beaten like this, he lost his combat effectiveness. The strength of this alien in front of him is too terrifying. Sorry Captain Frost, that guy is strong and may need your shot. Gabe looked at Frost with an embarrassed look and said. Don't care about Captain Gabe, that guy is indeed a bit strong. Don't worry, leave it to me. Frost smiled shallowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It is good that Gabe was defeated, and now he has completely lost his combat effectiveness. As long as he solves the guy with some strength, Gabe will also be killed by himself. Frost, you're dead. Shen Mo suddenly said coldly to Frost. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, the silent body suddenly disappeared. Everyone in the group did not see the silent movement, even Frost. Not a single afterimage was captured. Burst. In the next second, Frost's body suddenly exploded and turned into a roaring firework. And the silent body only appeared in everyone's sight at this time, maintaining the action of punching. No. No way. Captain Frost was actually beaten by. It's not true. Gabe and everyone was in disbelief. Frost's strength is ridiculously strong, and he has other combat forms. The battle has not yet begun, but it ended like this? Shen Mo withdrew his fist and blew with a look of disdain. This kind of garbage, I don't want to fight him at all. Instant flash kill. This is his best destination. Captain Frost is dead, Captain Frost is dead. The henchman who followed Frost muttered soullessly. For a moment, my mind was completely empty. Run! I don't know who behind me suddenly said, and then got into the spacecraft at the fastest speed. Silent grabbed Frost's henchman. This guy still has a little effect. Buzz. A humming sound sounded, and the spacecraft directly started and flew out towards space. Stay! Silent flicked his fingers, a beam of energy shot out from his fingertips, and the spacecraft instantly exploded into powder. Everyone's hearts trembled again. Fear instantly spread from the bottom of my heart. This guy is not only powerful, but also ruthless. In a matter of minutes, Captain Frost and important members of the peacekeeping force were almost completely destroyed. You! Why did you kill Captain Frost? Gabe frowned tightly, and asked in a heavy tone to Silence. Although scared, this guy killed Frost, which is a huge loss for the entire universe. I kill only by mood, and I never need a reason. Shen Mo glanced at it and said coldly. You! Gabe looked furious, but he couldn't avenge Captain Frost. Well, you seem to know Frost very well, now tell you about Frost's so-called glorious deeds of safeguarding world peace over the years. If you dare to hide anything, you should know the end. Silent let go of the cosmic man in his hand and ordered. Yes. It's an adult, I must not lie to you. The cosmic man turned pale with fright, and quickly nodded and said. Chapter 045. Half an hour later, the cosmic people explained everything to Silence and Gabe. How Frost first sent the so-called cosmic thieves to attack other people's planets, and then how he acted as a cosmic peace ambassador to lead them as a peacekeeping force to eliminate the cosmic thieves. Almost every time the cosmic thieves are cleared, almost all of the inhabitants of this planet are killed. Then sell the planet at a low price and make a huge profit. Unbelievable, Frost would be this kind of person. Gabe clenched his fists tightly, his face very ugly. I have always regarded him as my idol. If this hadn't come from Frost's henchman, he wouldn't have believed it at all. But what he said was very clear, reasonable, and made him have to believe it. Great! My lord, I have given it all, please spare me. I will definitely not be on the cushion from now on. Frost's henchman begged for mercy with a look of fear on his face. Let's go. Shen Mo smiled and nodded. Then the man's body jumped up, apparently he was able to survive in space. It's just that at the moment he just jumped, a purple energy shot out from his silent fingertips, instantly piercing his body. Then the body turned into a little purple light and disappeared. You! Didn't you just promise him not to kill him? Gabe looked at the Silence and asked with a solemn expression. Che, extremely naive, do you think he will really be rehabilitated from now on? Shen Mo's somewhat disgusted gaze schemed Gabe and said. This guy is also a little too naive. Let's go. It's really unpleasant that a good mood is ruined. Silent grabbed No 18's hand and prepared to leave here. No matter how good the scenery is, I don't want to continue to see it now, so I still have a business to do in a hurry. You were really handsome just now. Number 18 smiled sweetly at the Silence. Men, not only to be good old people, sometimes to show the domineering of men. For example, just now, that guy named Frost should have been killed. I've always been handsome and I've never been surpassed. Shen Mo also smiled and said narcissistically. Joking with number 18, the mood is a little good. Wait a minute. You shot down our fighter before. Seeing that the Silence was leaving, that Mo suddenly spoke, obviously wanting to stay silent. Hearing that voice, Shen Mo's eyebrows raised slightly. Chief Mos, you won't expect him to pay for your fighter at this time, will you? Gabe was stupidly crying by this guy. I'm really not afraid of death. This IQ, how did you become the leader of a planet? Shen Mo turned around, with a faint smile on his face, and said in a calm tone, "If you don't speak, I almost forgot what you wronged me just now." The silent voice fell, and the energy ball shot out from the fingertip, instantly piercing Mo's eyebrows. For such a damn guy, he doesn't have any mercy for himself. Do any of you have any opinions? After easily killing Mo's, Shen Mo looked at the others coldly and asked. Mo's, who was the first to speak, has already ended up like this, and now they dare not say anything even if they are angry. Because if you say more, the end will be like Mo's. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had no opinion, he silently put his arm around No 18's small man's waist, and his body instantly disappeared in front of Gabe and the others. Who the hell is he? There is such a strong strength. Gabe watched as he left silently and said to himself. Of course, in addition to strength, he actually knew the details of Frost, and he was so clear. The next time we meet, I really want to have a good chat with him. And at this time, in the 6th universe of the Destruction God realm, the God of Destruction was eating delicacy in large gulps, and his body was seriously out of shape at this time. Lord Elephant Paw Bardos, who was in charge of assisting the elephant on the side, suddenly spoke. What's going on? Xiongpa did not look at Bardos, but only answered perfunctorily. This guy, she always has to interrupt every time she enjoys a good meal, it's so annoying. Lord Xiongpa, come and take a look. Bardos called again faintly. What Bardos, didn't you see me eating? Don't bother me with anything important. Xiongpa said with some annoyance. Bardos, this guy, bothering himself with a little thing, is really annoying. Lord Xiongpa, there is a human from another universe who has entered the 6th universe. Bardos said to Elephant Paw. What? Guys from other universes enter the 6th universe. Xiongpa's face changed slightly. This matter is actually not a big thing. But you don't need to figure out what that guy is about. And he seems to have the same destructive energy as you. Bardos spoke again. This time, Bardos's words exploded in Xiongpa's heart like thunder on the ground. Poof! The food in his mouth spewed directly out of his mouth, like Pa's eyes were as wide as 2 large walnuts. What? What's what? You say that a human being has mastered the power of destruction? Elephant Paw stammered and asked as he stammered at Bardos. P.S. Dear readers, big brothers, don't have money for flower evaluation votes, vote for some for the author of Xiaopa Street. Chapter 046. Yes, Lord Elephant Paw, that human seems to have come from the 7th universe. Bardos looked at the black gem on the staff in his hand and continued to say to the elephant. At this time, in the black gem, what appeared was the picture of silent killing of Frost. I'll see. Xiongpa quickly put down the food in his hand and ran to Bardos's side. Burst. Frost was instantly killed, and another cosmic person was instantly turned into a purple point of light by a purple energy beam, and then disappeared. That's right, it's really destructive energy. A human being who has mastered the skills of God, absolutely unforgivable. Xiongpa clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes surged with monstrous killing intent. If this guy was a person from the 6th universe, even if he was angry, he would definitely not be as angry as he is now. Beerus's bastard 7th universe person actually killed people in his own universe, and on this basis, it is absolutely unforgivable. Moreover, it also mastered the destructive energy, which was definitely a blasphemy against the god of destruction. So he had to die. Bardos, lock in his position, and we'll go right away. This damn human being, absolutely can't stay. Xiongpa said to Bardos seriously. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos nodded, and then the camera in the gem turned and switched to silence and number 18. At this time, the two were leisurely shopping. They have now reached a planet called Samad. Bardos said to the silence. Planet Sarmit? Doesn't seem to have heard of it. Forget it, how far away is that planet? Elephant Pamo pressed his chin and asked. It's about 15 minutes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos said in a calm tone. 15 minutes? It's a bit far, but that guy has to be completely erased, and we'll go now, Bardos. Elephant Pa said coldly to Bardos. I haven't taken something so seriously for a long time. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos nodded, and then the staff in his hand lightly tapped the ground, and the white streamer instantly rose from the ground, wrapped the two in it, and quickly disappeared. At this time, on the planet Samed, the two of them ate and strolled with a leisurely face. Silence, didn't we come to this place for a purpose? Number 18 suddenly asked. He felt that there should be other things besides bringing himself to play when he came here silently. Because he seems to have been thinking about things for the past 2 days. In fact, there is another thing, I want to challenge the strongest god in this time and space. Silence said half-truthfully to number 18. In fact, his main purpose is to sign in at the Temple of Destruction, and then the system can reward the Freedom Extreme skill. If you want to destroy the Divine Realm, then the battle with Xiongpa is definitely inevitable. It just so happens that he can also use the powerful power of Xiangpana to see if he can break through the Super Saiyan form. Once you break through the Super Saiyan form, and then add Destruction Energy and Perfect Freedom Extreme skill, you can definitely easily defeat Xiongpa. You're going to fight the strongest god? Are you sure? After hearing the silent words, number 18 said with some concern. Although I don't know who the opponent that Silent wants to challenge is, a god with the strongest in the universe, that is definitely an extraordinary existence. Don't worry. Even if I can't beat him, it's not dangerous. Shen Mo gently stroked No 18's hair and said softly. He has mastered the destructive energy and unlimited teleportation, so if he can't beat the destruction god Elephant Pa and wants to escape, there is no problem. That's good. You have to promise me that you can't put yourself in danger under any circumstances, you know. Number 18 said very solemnly to the Silence. I don't know when I got used to letting Silence accompany me. Sometimes I also think that if I don't have him to accompany me, I will be very curved. Well, don't worry, I won't. Looking at No 18's watery eyes, he nodded silently. You must become stronger, but you will never put yourself in too dangerous a situation. Well, there doesn't seem to be much fun on this planet, where are we going now? Seeing that Shen Mo agreed, number 18 said a little playfully. In 3 years, No 18's cold personality has also changed subtly. Of course, this change is only relative to the silence of one person, and cold as ice to others. Then let's go find out. Silence is also not familiar with this planet, so the fun place, of course, is slowly found. If you can find an opponent with the same strength as yourself, you may be able to help you improve your strength. After the strength is improved, he may be able to fight with the destruction god Elephant Pa. And just as the Silence and the 18th were about to leave, a brilliant halo suddenly appeared in the sky in front of them. In that halo, 2 familiar figures appeared. The destruction god of the 6th universe like Pa, and the angel Bardos. Chapter 047. Who is that? Number 18 suddenly turned his head, looked at the 2 in the brilliant halo, and asked suspiciously. A bloated, purple skin, completely hairless cat in appearance, with a tail butt behind him that is half short. And the woman beside him is a sharp contrast, with a well-proportioned figure, dignified appearance, and light blue skin that is more exotic, definitely a goddess-level existence. It was his outfit that seemed to be a little unappreciative. Like Pa and Bardos. How did they find me? Shen Mo frowned, and a somewhat solemn look appeared in his eyes. But think about it, Bardos is an angel, she is very powerful, and she killed Frost before. He also used destructive energy, and it was normal to be discovered. After the soldiers came to cover the water, it was a big deal to fight with Xiongpa, and he really couldn't wait to use him to improve his strength. Humph! But I found it, and I wasted 15 minutes of time. Xiongpa's eyes flashed coldly, and he said in a low voice. Then the halo around them disappeared, and the bodies of the two fell to the ground. Tap-da-da. Xiongpa walked towards the silence step by step. It seems that you seem to know that I am here for you. Xiongpa looked silent and said coldly. Of course, I killed people in your universe, and if you don't teach me a lesson as a god of destruction, it is estimated that you will not care about face. Shen Mo shrugged his shoulders, smiled and said. A battle is inevitable, in that case, there is no need to cower. Although the elephant in front of him is indeed very strong for himself. Oh? You actually know that I am the god of destruction in the 6th universe? Kind of interesting. Xiongpa looked at the silence in surprise. You must know that even in the 6th universe, there are not many people who know that they destroy their identity as gods. I didn't expect that this guy from the 7th universe actually understood this, it seems a little unusual. The god of destruction and the angel Bardos, of course I know. But Bardos seems to be more beautiful than I thought, and as for you, it seems to be fatter than I thought. Looking at the two silently, he said playfully. Cluck! What a little guy who can tell the truth. Hearing the silent words, Bardos covered his mouth and let out a clear laugh. Obviously, although he is an angel, he is still happy to be praised for being beautiful. What? What they? Dare to say that I am fat? Damn it! You have one more capital offense. Xiongpa stomped his foot in silence. If Bardos said it, forget it, after all, that guy is an angel, even if he wants to calculate, he doesn't have the strength. At that time, it will only be boring itself. But this damn thing in the 7th universe dares to talk to himself like this, then he must die. Really? Can the god of destruction so easily sentence others to death? Shen Mo suddenly asked coldly. What I don't like the most is this kind of god who pronounces the death penalty and puts himself on the top if he doesn't understand. Of course, as long as I want, this universe can disappear in an instant. As Pa said proudly, this is the right to destroy God. Cut, what a nasty dead fat pig. Shen Mo pouted, like Pa's smug look, which was really dislikable. Shhhh. Dare to call me a dead fat pig, damn ant. Elephant Pa was obviously completely angry, and Beerus called himself that. Now a lowly human in the 7th universe dares to call himself that, which is really unforgivable. In an instant, Xiongpa's body was surrounded by purple chi. An aura of death instantly spread from all around. Give me death! Stupid ants! Xiongpa shouted angrily, and his body instantly burst out. The speed was quite amazing, and it appeared in front of Shen Mo almost instantly. Punched at the silence. Well! What a fast speed! Shen Mo was shocked, and quickly mobilized the destructive energy in his body, forming a layer of energy armor around his body. Boom! In the next second, Xiongpa's fist fell heavily on Silent's chest. Wow! A mouthful of blood directly erupted from Shen Mo's mouth, and his body shot out like an arrow off the string. Bang bang! Knocked out a dozen mountains halfway, plowing a clear crack in the ground. It was as if it had been split abruptly by a giant sword. Boom! It seems that Lord Xiongpai is really serious this time. Bardos looked at the silence beyond the vast distance, and said in a calm tone. That punch just now is definitely not something that a human being can bear. Cut, vulnerable to an ant. Xiongpa clapped his hands, his face full of disdain. Human beings are human beings, and even if they master the ability to destroy, they are still weak and pitiful. If you want to compete with the great god of destruction, you are simply out of your own strength. Hiss! Is this the power of the god of destruction? It seems that I have miscalculated a little. Shen silently stood up slowly, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. When I watched Dragon Ball Super again, Xiongpa seemed to be the worst god of destruction. So I thought that his strength might be average, but I forgot that no matter how weak the god of destruction is, the god of destruction is also the god of destruction, and the thin camel is bigger than the horse. He can't even change the Super Saiyan now, and he will definitely not be the opponent of the god of destruction. If there is no way to break through next, it seems that you can only use teleportation to escape. Chapter 048. However, fortunately, the body that had been transformed by the Chuanchao bloodline was strong enough, and although it was really hit by Xiongpa's blow just now, it did not cause much damage. Moreover, his recovery ability seems to be very strong, and the injury just now is healing at an extremely fast speed. Phew! The silent body flashed, and instantly arrived in front of Xiongpa. Oh? The punch just now didn't kill you? Xiongpa looked at Shen Mo with some surprise and said. And it seems that this guy's injury is not serious at all. My life is very hard, your level of attack wants my life, I'm afraid it's a little too simple, right? The corners of Shen Mo's mouth raised slightly, and he said to Xiongpa. It's really arrogant thing, do you think that my next punch will not be able to kill you? Xiongpa frowned and said coldly. His punch just now only used 3 points of strength, although he surprised himself a little. But wanting to kill a mortal, simple things. As long as he increases his strength to 5 points, he can easily kill him. Then you can try it. Faced with the threat of Papa, Silence did not think at all, he now needed his power to break through to a more powerful level, if he could become a Super Saiyan. The gap in strength between himself and Xiongpa will definitely closer. At that time, maybe you can fight with Xiongpa. It was even able to beat it. Cut, you bastard, your ability to provoke me is really strong. Next, I'll let you feel the horror of destroying God. Xiongpa's difficult anger, the moment the voice fell, the body directly burst out. Don't see that his body is a little fat, but his speed is quite agile, and he appeared in front of Shen Mo almost instantly. Come on! Silence's arms shook, and terrifying grass-green aura erupted from his body. Almost instantly, the entire planet trembled. Facing Panna's powerful fist, Silent quickly clenched his fists in front of Hun front. Boom! Xiongpa's fist slammed heavily on Silent's arms, making a low crashing sound. Then his feet rubbed the ground and slid thousands of feet away. The ground was plowed out of a shocking deep ravine for 2 days. Whew! Shen Mo exhaled, and at this time he felt that his chest was like being hit by a locomotive, and his breathing was a little blocked. Come again! As soon as he gritted his teeth, his body instantly burst out. Ha! Almost at the same moment, a low roar came out of his throat. Then the grass-green aura around him instantly surged up, straight into the sky. At the same time, Shen Mo's body increased by tens of centimeters, and his body looked even more burly. Obviously, the Silence at this time has turned into an angry form. This form is similar in appearance to Trunks becoming Super Saiyan third form, but there is a very huge gap between them. Trunks' transformation increases his strength by sacrificing speed, and although his strength has increased, it is useless to hit people. So it's a wrong transformation. However, the Silent angry form has been comprehensively improved, and his speed and strength have been greatly improved. Especially between injury or life and death, the increase will be greater. Oh! The strength has actually increased, it seems a little interesting, no wonder it is so arrogant. Xiongpa looked at the Silence and said with some surprise. But even so, he was still far from becoming an opponent of the god of destruction. Boom! Shen Mo hit Xiongpa with a punch, but was easily taken by Xiongpa with his palm. Any attack is useless against the god of destruction. Xiongpa flicked it casually and threw Shen Mo out directly. The Silent body was like a sensitive jaguar, and after turning in the air, it attacked Xiongpa again. Bang bang! Then the stormy attack rained down on Xiongpa. The terrifying shock wave flattened and collapsed the ground. Huge boom circles appeared, and the surrounding peaks, rubble and trees were directly thrown out. And silence is like an indefatigable combat machine. Not only does it not slow down with time, but it becomes more and more excited, and its strength and speed continue to increase in battle. Che, this guy is a little weird. Xiongpa also discovered this problem, and his strength and speed not only did not consume, but became stronger and stronger. Although he is very confident, no matter how he grows, it is not worth mentioning to himself. But if you go on like this, you may waste your precious lunch time. So, this senseless battle, let me end it as soon as possible. The moment Xiongpa's sharp voice fell, a punch blasted out at the silence. Feeling the sense of danger, Shen Mo quickly stepped back, dodging Xiongpa's attack. Actually hidden? Damn thing, you completely pissed me off. His own attack was dodged, and Pa was suddenly annoyed. A human being who escaped his own attack was an absolute humiliation for himself, the god of destruction. This time, completely solve you. Xiongpa's voice fell, and the body suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Not visible at all. Shen Mo was shocked, because Xiongpa's actions were completely uncaptured. Chapter 049. It was so fast that I didn't react at all. It seems that Lord Xiongpa is ready to be serious. Bardos looked at the silence and said with some sympathy. It is not a wise thing to offend a destroying god, and the humans of the seventh universe in front of him have offended him more than once. Be silent and careful. Although the other party could not be seen, number 18 was still very worried and reminded. It seems that the purple hairless cat in front of him should be the strongest god in this universe in Shen Mo's mouth. But before the voice of the 18th fell, the figure of Xiongpa suddenly appeared in sight. Boom! Without any resistance movement, Shen Mo was directly smashed into the chest by a solid punch. The body suddenly flew out upside down. Phew! Thundered. Shen Mo's body was directly flown by a punch, passing through the void and shattering a nearby planet. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and a look of pain appeared on his silent face. This punch felt like he had instantly displaced his internal organs. Is this the power of Xiongpa Wuchen? If it weren't for the body that had been transformed by the Chuanchao bloodline, just this punch, I would have been killed. Shen Mo thought secretly in his heart. Without turning into a Super Saiyan, his current self simply does not have the strength to fight with Xiongpa. If you continue to punch him a few more times, or even punch him with all your strength, you may be killed. If you can't become a Super Saiyan, it seems that you need to go to the Destruction God realm first to sign in. Shen silently covered his chest, although the severe pain just now had eased, but there were already some problems in his body. If you continue to fight like this, your body is estimated to be unable to bear it. Phew! Thinking about it, the silent body suddenly disappeared and returned to the planet Sad. Appeared in front of the 18th. You. Are you okay? Why is your face so ugly? Number 18 looked at Shen Mo with a worried look and asked. From his appearance, it can be seen that he is definitely seriously injured. Don't worry, let's get out of here first. Silent said in a heavy tone. If you are blindly stubborn, you may really be killed, and you must not put yourself in danger at any time. Number 18 quickly nodded, this is what she wanted to hear the most. Want to get out of here now? Do you think you can come and go whenever you want? You don't take the god of destruction seriously, don't you? And at this moment, Xiongpa's voice suddenly sounded. Following the sound, he saw a huge purple ball of energy being dragged in his hand by Xiongpa. I didn't die after 2 blows, I have to say that your life is really hard. But then, say goodbye to the world. After Xiongpa's icy voice fell, the energy ball in his palm suddenly fell towards silence. Oops! Oops! Shen Mo's brows furrowed, and he secretly shouted that it was not good. The destructive power in this energy ball is too terrifying, and the pressure makes the space of the entire planet completely distorted, and he can't even teleport. Shen Mo quickly pushed number 18 away, his arms shook and a terrifying aura erupted, and his pupils turned golden yellow in an instant. I wouldn't. Killed by dead fat pigs like you. Ha! A silent roar sounded, and then the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. The terrifying blend of purple and grass-green breath straight into the sky. At this time, the energy ball fell like Mount Tai, instantly swallowing the silence. Silence. Looking at the silence engulfed by the energy ball, number 18 was so anxious that crystal tears appeared in his eyes. With such a strong energy ball, it is estimated that it is difficult for silence to follow. Killed? Alas! Bardos looked at the energy ball that was continuing to descend and sighed softly. It is indeed a very unwise choice to make enemies of the god of destruction. Speaking of which, that guy seems to be a good seedling, and if he cultivates more, he also has the potential to become a destroying god. Humph! One day, the poor little worm also wants to challenge the authority of the destruction of God and seek his own death. Xiongpa pouted, looking arrogant. Looking at the energy ball that continued to fall, although it might destroy several planets, it seemed to be much more comfortable at this moment. It's like the feeling of the meat dregs caught between the teeth finally being cleaned. Let's go, Bardos, it's probably time for lunch when I go back. Elephant Pa raised his head proudly and said to Bardos. Breakfast was not full because of a bad mood, and lunch can finally be enjoyed. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos nodded, and then tapped the ground with the staff in his hand. And at this moment, the whole earth suddenly shook. Thundered. What? Xiongpa was suddenly startled and quickly turned around. It was to see that the ground suddenly cracked a huge crack that was more than 10 zhang long, and the energy ball that had just entered the ground suddenly rose slowly. How? What's going on, Bardos? Xiongpa suddenly asked. A not-so-good premonition arises from the bottom of my heart. It's like that little guy wasn't killed. Bardos also turned his head, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Just now, an energy ball as strong as Lord Pa can definitely kill any human easily. But that guy's anger seems to have reappeared and become stronger. Chapter 050. Cut, it's really a cockroach that can't be killed. Xiongpa clenched his fists, and the anger in his eyes surged again. The energy ball just now didn't kill him, it really made him a little puzzled. Thundered. The ground exploded again, and a huge sinkhole appeared in an instant, and at this time, the purple energy ball had appeared in midair. And the silent figure appeared in the sight of the three again. I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. Seeing the silent figure again, number 18 cried with joy. At this time, the silence of the whole body has completely disappeared. The grass-green energy surged around the silent body like a blazing flame. Elephant Pa, you have completely pizzed me off. Silent eyes flashed with golden light, and at this time, like a god of war descended, standing in the air. Oh, you off, ha ha ha. It's just a little mouse, how high can it jump when it's angry? Xiongpa was stunned at first, and then burst out laughing. I have always been a guinea pig, and I even dared to speak out in front of myself, which really made people laugh out of their big teeth. Then I'll show you how high I can jump. Silent red eyes and golden eyes, deep voice contains infinite anger. Just now, he was almost killed, and this monstrous anger almost made Shen Mo lose his mind. Give it back to you. Shen Mo pushed his palms hard, and the huge energy ball instantly flew towards Xiongpa. Cut! Xiongpa snorted coldly, and then his finger lightly clicked, and the energy ball instantly disappeared without a trace. If you want to use your own energy ball against yourself, this will not work. Next, I'll let you feel my true power. Shen Mo's eyes flashed with a golden halo, his fists clenched tightly, and the terrifying grass-green aura instantly shone the entire planet into grass-green. And then it keeps changing. Black, purple, crimson finally turned grass-green again. What? A strong force suddenly erupted from this guy's body. It's hard to believe that a human body contains such a powerful chi. Even Xiangpa, who had previously dismissed silence, sighed from the bottom of his heart. The power released by this guy at this time has definitely completely exceeded the scope of human beings. Even far above some gods. I've really never seen a human reach this level. Bardos also said with some surprise. This force has definitely reached the level of the weakest god of destruction, and even stronger. Thundered. The surface of the earth was constantly shaking, and the sinkhole under the feet of silence had expanded dozens of times again. The sky is dusty and floating in mid-air. The vibration lasted for 5 minutes before it recovered little by little. At this time, the silent figure appeared in everyone's sight again. At this time, the silence was compared to the angry form, and the appearance changed again. The body returned to its former appearance, no longer the kind of tendon flesh, but every inch of muscle was full of strength. At this time, the black hair turned golden yellow, and the color of gold and grass green around the body was bubbling, and it kept gushing out like spring water. Boom! The air was rumbling. Shen Mo looked at the changes in his body, and at this time, he felt that his limbs were full of bones, and every inch of his muscles contained the terrifying power of destroying the world and destroying the world. Then he clenched his fists and relaxed and said, "This feeling of full of strength is really likable." At this time, his own strength is definitely not just a 50-fold increase. It's 100 times, if not more. Well, it seems to have changed again. What an unsettling guy. Number 18 sighed in relief, ruffled his blonde hair, and whispered. She was really worried just now, but now it seems that silence has become stronger. Maybe she will be able to defeat that hairless cat when she is silent. Xiangpa, I will let you remember the next battle. Shen Mo raised his head, looked at Xiangpa, and said lightly. His current strength should not be weaker than that of Super Saiyan Broly. That is to say, he now at least has the power to surpass Super Blue. If the bonus destroys the energy, it is enough to fight with Xiangpa. When the energy increases a little, you feel that you have arrogant capital. Xiangpa looked at the silence with annoyance. This guy really made himself a little uncomfortable. The god of destruction, who has not solved a human being after 3 shots, is definitely a great humiliation for himself. If the other gods of destruction knew about it, they would definitely laugh at themselves, especially the bastard Beerus. Maybe you'll laugh at yourself for a long time. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen by yourself. So he can only kill this annoying human being. Didn't you? Soon you'll know. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, the body appeared in front of Xiangpa. Boom! A punch landed heavily on Xiangpa's face. Chapter 052. The moment the fist touched Xiangpa's face, the face was instantly deformed, and then the body flew out upside down like a cannonball. It plunged into the ground in an oblique straight line. Rumble. After the humming sounded, I saw a huge deep pit appear on the ground, and Xiangpa's face suddenly became very ugly. Damn stuff! It actually made the god of destruction feel the pain. Xiangpa rubbed his face, and now he could feel a trace of pain. I didn't expect this guy's strength to be so strong. Boom! Lord Xiangpa was actually beaten up. Giggle. Bardos was stunned at first, then covered her mouth and laughed. I haven't seen this kind of interesting scene for years. Then he looked at Shen Mo with a sympathetic look in his eyes. Although the human had the upper hand just now, it was obviously completely annoying Lord Xiangpa, which was not a good thing. Damn bastard, get ready to accept the wrath of the god of destruction. Xiangpa's body suddenly swirled with purple chi, and his breath soared again. Obviously, he didn't go all out just now, although the strength Shen Mo showed just now was very strong. but he was still not put in the eyes of Xiongpa. Just the blow just now completely ignited the anger in his heart. If you want to fight, hit it, Rory, so much nonsense. The desire to fight surged in Shen Mo's eyes, and he said coldly to Xiongpa. After becoming a Super Saiyan, the desire to fight in my heart became even stronger. Then the body suddenly flashed, and instantly arrived in front of Xiongpa. The fist that surrounded the grass-green flame smashed towards it, and the mountain-like power instantly poured down. Les got carried away, thinking that if the sneak attack was successful just now, you are the opponent of the god of destruction. Xiongpa's eyes also flashed with anger, and he punched towards Shen Mo. Airplanes. The moment the fists collided, there was a piercing humming sound in the air, and then a circle of energy ripples swept out in all directions. Everywhere the energy wave went, it was instantly raised to the ground. The ground where Xiongpa's feet stood was directly shaken out of a huge sinkhole, and his feet were completely submerged into the ground. And the silent body, after a punch collided, directly flew out of the distance of tens of jong upside down. Oopsu! Stepping on the ground and taking dozens of steps backwards, leaving clear footprints on the ground. Still in the collision just now, silence did not take advantage. Hiss! This dead fat man, the strength is really not ordinary. Shen Mo squeezed his fist, and at this time it felt as if he had completely lost consciousness. When watching Dragon Ball Super again, because Xiongpa has not shown his strength, it is easy to feel that his strength is average from his figure. But when it comes to real combat, this guy's strength will definitely be unbelievable. I actually punched Lord Xiongpa, but I was not injured. This little guy, what a surprise! A color of surprise appeared in Bardas's eyes. It seems that there is no one among humans who can fight with Lord Xiongpa to this extent. It's just that at this time, Xiongpa is not feeling well, because his fists also appear a little numb. Shhhh! Unforgivable! Xiongpa's fist clenched, and his body suddenly flashed out. Phew! Phew! Almost at the same time, the silent body suddenly looked like bang bang. Boom rings constantly appeared in the sky, and the ground shook violently. Wave after wave spread in all directions. Soon, the entire surface of the planet was covered with huge cracks, and if you looked from space, at this time there was a scarlet crack on the planet Samet. There is a crimson glow in the cracks. It's like there's going to be an explosion at any moment. What's going on? This guy's strength is constantly increasing with the battle. Damn! How can there be such a perverted human being? It is estimated that my physical strength will not be able to keep up with the fight like this. Xiongpa was a little worried. His own strength is definitely above him, but this guy is very strange, and his strength is constantly increasing as the battle time increases in the process of fighting. What's even more frightening is that his combat skills seem to be stolen by him. If it goes on like this, it is definitely not a good thing for yourself. It seems that it must be solved soon. Sure enough, fighting with the god of destruction is a pleasant thing, just fighting for such a little time has improved my strength. If you fight a little longer, you estimate that you have the potential to surpass the god of destruction. The secret passage of excitement in Silent's heart. I really didn't expect that my strength to fight with Xiongpa would grow so fast. You damn thing, this time I will completely destroy you. Elephant Pa also knew that it was not good to continue like this, so he shouted angrily. At the same time, the purple aura around his body became even more turbulent. That feeling really wanted to completely kill Silence through this attack. Really? I'd rather see how you destroy me? Shen Mo suddenly sneered, and the energy and aura around his body also soared into the sky, gathering almost all his strength. Hey! In the next second, the bodies of the two burst out almost at the same time. Boom! Burst! The moment the fists collided, the entire planet Sodid exploded instantly, turning into brilliant fireworks and blooming in the universe. Chapter 054. What? What the? Bardos, that is. Seeing this form of silence, the anger in Xiongpa's eyes suddenly turned into a thick shock. I'm very surprised by that. But that's right, that little guy does master the ultimate skill, like Lord Pa. Bardos was also very surprised and said. It is indeed difficult to understand that even the gods have not reached the realm of self-reliance and extreme skill, and a human being has mastered it. But, damn it! Freedom is a realm that we cannot fully reach in the destruction gods, and this bastard human race has actually reached it. Xiongpa's eyes were filled with shock, anger, and envy. Of all the gods of destruction, only Beerus has comprehended the freedom extreme skill, and it is not perfect. And looking at the appearance of this guy in front of him, he has obviously achieved perfection and ease. How could he not be surprised? This made him more determined to kill Silent. A realm that even the gods could not reach, let a human being. Doesn't this explain the incompetence of the gods? This is a great shame for all the gods. Is this the ultimate skill of perfection? It felt like I was completely integrated into the universe in an instant. Shen Mo looked at the brilliant halo around his body and said to himself. Because after performing the freedom extreme skill, he suddenly had the feeling that he had become a part of the universe, just like air. It's hard to describe the feeling. Bastard, give me death! Xiongpa suddenly shouted angrily, and then a huge purple destructive energy burst out from his palm. Blasted towards Silence. Looking at the energy ball flying towards him, Shen Mo took a gentle step, looking very slow. However, it accurately attacked the energy ball of Xiongpa. When the energy ball landed on the ground, a huge sinkhole instantly appeared on the ground. Then Silence gently took another step. Ugh! Suddenly, the body appeared in front of Xiongpa. So fast! Xiongpa didn't see clearly at all, the speed of Silence was too fast, for a moment. No, much faster than in an instant. Boom! The next moment, the silent fist fell heavily on Xiongpa's face. Xiongpa's body was instantly shot out. Flew out of a distance of 10,000 zhang, and then the body was embedded in the huge mountain. It seems that Lord Xiongpai is no longer his opponent. Bardos looked at the Silence and sighed. Even he didn't see that this little human guy had mastered the ultimate skill. Originally, the Silence after the transformation was constantly approaching Xiongpa, and now the free extreme skill displayed can crush Xiongpa. Damn! I can't spare you. Xiongpa was already carried away by anger at this time, so he did not realize that Shen Mo's strength was already above him at this time. Phew! Xiongpa's body appeared in front of Silent in an instant. Yikes! A stormy attack followed. The speed of Silence seemed to be very slow, but it very cleverly dodged all of Xiongpa's attacks. It's going to be missed, it's abominable. Xiongpa's speed kept increasing, but the result was the same, and there was no way to hit the Silence. Moreover, his attack at this time was a little chaotic, so this kind of disorderly attack was even more unable to hit the Silence that exerted his own extreme skill. After attacking for 5 minutes, he did not touch Shen Mo's body at all. Haha! Instead, Xiongpa took the lead and gasped heavily. After all, in the past few hundred years, he has not practiced at all, but because of his craving for food, his body has seriously gone out of shape. If it were to deal with other people, it would not be so difficult. Because I definitely won't give it my all. But the attack of the first 5 minutes increased his strength and speed to the extreme. That's why it's so physically draining. It seems that you have finished attacking. If that's the case, it's my turn. Shen Mo naturally saw that Xiongpa had already developed a physical problem in his eyes. Even at his peak, it is estimated that he will not be able to defeat himself. Not to mention that the current Xiongpa is too fat and physically exhausted, and he can't fight for a long time. After the voice fell, Silent easily dodged Xiongpa's fist, and then quickly raised his right knee heavily. Boom! The right knee was firmly pressed against the stomach of the elephant paw. Xiongpa's pupils contracted tightly, obviously suffering great pain. Then the body flew upside down like a broken kite. Boom! Then his body fell to the ground, still full of pain. Thinking about the silent attack just now, Ji Pa also caused relatively serious injuries. Ugh! Silent body flashed, he didn't want to give Xiongpa any chance. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xiongpa, and his punch fell heavily on Xiongpa's chest from top to bottom. Rumble! Thundered! A huge sinkhole like an iron pot instantly appeared on the hard divine realm ground. Thick cracks spread in all directions like spider webs. Chapter 055. Wow! A mouthful of acid water spat out of Xiongpa's mouth, and all his internal organs were severely traumatized. Bastard! A beast-like roar came out of Xiongpa's mouth, and two destructive energies were pinched out of the palms of both palms, and directly blasted towards Shen Mo. Bang! Shen Mo's body moved up slightly, and he easily dodged it. At this time, Xiongpa's body jumped out of the pit. At this time, the purple face was a little livid. I couldn't imagine that a god of destruction in his own hall was beaten like this by a human being. If other destroyers know, don't mix with yourself in the destroyer's circle. Especially Beerus, that guy will definitely laugh at himself madly, and the one who defeated him turned out to be the person of the seventh universe. This kind of thing must not happen. You bastard, give me death. Thinking about it, like Pa's palms were like machine guns, purple energy balls continued to blast out from the palms and shot towards silence. Hey! And the silent body is constantly moving, as if it is dancing another beautiful dance. Paired with the energy balls of Elephant Pa, it is like a happy bird dancing in the rain. Let the rain fall, but it can't touch his body at all. With this level of attack, don't think about hitting me. The corners of Shen Mo's mouth raised, and he smiled coldly. At this time, under the addition of the Freedom Extreme skill, his speed almost reached a point that far exceeded that of Xiongpa. His attacks posed no threat to him at all. Every word of silence will make Silent face darker, and the energy ball in the palm will also blast towards Silent like money. Che, the gap between us is too big now. Shen Mo pouted and said with disdain. If you don't master either the ultimate skill or the power of destruction, then Xiongpa still has the energy to defeat yourself. But now the destructive energy is completely ineffective for himself, and after mastering the Freedom Extreme skill, his ability and speed have reached a state of limit. So how could Xiongpa be his opponent? Almost at the same time as the voice fell, the silent body appeared in front of Xiongpa like a ghost. Boom! A punch was thrown out and smashed heavily on Xiongpa's stomach, and Xiongpa was smashed out again. Ugh! A low snort came out of Xiongpa's throat, and he covered his stomach with his hands, looking pained. Phew! The silent body flew out again, and instantly arrived in front of Xiongpa, and the stormy fist fell on Xiongpa's body. Bang bang! At this time, the god of destruction was like a leather ball, beaten around silently. There is no resistance at all. As soon as his strength was already considered the bottom existence in the god of destruction. Second, he has not practiced at all over the years, and his body is seriously out of shape, and his strength and physical strength are not comparable to before. After the battle just now, it is obviously impossible to resist now. Bang bang! The one-sided battle continued, lasting a full 5 minutes. At this time, the god of destruction realm was full of large and small deep pits, shallow to tens of jong, deep to hundreds of jong. As the god of destruction, Xiongpa, was even more miserable. At this time, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and his body was full of large and small scars. No one could have imagined that the god of destruction of the sixth universe would be beaten into this pig's head. Abominable! Bastard! Xiongpa's beating had no strength to resist at all, and his consciousness was a little confused. Phew! And at this moment, the angel Bardos suddenly appeared in front of Silent. With a flick of the magic staff in his hand, he took the silent fist. Okay, stop, you really want to kill the god of destruction? Bardos looked at the silence calmly and said. You must know that you are not only the master of destroying God, the position of angel, but also the profession of protecting him in addition to assisting in destruction. If the god of destruction is killed under his nose, he is also responsible. As for punishment, it is to temporarily put yourself in a state of functional stoppage. Until the next god of destruction appears. I don't want to be motionless like a vegetative person. All right. Then it's for your Bardos face, I spared him this time. In the future, I will see him and hit him once. Silent withdrew his fist and said to Bardos. Then he glanced at Xiangpa coldly. I haven't actually played yet, but now I have to stop. If she and the angel make a move, there is absolutely no chance of victory, and she can easily take her fist just now to be able to pass the test. In addition, although the freedom extreme skill is very powerful, the consumption is also very large. After entering this form, even if his energy is continuously generated from his body, he still can't support it for too long. If you continue to fight and your own free extreme skill form is lifted, it will be a little troublesome. So stopping now is a good thing for yourself. Hearing Shen Mo's extremely arrogant words, Xiangpa wanted to vomit blood, but in the current situation, he really couldn't beat him. Fighting him is only passively beaten. Well, this kind of place is really boring, let's go. As soon as he turned around silently, he instantly appeared in front of number 18. Took no 18's hand and instantly disappeared into the God of Destruction realm. Chapter 056. Phew. Boom. I don't know what planet, silence, and the body of number 18 suddenly smashed heavily on the ground. You. What happened to you? Number 18 quickly asked. Wow. In the next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the silent mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. Abominable. Just now, the time spent on the extreme skill was too long, and some of the damage to the body was too great. Shen Mo wiped the blood stains at the corners of his mouth, and said in a weak voice. Although he was awe-inspiring just now, when Bardos struck, he had already become the end of the crossbow. The physical energy consumption and physical damage caused by the freedom extreme effort are indeed too great. Even if the body has been transformed by the transmission super bloodline, it still can't exert its free extreme skill for a long time. What do we do now? Number 18 asked with a worried look. Just now silence still seemed fine, how did it suddenly become like this? Judging by his appearance, he should have been seriously injured. The combat effectiveness of the inhabitants of this planet seems to be low, let's play here for a while, so I can recover my strength. Shen Mo looked at number 18 and said. Although his injuries are serious, he should recover quickly. As long as this time, it would be good not to fight with a strong person at the God of Destruction level. Good. Number 18 quickly nodded, then took out a universal capsule in his hand, and then fell to the ground. Then a villa-like room appeared. These things were all brought by them from the 7th universe. Although the two walked into the room, time passed day by day, and 4 years passed quickly. For the past 4 years, Shen Mo had been staying in the 6th universe, and his injuries had actually healed completely quickly. It's just that in the next few years, they went to other planets in the 6th universe to play. And Shen Mo also met Hit, the strongest killer of the 6th universe, in the process of traveling, but he did not fight him. With his own strength, Hit simply could not be his opponent. The planet that stays the longest should be the planet Sherida. That is where the scions of the 6th universe gather. On that planet, he didn't have much to do anyway, and guided Gabe and Carifer by the way. In the past 4 years, the God of Destruction seems to be scared by silence, even though she knows that silence is in the 6th universe. But never bothered with them. 6th universe, planet Sherida. Master, are you really leaving? Gabe looked at the silence with some reluctance and asked. It has been 2 years since Master arrived on the planet Sherida, and during these 2 years, he has guided himself and Califra to turn them into Super Scion. If it weren't for Master's arrival, I wouldn't know what a Super Scion is. So he wants to leave now, and his mind is naturally a little reluctant. There is no unbroken feast under the world, and I do not belong to this universe in the first place. I'm going back now, I still need me over there. Shen Mo looked at Gabe with a reluctant look and spoke. Now that 7 years have passed since Shiru appeared, it stands to reason that it is time for Majin Buu to come out. This universe no longer has an opponent that interests you, so you must return to the 7th universe. Of course, the most important thing is that his own food has been eaten. And the food of the 6th universe is really unbearable. Although I am very reluctant to let you leave, Master, but since you have something to do, then I will not keep it. Gabe looked at the silence and said seriously. Moreover, if Master wanted to leave, there would be no one who could keep him. Master Mo, will you come to see us after you leave? At this time, Kair asked timidly. To be honest, 2 years of companionship will definitely have feelings. I don't know about this, but I'm sure that we'll definitely meet again in 3 years. Shen Mo looked at the timid Kair and said. Because of this Dragon Ball Super, Beerus and Elephant Pa fought 2 universes for the battle for Earth. With the current strength of the 3 of them, they definitely can't hide from Bardas's search. Lai Kair nodded happily. It was great to be able to meet Master Shen Mo again. In 3 years, I will definitely defeat you. Silence. Hearing the silent words, Califra clenched her fists and said with a confident look. In the past 2 years, he has challenged Shen Mo countless times, but each time he has made himself disgraced. The gap between him and him is very large. But after 3 years, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Haha. You don't have to think about this kind of thing, if you think too much, you will get hurt. Shen Mo looked at Califra with a light smile and said lightly. Although Califra is also a talented scion, she is at best an ordinary scion like Sun Wukong. More importantly, whether it is cultivation method or effort, there is still a big gap with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Chapter 057. She is now trying to surpass Cal, and it is estimated that it is troublesome. If you want to defeat yourself, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a fool's dream. Because the strength of the 2 of them already has a dimensional gap. Humph. Don't underestimate me, I'll surprise you when we meet next time. Califra clenched her fists and said a little stubbornly. Of course, he knows that silence is powerful, but he wants to set him as the target of his defeat, so that he can improve his strength faster and be more motivated. All right. Then you come on. Silent shrugged and said nothing more. Only let him refuel. Okay, I'm leaving, looking forward to the next meeting, I hope you can become stronger. Silent waved his hand at everyone, and then disappeared directly into the 6th universe with number 18. At this time, in the 7th universe, it was a very chaotic time period, and Majin Buu had appeared. Even the Monkey King of Super Saiyan 3 is not the opponent of Majin Buu. In the end, with the help of the Old World King God, Son Gohan developed Son Gohan's potential to the extreme. Turned into the form of Mysterious Gohan. At the beginning, Son Gohan could finish abusing the Demon Buu, but because of the nature of the Saiyan to go with the wind and waves, Son Gohan was also absorbed by the Majin Buu. The 7th universe, the Earth. In the middle of a devastated canyon, Majin Buu has absorbed Son Gohan and has become the strongest Gohan Buu. Ha ha ha. Now I am stronger than just now, this force, it is really comfortable. Gohan Buu said with a maniacal smile. After absorbing those 2 fused imps just now, his strength reached a peak state. It's just that after the fusion of those 2 imps, their strength has weakened again, and now they have absorbed Son Gohan. Is his strongest form. There will never be anyone in this universe who is your opponent again. Oops, in this case, you can't deal with Bu at all. Damn, if I had fused with Gohan just now, I would definitely be able to defeat him. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan Bu in front of him with a heavy face, and whispered softly. Subsequently, Sun Wukong looked in another direction. If he and Tianjin Rice fused, his strength should also be able to increase. But whether you can defeat Gohan Bu is not clear. But at this time, Tianjin Fan was already unconscious and could not integrate with him at all. The rest is Satan and the God Dandy. The combat power of the two of them is very weak. Even if they multiply their combat power after merging with themselves, it is estimated to be of little use. Hey, you seem to want to be with Son Gohan just now. Alright. I am a very good person, now give you a chance to fit. I count 5 tones, you find someone to fit. If after 5 tones, you have not succeeded in combining, the consequences should be clear to you. Majin Bu clenched his fists and said to Sun Wukong with a confident look. Obviously, after he absorbed Son Gohan, he inherited not only Son Gohan's strength, but also his self-righteous character. And it's over, even if I merge with them, my strength is estimated to not even increase by 1 in a billion, if I can't defeat Majin Bu. Sun Wukong's face was very ugly. Now the people who can merge with themselves are basically killed or have been absorbed by Majin Bu. 5. 4. 3. 2. Majin Bu counts very evenly. It's just that as soon as he fell, Sun Wukong's face suddenly changed. This. What is this gas? Vegeta. That's right, at that moment just now, he suddenly felt Vegeta's chi. But wasn't Vegeta already killed by Majin Bu? Why can I still feel his chi? Could it be that he was too nervous and hallucinated? Phew. And at this moment, Vegeta and the divination mother-in-law suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. Vegeta, sure enough, it's you. That's wonderful. How did you come back to life? The moment he saw Vegeta, Sun Wukong jumped up excitedly. I was still worried just now, there is no fit of my own, but now that Vegeta has appeared, he is the most suitable person for fit. It's just that Vegeta at this time, with an aperture on his head, is obviously a dead man. Hey, Kakarot, don't get in the way here, I can deal with Majin Bu alone. Looking at the excited Monkey King, Vegeta said in a cold tone. Of course, he was just talking, and he knew very well in his heart that Majin Bu was definitely not something he could handle. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by Majin Bu before. And the Majin Bu, who absorbed so many people, was even more perverted at this time. Vegeta, I know you don't want to join forces with me, but Majin Bu's strength is not something we can imagine. If we don't join forces, everyone will be killed, and Bulma and Kiki will never be able to be resurrected. Looking at Vegeta with a cold face, Sun Wukong said very seriously. Now is not the time to gas. P.S. At least there was a mistake, it has been revised, sorry everyone. Chapter 058. Oh? Isn't this Vegeta who was killed by me before? What an accident that you were resurrected again. But a little bug like you, no matter how many times it gets back together, the end is the same, and it will be killed by me. The moment he saw Vegeta, Majin Bu was first stunned, and then said with a smile in a gloomy tone. His current self, after devouring Son Gohan, has definitely become the strongest in the universe. So a little bug like Vegeta, no matter how he is resurrected, cannot be his own opponent. Cut, you monster got carried away. Vegeta shivered at the words of Majin Bu, clenching his fists tightly. Now very angry. Although he was angry, he also knew that there was a very big gap between himself and Majin Bu. This gap is really hard to bridge. Vegeta, I found a prop that can improve our strength, but it must be the two of us combined. Monkey King said solemnly to Vegeta. Although he also knew that Vegeta would definitely not want to, he had no choice in the situation at hand. There is no better fit object than Vegeta. Fit? What are you kidding? Kakarot. How could I possibly fit in with someone like you? Vegeta said with a look of disgust. Although Majin Buu is very hateful, Kakarot, this guy makes himself even more annoying. Let yourself be with him, it is better to kill yourself. Although he is now a dead man. Humph. Want to fit? Although I know that even if you are combined, it will not be my opponent, but I will not let you complete that kind of thing. Majin Buu sneered and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and then a purple energy ball condensed in his palm. Blasted directly towards Vegeta. The speed is very fast, even Vegeta, who already has the strength of Super Saiyan 2 at this time, is impossible to dodge. Be careful, Vegeta. Sun Wukong quickly opened his mouth to remind, and then instantly moved in front of Vegeta. Saved Vegeta. Let go of me, Kakarot, who wants you to save me? Although Vegeta was a little afraid in his heart, he still said to Sun Wukong with a stiff mouth. Vegeta, Bulma has been turned into chocolate and eaten by this guy, Gokutan and Trunks have also been absorbed by him, are you really not going to save them? Monkey King suddenly said to Vegeta in a hard tone. To be honest, I didn't want to rely on this combined strength to defeat him, but there was no other way at the moment. Only by merging can you fight with Majin Buu. Bulma and Trunks. Vegeta's eyebrows were slightly raised. If it was to say who he cared about the most in this world, it must be Bulma and Trunks. Although he usually behaves very cold to them, in his heart, their position is more important than his own. Kakarot, just once. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, and he kind of agreed. Great. Then Vegeta, which is the earring of the god of the realm, brought him over his left ear. Hearing Vegeta's promise, Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Quickly threw the Potara earrings in his hand to Vegeta. Humph. Although I know that you are not my opponent after combining, I will not make it so easy for you to merge. Majin Buu burst into a loud snort, and then his palms formed into 5 fingers, and the energy beam instantly shot towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta like a lightsaber. Thundered. The moment the energy light speed touched the ground exploded directly. The peaks were quickly leveled and turned into piles of rubble. And the bodies of Sun Wukong and Vegeta were directly buried in the rubble. Crash! The two of them came out of the pile of stones in embarrassment, and both had different degrees of scars on their bodies. Hey Kakarot, can something really gain the power to defeat Majin Buu? Vegeta asked in a hurried tone. While asking, Vegeta quickly put the Potara earrings on his ear. I'm not sure if I can defeat Majin Buu, but what is certain is that I can indeed gain a very strong power after combining. Monkey King nodded and said to Vegeta. This is what I saw with my own eyes, and after the two of Jebet and the Realm King God Axon merged, they got a huge improvement. According to the old Realm King God, after combining, the strength of the two will be multiplied. By the way, Vegeta, I'm going to tell you again, once the two of us are combined, we can't separate into 2 people, understand? Monkey King continued to explain. The reason why he didn't tell Vegeta before was not because he forgot, but because of this matter. Once he told Vegeta, he would definitely not agree to fuse. What do you say? What the? Abominable! You bastard, why are you telling me only now? Vegeta's heart instantly had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping. Kakarot, this bastard must have done it on purpose. And at this moment, Majin Buu held an energy ball and blasted towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. P.S. Very, very sorry, just started work these days, a lot of things to deal with every day, the amount of updates is relatively small, sorry. It will definitely be normal in 2 days. Chapter 059. Oops, no time. Sun Wukong glanced at the figure of Majin Buu, which was constantly dilated in his pupils. Frowning, he secretly screamed that it was not good. If the two of them are hit, the fit can't be completed. Vegeta also had a look of regret. If he hadn't inked just now, it wouldn't have been this result. Phew! Just when Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt desperate, suddenly a sound of breaking the air sounded from their ears. Then two figures appeared in front of them. These two figures are very familiar to them. Especially the brown tail behind him. Shen. Silent? Sun Wukong read it softly, and at this time he didn't know whether he should feel happy or sad. Because although this guy has lived on Earth for 3 years, he still doesn't know whether he is friend or foe. What's going on? This guy disappeared for 4 years, and this time suddenly appeared. Vegeta clenched his fists, and when he saw the silent figure, he was a little unhappy. After all, I was abused by him a few years ago. Be silent and careful. After silence and number 18 appeared, number 18 saw Majin Buu hiding the two of them and attacking. Quickly open your mouth to remind silently. Shen Mo schemed the demon Buu, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I didn't expect that I really caught up with Majin Buu to appear. And looking at the form in front of him, he should have absorbed the mysterious Gohan and turned into the strongest form. But even so, in his eyes, he is still very weak. I saw that Shen Mo's right hand gently stretched out, and he took the energy ball of Majin Buu very casually. The body is like a rock. What? What the? Majin Buu was startled, and an incredible look appeared on his face. And almost at the same time, Goku and Vegeta's bodies were suddenly sucked together by the power of the Potara earring. In an instant, the white light was magnificent, rendering the entire valley pale. Are you fit? I'm really looking forward to the appearance of the strongest combined body fighter. Shen Mo squeezed Majin Buu's fist, and after feeling the strange chi, he glanced back. At this time, the white light disappeared little by little, and a strange figure appeared in everyone's sight. This person's hairstyle eyes are a combination of Vegeta and Son Goku. And the bangs and appearance are similar to the Monkey King, and the silhouette is a little smaller than Vegeta's. He wears Potara earrings on both ears, an orange short-sleeved vest, a dark blue turtle dress suit, and Vegeta's boots and gloves. The corners of his mouth purged with the same confident arc as Mystic Gohan. What? What the? Majin Buu was shocked again. The two of them really got together? Veget. Silent looked at Veget and smiled. At this time, Veget's body slowly floated in midair. Then I tried my skills. It's fantastic, stronger than I thought I could have improved. Veget said with a look of excitement. This kind of power is enough to defeat Majin Buu. You fucking bastard, hurry up and let me go. Majin Buu's fist was held silently, as if it was clamped by iron tongs. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Let go of you? Okay. Shen Mo nodded, and with the force of his right hand, he directly threw the demon Buu out. Boom! Thundered. Majin Buu's body smashed heavily into the ground, and the ground was instantly shaken out of a huge sinkhole. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong, and it seems that the sub-demon Buu is not your opponent at all. I'm more interested in you now than Majin Buu. Veget stopped continuing to adapt to his new body, and the corners of his mouth curled confidently, and said to Silence. Judging from the silent performance just now, his strength is definitely far beyond Majin Buu. And now they are also very confident, after the merger, their strength is also much stronger than that of Majin Buu. Yes. I advise you not to be too interested in me, it will hurt. Silence smiled at Veget and said. There is no denying that Veget's strength is great, but now he is estimated to only become a Super Saiyan. In that case, he would not be his opponent at all. Ma, this is not easy to say. Veget still said with great confidence. It's not because of their own expansion, but the power after the fit is really amazing. But after I solve Majin Buu first, I'll try it with you. After Veget finished speaking, he looked at Majin Buu. Play slowly, I don't have time to watch your botched performance. Silently looked at Veget and Majin Buu, and after saying a word, he left with number 18. After fighting the god of destruction and Pa, he really didn't have much interest in the battle between Veget and Majin Buu. Judging from the current chi of the two, Veget is obviously much stronger than Majin Buu. But if he wants to completely defeat Majin Buu, it is estimated that it is still very difficult. After all, those guys from Sun Gohan and Sun Wuxian are still in the body of Majin Buu. If they directly kill Majin Buu, they will also be killed together. Chapter 060. Silence, are you really not going to help them? At this time, in a sushi restaurant in Zidu, number 18 looked at Silent and asked. That guy called Majin Buu seems to be quite bad. Wait a minute, fill your stomach first. Those two guys can handle it for the time being. Shen Mo said lightly while enjoying the delicious sushi. Veget's strength is undoubted, and he can definitely defeat Majin Buu. As for how the plot should develop later, let's wait and watch as you walk later. I have eaten in the 6th universe for more than half a year, and those disgusting foods are now. Of course I want a good meal. Oh. I don't know, what happened to them on the 16th and 17th? Number 18 held his cheeks and said to himself with some worry. Both of them are artificial humans, I can't sense their breath. But it should be fine, right? Shen Mo thought about it and spoke. Anyway, it's okay, after Majin Buu is solved, you can use the Earth's Dragon Ball to resurrect everyone. In fact, there is not much difference at all between death and immortality. I just don't like the feeling of powerlessness. I hope it's okay. After speaking softly, number 18 looked out the window. At this time, the battle between Veget and Majin Buu entered a white-hot stage. Although Majin Buu absorbed Sun Gohan and Bic and others, compared with Veget after the merger, the gap between them is still very large. So it can only be played by Veget in applause. Hey, you guy, is that all you have, this strength? If that's the case, that's really disappointing me. Vegeta folded his arms in front of his chest, his golden hair tied up high, and his body was surrounded by golden flames, and he said to Majin Buu with a look of disdain. The current Majin Buu is indeed too weak in front of him. Shhh, you bastard, let's get carried away, I have already absorbed Sun Gohan and those two imps, it is impossible that anyone will be my opponent. Majin Buu said angrily. The reason why he was angry and corrupted was because in Veget's body, he felt great danger. Although he feels that this danger should not exist at all. Yes. How strong I am now, you won't understand at all, forget it, you don't understand anyway. Veget still had a confident curve at the corner of his mouth, and said dismissively to Majin Buu. Yes, I won't understand it at all, now I'll kill you. Majin Buu cracked his teeth, his body suddenly flashed, and he attacked directly towards Veget. Phew! Majin Buu's speed is quite fast, and Dandy and Tianjin Fan, who was saved by Dandy, on the side don't see it clearly at all. It's just that Majin Buu's attack was easily dodged by Veget. Cut, abominable! Majin Buu looked angry, gritted his teeth tightly, and attacked Vegeta again. After repeated attacks dozens of times, he did not touch Veget's clothes. This made Majin Buu even more annoyed. It seems that you did not understand the gap between us at all. The corners of Veget's mouth raised again, and his right fist burst out like lightning. Boom! Hit Majin Buu's face at an incredibly fast speed. At the same time as the low collision sound sounded, Majin Buu's face was completely deformed. Humph! Have you forgotten? This attack is of no use to me at all. Majin Buu quickly recovered and said to Veget with a sneer. It is undeniable that Veget's strength and speed are now strong, but the attack is not able to bring substantial damage to himself. Don't think too highly of yourself, if you hadn't absorbed Gohan them, I think it would be easy to kill you. Veget said coldly. At the same time, Vegeta begins to plan how to save Gohan from Majin Buu's body. Let's clean up these guys first. Veget smiled coldly at Majin Buu, and then directly burst out and launched a suppressive attack on Majin Buu. And at this time in the realm King God realm. 2. Great, Goku and Vegeta and the two of them have completely suppressed Majin Buu. After merging, Jebit God said excitedly. Those two guys are obviously thinking about how to rescue Gohan and them. I hope they don't be too careless. If the two of them are absorbed by the demon Buu, it will be quite troublesome. The old realm King God said with a worried look. Now Majin Buu is already very powerful, and can cause harm to the entire universe. If you absorb Vegeta again, then the whole world will really be finished. Earth, after half an hour of silence, finally had enough to eat and drink. Wow, finally full, this feeling is so cool. Let's go see their battle. Shen Mo looked at number 18, smiled and said. Number 18 nodded, she really wanted to go and see if number 17 was absorbed. Phew. The two disappeared into the restaurant in an instant. The reappearance has reached the place where Majin Buu and Vegeta fight. Chapter 061. At this time, the demon Buu was slightly embarrassed, and obvious scars appeared on his body, and there were purple blood marks on the corners of his mouth. Hey! What's going on with you? Is that all you have to do with this strength? Vegeta looked haughty and mocked coldly. I'll let you know that the more you mess with me like this, the more ugly you will die in the end, and you'd better be prepared. Majin Buletin wiped the blood stains at the corners of his mouth, and said to Vegeta in an icy tone. This bastard guy actually made himself feel the taste of pain, absolutely unforgivable. Then you should hurry over. You big fool! Vegeta beckoned to Majin Buu and said dismissively. No matter how many people Majin Buu absorbs, it is absolutely impossible to defeat himself. Cut, damn bastard! Majin Buu pouted, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Vegeta and punched Vegeta. Syllable. It's just that Majin Buu's fist was easily taken by Vegeta. Are you kidding that your soft fist also wants to defeat me? Vegeta looked at Majin Buu mockingly and said. After speaking, he pulled hard and directly pulled the demon Buu in front of him. Then the right knee went up heavily. Boom! The knee is on Majin Buu's lower abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of purple blood spat out of his mouth, and then his body flew out upside down. It seems that Majin Buu is not their opponent at all. Number 18 looked at the battle between the two and spoke. Because it can be seen from the battle just now that the difference in strength between the two of them is very large. Well, Majin Buu really can't beat Vegeta. Silent nodded. After Vegeta became a Super Saiyan after the merger, his strength was very terrifying. I can't continue fighting, I have to let Majin Buu absorb me, so that I can smoothly enter his body and rescue Gohan and them. Looking at the vulnerable Majin Buu, Vegeta's eyes rolled and thought. And at this moment, the half-truncated tentacles that Majin Buu had left on the ground before suddenly squirmed. Vegeta swept behind him, and this kind of thing naturally couldn't escape his sight. It's just that Majin Buu's practice is right in his own arms. You arrogant bastard, you dare to look down on me, since this is the case, then become a part of my body. The anger on Majin Buu's face suddenly turned into ecstasy. And almost at the moment when the voice fell, the purple thing behind Vegeta was like a blanket, swallowing Vegeta's body in. Protective barrier. Vegeta suddenly whispered, and then a pale green energy barrier appeared around his body, wrapping his body in it. After struggling a little, Vegeta was absorbed by the demon Buu. Ha ha ha! After absorbing Vegeta's body, Majin Buu laughed maniacally excitedly. No! No way! Satan opened his big eyes in disbelief. How did the situation change so much in an instant? How? How can it be? Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta! Dandy roared in horror. The combination of Monkey King and Vegeta is their only hope. Now they have been devoured by the demon Buu, so their hopes are completely shattered. At this time, in the realm King God realm, Jebet God was also looking at the crystal ball in disbelief. Then he snapped and sat on the ground. They were actually absorbed? At this moment, there really is no hope. The trembling tone was full of horror. The old realm king god looked at the crystal ball with sharp eyes. Veget's strength should be far beyond Majin Buu, and he will definitely not be absorbed so easily. And the moment this was absorbed, a pale green energy shield seemed to appear around Veget's body. Could it be said? Does he have any other ideas? What are you shouting about? Just watch slowly. Then the old realm king god scolded the Jebet god. This guy is definitely the most intimidating of the realm king gods, and things have not yet reached the point of true despair. Lord Ancestor, Vegeta has been absorbed, we really have no hope. Jebet god held his head and still said in a frightened tone. No, take a good look. The old realm king god picked up the crystal ball on the ground and continued, every time Majin Buu absorbs other people, his appearance and strength will change. But this time I absorbed Veget, but nothing changed. So what's going on? Do you mean that Vegeta was not absorbed? God Jebet's eyes suddenly flashed with essence, and he quickly asked. I don't know what's going on, I hope Veget hasn't been absorbed, right? The old realm king god looked at the crystal ball and muttered to himself. However, after combining the Potara earrings, Veget should not be so easily absorbed. Chapter 062. Wah! This stupid guy actually wanted to make me disappear, but he didn't expect to make himself disappear. Majin Buu began to laugh, apparently very happy because he absorbed Veget. And Satan and Dandy, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, had long been frightened to death. Veget's strong existence has been absorbed by Majin Buu, and these people can't stop Majin Buu at all. It took a full 3 minutes for Majin Buu's maniacal laughter to stop. Hey, you guy, you seem to have been rude to me before. Majin Buu looked at Shen Mo and said coldly. The current self is definitely the strongest person in the entire universe, and no one will be his opponent. Although I was a little embarrassed by this guy before, it will definitely not be repeated now. This time, I will absorb him as well. Pay attention to your wording, it is unreasonable to you, it is playing with tyranny. Shen Mo hugged his arms to his chest, looked at Majin Buu with a playful face, and said. Che, if you dare to say such a thing, I will definitely not spare you. Majin Buu clenched his fists tightly, and his red pupils flashed with anger. The guy called Vegeta before was also so arrogant, but he was absorbed by himself. I also feel that this guy, like Veget, will also become a part of his body. Really? Then I want to see how you won't spare me? Shen Mo smiled faintly, even if it was Majin Buu, who really devoured Veget. Becoming Veget Buu is not necessarily his opponent. Besides, he hasn't done it yet. In the face of Silent's provocation, Majin Buu's body appeared in front of something in an instant, surrounded by purple chi, and his fist smashed heavily towards Silence. Boom! Phew! Suddenly, no one could see clearly what had happened just now, and they saw Majin Buu's body flying out upside down. Silence did not move from beginning to life. It's like Majin Buu, flying out of the sky by himself. It was then inserted into the gravel pile. Fa! What happened? Satan and Celestial God Dandy looked confused. I didn't see clearly what was going on just now. The only thing that appears in his eyes is that Majin Buu is struggling in the pile of rocks at this time. Not to mention the two of them, even the Jebet God and the old realm king god who were in the god realm at this time did not see clearly what was going on. That guy I remembered. 7 years ago, he went to the divine realm, but after staying in the divine realm for a while, he left. Later, he also asked the direction to go to the 6th universe. Could it be that the 7 years since he disappeared were in the 6th universe? God Jebet looked at Silence and number 18, and suddenly said seriously. Although his strength was already strong 7 years ago, it is absolutely incomparable with now. This guy is in the 6th universe, what happened? It will raise his strength to such a terrifying level. Lord Ancestor, did you see clearly just now, what happened? Then God Jebet hurriedly asked the old realm king god. Humph! You young and strong young man didn't see clearly, I'm just an old man with dizzy eyes, how can I see clearly? The old realm king god skipped off the Jebet god and said coldly. Oh! Jebet god could only nod aggrievedly. Then he looked at the crystal ball. Hey! You just said that he appeared in the god-destroying realm 7 years ago. Do you know what his purpose is? The old realm king god looked down at the Jebet god and asked. Well, yes, his purpose. The first time I didn't know, but the second time he asked me about the location of the 6th universe. God Jebet thought about it and said truthfully. How could he know about the 6th universe? It seems that Silence is not an ordinary person. The old realm king god rubbed his chin, thought about it and said. Ordinary humans, even if he is a scion, will never know such a thing as the 6th universe. And at this time in the combat zone of the earth. Majin Buu looked pained and shocked at the same time. Abominable! What the hell is going on? He obviously absorbed such a powerful veget, why was he still shot away by him so easily? That's not right. My strength doesn't seem to have improved at all. Looking at his figure and dress, Majin Buu instantly understood. He absorbed Vegeta himself, but did not receive Vegeta's power. This made him puzzled. What's wrong Majin Buu, are you going to lie there and play dead? Shen Mo coldly said sarcastically to the demon Buu. This kind of battle really doesn't have the slightest desire. Less proud, you just want to talk big with Veget, and when you are absorbed by me in a while, I see if you can still get up. Majin Buu jumped up from the pile of rocks, gritted his teeth tightly, and said angrily to Silence. In his opinion, his strength should be far above him, and he was just careless just now. That's why the attack will be disrupted. Chapter 064. Phew! In the next second, Majin Buu once again flashed towards the Silence. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of Shen Mo and slammed towards Shen Mo. Cut, don't measure yourself. Ha! Shen Mo's arms suddenly shook, and a vast aura erupted from his body. Boom! In an instant, the grass-green flames moved wildly. Obviously, Silence directly turned into an angry form. The terrifying shockwave directly shook Majin Buu out again. Thundered. Instantly crushed a huge mountain. Abominable. Completely invisible, his movements. Obviously, I have absorbed so many people and turned into the strongest form, these guys can't be my opponents at all. Majin Buu really couldn't figure it out, and his anger hammered his chest. If the first time his attack was interrupted was because of his own carelessness, then this time just now, he was absolutely careful. This shows that the human being in front of him is unfathomable. Phew! Just as Majin Buu was thinking about the gap between them, a silent body suddenly appeared in front of him. Then grabbed Majin Buu's tentacles and lifted Majin Buu up. Hey, spit out all those guys you absorbed before. Shen Mo smiled lightly and said lightly to the demon Buu. No. Impossible, you don't want to think about it. Majin Buu's angry facial features were distorted, and he roared angrily at Shen Mo. If you want to let yourself spit out Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, it is absolutely impossible. Sorry, I'm not consulting you, I'm ordering you. Give you 2 paths, one is to spit it out on your own initiative. 2, I'll help you spit it out. Shen Mo's tone suddenly became cold and said. Eating indiscriminately is not a good habit. Bastard! Hurry up and let me go. Majin Buu was silently grabbed, as if he was caught by iron tongs, and even if he was using force, he could not break free. Suddenly a little panicked. If this continues, I guess there will really be some bad situations. I may find a way to satisfy you this time. Shen Mo shook his head, and then a punch was thrown out, smashing heavily on the stomach of Majin Bu. Wow! Almost as soon as the fist touched Majin Bu's stomach, a mouthful of purple blood spurted out of his mouth. Majin Bu's regenerative ability is indeed very strong, but after absorbing so many humans, his regenerative ability will continue to weaken. The more humans are absorbed, the weaker his regenerative ability will be. Therefore, although Majin Bu at this time gained great power, he also sacrificed his precious regeneration ability. It seems that your regenerative ability has been weakened. How many punches can you still carry with such a fist? With a shallow smile on his face, Shen Mo said to Majin Bu in a gloomy tone. Even if he doesn't use the power of destruction now, he can easily kill him. But... damn it! Although very reluctant, but this bastard is right. Although I absorbed Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong and others, my strength and thinking have changed dramatically, but at the same time, my regeneration ability has weakened. After hearing the silent words, Majin Bu secretly thought in his heart. If you change to your original self, you won't think about so many things at all, because you don't have such a high IQ. But now, after absorbing Vic and Sun Gohan, his IQ has also been greatly improved. It seems that you don't want to cooperate. Then don't blame me. Silent Eyes suddenly shot out a gloomy light, and then another punch smashed into the lower abdomen of the demon Bu. All in one place. Boom! This time, Majin Bu's body flew out directly upside down, and Shen Mo's hand still twisted half of Majin Bu's tentacles. Boom! Wow! Whoa! Majin Bu's body knocked a rock into powder, and his body fell to the ground, spitting out blood. And Majin Bu's chi began to weaken continuously after being silenced twice by gravity. After all, his current body's recovery ability has also become much weaker. Well, it's so powerful, he actually knocked Majin Bu down with 2 punches. His strength is estimated to be stronger than Veget. Jebet, who was in the Realm King God realm, said in horror. Even Gohan and Vegeta were devoured, but Majin Bu was as weak as a child in front of the silence. It's incredible. His strength far surpasses that of Veget. My intuition tells me that he can kill Majin Bu in an instant. The old Realm King God was also very shocked, but his performance was much calmer than that of Jebet God. Really? Are you sure? Ancestors. Is he really able to kill Majin Bu in an instant? God Jebet asked in shock. You must know that Majin Bu is an ancient Majin. In addition to his strong strength, what is more important is that his recovery ability and regeneration ability are super strong. It's just my perception, but he'll definitely be able to defeat Majin Bu, that's for sure. The old Realm King God looked at the crystal ball and said in a serious tone. Chapter 065. Damn, after just 2 attacks, my body already had injuries. If you continue like this, you will be killed by him. Majin Bu looked at Shen Mo with gloomy eyes, and a tangled look appeared in his eyes. It was very difficult for him to get himself to spit out all the people who ate them. After all, after absorbing them, his own strength skyrocketed, and he was almost at the top of the universe. If you spit them out yourself, then your strength will return to the original level. But now the problem he faces is that if he doesn't spit them out, he may kill them. Abominable! I don't believe I'm really that weak. Majin Bu suddenly roared, and the purple aura around his body rose from the solace of his feet again. With his toes on the ground, a huge sinkhole instantly appeared on the ground, and his body had reached the front of silence. Hey! The fist shadow was like the wind, and he kept attacking Shen Mo. Shen Mo just shook his body gently, and he dodged the Majin Bu, and all the attacks. Stop struggling senselessly, Majin Bu. No matter how much you struggle, the outcome will not change in any way. Shen Mo said in a calm tone. Don't get carried away, I'm the strongest in the universe, and I won't lose in your hands. Majin Bu roared madly, and the speed of his attack accelerated again. However, it has not achieved any effect, and has attacked hundreds of times, without even touching the corner of the silent clothes. The strongest in the universe? You deserve it too. Shen Mo snorted coldly, and his tone was full of disdain. At the same time as the voice fell, Silence punched out again. This punch used 5 points of strength. Boom! In the next second, Majin Buu's stomach was directly pierced by a punch. The body exploded out again, rubbing the ground for a distance of several thousand meters before stopping. The body has been wiped and broken, and half of the body is completely missing. Burst! Majin Buu angrily slammed the ground, and the ground exploded instantly. Then Majin Buu's body returned to normal again, but the giant pit on his stomach did not disappear. Look, your current ability to recover, there seems to be something wrong. Shen Mo suddenly appeared in front of Majin Buu and said mockingly. It seems that under his own attack, he has no way to regenerate quickly. No, if it goes on like this, it will really be killed. Although I am very unwilling, I can only spit out those guys from the Monkey King now, so that I can recover to the peak regeneration ability. Majin Buu's eyes flickered continuously, and he thought secretly in his heart. Looking at the current situation, I can only absorb all those guys who absorb them. Then white smoke suddenly erupted from the small holes on the top of Majin Buu's head and chest. After all the white smoke disappeared, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta and others all appeared in front of Majin Buu. What? What's the situation? Son Goku and Vegeta were still awake at this time, but Son Gohan and the others were all unconscious. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan and Trunks and the others around him with a puzzled look and asked. Although the purpose of both him and Kakarot is to enter the body of Majin Buu, bringing Gohan and Trunks. But they didn't succeed. I don't know, but we seem to have come out of Majin Buu's body, so ha! Sun Wukong said excitedly. And at this time, not only Son Gohan and others, but even Fat Buu was also driven out of the body. Because there is a Southern Realm King God in Fat Buu, it will affect his regeneration ability. But after speaking, Sun Wukong looked at Shen Mo and spoke, it seems that you rescued us, thank you. Except for Silence, it is estimated that no one in this universe can do it. Shen Mo looked at Sun Wukong and the others, and did not take care of Sun Wukong and the others. At this time, because he swallowed Sun Wukong and the others, Majin Buu looked pained. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took the opportunity to directly pick up a few people and take them aside. Ah! The pained Majin Buu instantly roared madly. The body suddenly began to swell. Whoops! Energy lightning swirled wildly around him, and the entire earth began to fight violently. Clear cracks began to appear in the ground. That bastard, he wants to destroy the whole planet! Sun Wukong exclaimed in horror. In this situation, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 3, there is no way to stop it. Kakarot, hurry up and teleport! Vegeta quickly said to Sun Wukong. Wait for Vegeta, Silence doesn't seem nervous at all. Vegeta frowned, looked at the Silence, and said. At this time, the Silence, facing the huge purple energy ball condensed by Majin Buu, still looked like a light cloud. He didn't even take Majin Buu's attack seriously at all. Yay! Majin Buu suddenly let out a strange scream, apparently his IQ had recovered to the beginning, and then the huge ball of energy condensed in his palm blasted towards the Silence. P.S. I'm very sorry, the recent update is really too difficult, sorry everyone who likes it. By the way, how many people are watching it now, are there 50? Chapter 066. The energy ball pressed down strongly, and the ground under Silent feet began to collapse and crack continuously. Billowing waves swept in all directions, destroying the ground everywhere it went, and crimson magma emerged from the surface. It's like an apocalyptic scene. That guy, what the hell is he trying to deal with? Or he can't get the energy ball next Majin Buu. Vegeta's brows furrowed, his gaze fixed on Silence. Although it is undeniable that Silent's strength is very strong, even Majin Buu is far from his opponent. But you know, everyone's desperate blow is very powerful. Majin Buu's attack at this time is like a final counterattack, similar to the self-explosion when he squeezed out to deal with Majin Buu. You can generate energy that far exceeds your own strength. I don't know. Now you can only pray for him to take the energy ball, otherwise we will all be killed, including the earth. Sun Wukong was also very nervous, and said with a heavy face. I hope Silence is pretending to be calm. At this time, Satan was already terrified and lying on the ground with his hands on his head. As a heavenly god, Dandy was also frightened and turned green and trembled his body. Number 18 had a flat face, looking at the energy ball that was pressing down on him, without any fear in his eyes, and nervousness. Because he believes in Silence, and very much in it. When the huge purple energy ball was only a stone's throw away from him, a small energy ball suddenly appeared on the tip of his silent fingertips. Sabotage! A deep voice suddenly spat out from the silent mouth. Between the huge energy ball just now and the moment the silent destruction energy was lifted, the huge energy ball instantly turned into a small purple point of light. Then disappeared without a trace. At the moment when the energy ball disappeared, the earth that had been trembling slowly returned to calm. What happened just now? Seeing the scene just now, everyone was shocked beyond belief, and their eyes were round one by one. The jaw of shock almost fell to the ground. Originally, they thought that Majin Buu's energy ball, even if it could not kill Silent, would definitely be able to destroy the entire earth. But I never expected that Majin Buu's most powerful energy ball was so easily dissolved by Silence. A ball of energy as big as a fingertip destroys the energy that can destroy the earth. And most importantly, the two energy balls did not emit any explosions at all, and Majin Buu's energy balls disappeared without a trace in an instant like snowflakes seeing red-hot iron. For Monkey King and Vegeta, this is indeed a little too scary. Well, what a strong ball of energy! This kind of thing only needs a little bit to kill us completely. Sun Wukong is still shocked, and it is difficult to calm down. Originally, he thought that after 7 years, he would be able to break through to Super Saiyan 3 and be able to close the gap between him and Shen Mo. But now it seems that the distance between them has not been narrowed, but is getting bigger. How did that abominable bastard become so strong? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. You must know that the prince who is also a Saiyan and himself a Saiyan has a noble bloodline. I didn't expect that a few years later, there would be such a huge gap with him. This feeling is indeed very unpleasant. And at this time in the realm King God realm, God Jebet danced excitedly, because he saw that Silence was so powerful, he would definitely be able to kill the demon Buu to save the earth. However, the body of the old realm king on the side was trembling, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Broken. Destruction? That human being, actually mastered the energy of destruction? This is absolutely impossible. The old realm king god muttered incredulously. You must know that this destructive power is only worthy of which big man? No, he must have misheard, or he said it wrong. This is absolutely impossible. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? God Jebet noticed that something was wrong with the old realm king god, and quickly asked. It stands to reason that he should be happy. After all, there are people who can defeat Majin Buu. The energy that guy used just now, perhaps destroying God's exclusive destructive energy. The old realm king god said with a trembling tone. Destroying the energy of Lord God? How is this possible? He's just a Saiyan. After hearing the words of the old world king god, God Jebet was also very shocked. I don't know, but I can't be wrong. The old realm king god shook his head. He would definitely not know about this kind of thing. Perhaps, it was taught to him by Lord Destroyer. In any case, this crisis on Earth may be solved. After thinking about it, the old realm king god's tone returned to calm and said, "At this time on earth, Majin Buu has returned to normal because he just cast a huge energy ball. It became the skinny appearance of the original Buu." Babble. A mad scream came out of his mouth, and he looked at Shen Mo with anger on his face, constantly hammering his chest. Chapter 067. Phew. In the next second, Majin Buu's body jumped out and clenched his fists tightly and blasted towards Shen Mo. "Be careful." Sun Wukong hurriedly opened his mouth to remind, because at this time the strength and speed of Majin Buu were still amazingly fast. "I don't know if I'm alive or dead." Shen Mo pouted, and directly punched Majin Buu. This punch, Shen Mo used all his strength. Snap! The moment the two fists touched, Majin Buu's body was instantly beaten into a puddle of meat mud and flew backwards. Then Majin Buu's body turned into a pink rubber mud and fell to the ground. "Well! What a powerful force, is this guy a monster?" Vegetal looked at the silence with a stunned expression, and was shocked beyond words. Unexpectedly, just a punch collided and beat Majin Buu like this. If Majin Buu did not have strong regeneration and recovery ability, it is estimated that this punch could kill him. Sun Wukong was also shocked, and the strength of silence was raised a notch again in his mind. Moisture. And just when everyone was extremely shocked, the demon Buu, who was beaten into a puddle of mud, squirmed a few times, and then stood up again. Restored to the original Buu's appearance, his eyes flashed with raging fire, and it could be seen that he was very angry at this time. Babble. Finally, an angry scream was emitted. However, it was obvious that his chi had not decreased, indicating that even if Shen Mo had punched him into meat paste just now, he had not been greatly affected. "This guy is too perverted, right?" Vegetal looked at Majin Buu with a solemn expression and said. Such a terrifying group just now did not have any impact on him, and his chi did not weaken in the slightest. If this continues, the situation is a bit not good. Because that silence seems to be powerful, but after all, he does not have the ability to completely kill Majin Buu. Gaku. I am the king of the Northern Realm. At this moment, the voice of the king of the Northern Realm suddenly sounded in Sun Wukong's mind. "Lord Realm King, are you looking for me for something?" Sun Wukong asked a little suspiciously. What is the king of the Northern Realm looking for himself at this time? If you want to solve Majin Buu's words, you must rely on the Yuan Chi bomb I taught you, so that you can completely kill Majin Buu. The king of the Northern Realm said to Sun Wukong. Because the Yuan Chi bomb is composed of the purest and countless people's Yuan Chi, there are some innate restraints for this kind of monster. Now it is estimated that except for the Genki bomb, nothing can kill Majin Buu. Yes. Yes, how did I forget the Genki bomb? Hearing the words of the king of the Northern Realm, Sun Wukong suddenly woke up to the fact that the Yuan Chi bomb was indeed his biggest killing move. I see, Lord, thank you. Sun Wukong said to the king of the Northern Realm, and then his body suddenly flashed, appeared in front of Shen Mo, and said to Shen Mo, "Silence, I know the way to kill Majin Buu." Sun Wukong said with a serious face. "The way to kill Majin Buu? Say it and listen." Shen Mo smiled and did not interrupt Sun Wukong. Isn't it easy for him to want to kill Majin Buu? With the Genki bomb, you can completely eliminate Majin Buu. The Yuan Chi bomb has the ability to purify, and it can definitely completely kill Majin Buu, but it requires the entire earth, or even more Yuan power. Monkey King explained. If you rely on the Yuan Chi bomb composed of the Yuan power of a few people alone, there is no way to completely eliminate Majin Buu. Genki bomb. Shen Mo hesitated for a moment and continued, "It's just to kill a demon Buu, is it so troublesome?" What? What the? Monkey King suspected that he had misheard. What does it mean to kill a Majin Buu? Could it be? Do you still have a way to kill Majin Buu? Sun Wukong looked at Shen Mo with a look of surprise and anticipation and asked. Although his own vitality bomb can kill Majin Bu, if he wants everyone on the earth to contribute his own vitality, he probably can't do it. After all, he has no prestige on earth, so he can't do it. Of course, I can kill him in an instant. Shen Mo said with a faint smile. Really? It's true? Sun Wukong asked in disbelief. Che, I don't believe it. If you can solve him in an instant, why drag it out for so long? Vegeta said in a skeptical tone to Silence. The strength of Silence is undeniable, but he said that he can solve Majin Bu in an instant, which is probably a bit exaggerated. Yay! At this time, the reunited Majin Bu suddenly screamed. After frantically hammering his chest a few times, he flew towards Shen Mo. Optimistic. Silence smiled at Son Goku and Vegeta, and then pointed a finger at Majin Bu. At this time, not only Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at the Silence expectantly, but also Satan in the distance, the heavenly god Dandy, the two Realm King gods of the Realm King God realm, including Yamcha and Klin of the Northern Realm King planet. And the fools of the entire prefecture are looking at the Silence expectantly. They were also curious about whether Silence could kill Majin Bu in an instant. Sabotage. Under everyone's expectant gaze, a faint voice came out of the silent mouth. Then a purple light condensed from the fingertips. Chapter 068. Phew! The energy beam accurately shot into Majin Bu's eyebrows. In the next second, Majin Bu's expression suddenly stiffened, and he didn't have time to react at all, and he didn't even scream. The entire body suddenly turned into purple points of light, like ignited paper, and quickly disappeared. Not even a little residue under the body. Gollum! At this time, the air was extremely silent, and even the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard clearly. Vegeta and Monkey King opened their eyes wide, and their mouths were open and they couldn't suppress their faces. How is this possible? Majin Bu was actually killed in an instant? 2. It's so strong. It's like a demon. Unbelievable, is this the real strength of Silence? Sun Wukong muttered a little distractedly. It seems that he can't catch up with him at all, because if he cultivates for a few years or even more than 10 years, it is estimated that he will not be able to kill the demon Bu in an instant. Is this bastard really a scion? Vegeta frowned. Apparently couldn't believe it. Or is this the power that scions should really master? It seems that he is still far behind, and he needs more and stronger cultivation. The Realm King God realm, Jebit God, and the old Realm King God jumped up excitedly. Great, Majin Bu has finally been solved. Especially the Jebit God, he was so excited that he wanted to fly. That guy is really good, it seems that he really mastered the destructive energy. I don't know what will happen when Lord Beerus wakes up and sees him in the future. Although the old Realm King God was very happy, he still had his worries in his heart. I knew very well that Beerus guy was a very careful person. In particular, there is no desire for human beings to reach the level of God. Don't worry, Lord Ancestor, the Earth is the most remote planet in the Northern Galaxy, and Lord Beerus should not go to that place. God Jebit looked at the old Realm King God who was still a little worried, and quickly opened his mouth to be relieved. I hope so. The old Realm King God sighed and said. At this time, Klin and Yamcha and the others on the Northern King planet were also excited to embrace each other. If the Earth is not destroyed, then they have hope of being resurrected again. Even those people in the prefecture were also very excited, especially Buffety, who was even more excited. Because the bastard Majin Bu didn't think about saving her, he actually killed himself. That bastard is what he hates the most. Now completely killed, I feel much better. Sun Wukong walked in front of Shen Mo and said to Shen Mo with a smile. Thank you for saving us and saving the planet. Don't thank me, I just can't get used to Majin Bu. Shen Mo looked at Sun Wukong, and said in an unhurried tone. Ma, don't say it so unkindly. Thank you anyway. Sun Wukong still said with a smile. Anyway, the earth is preserved, and everyone can be resurrected, which is the most satisfying thing for him. I think you'd better hurry up and resurrect those who have been killed. After silently speaking to Sun Wukong, he directly pulled number 18 and left. In the following time, Sun Goku and Vegeta found the Dragon Ball, and all the humans killed by Majin Buu were resurrected. And all the destroyed earth was restored. Once again, the earth has returned to calm. And just like that, a year and a half passed quickly. In the past year and a half, everyone has enjoyed a peaceful life for more than a year. At this time, in the Destruction God realm of the 7th universe, 2 uninvited guests came. Thundered. There was a violent explosion in the God of Destruction realm, and then 2 figures appeared in front of the Temple of Destruction. If Silent was there, he would definitely be able to recognize the 2 of them, the destruction gods of the 6th universe, Elephant Pa and Bardos. Hey Beerus, hurry up and get me out. As soon as he landed, Xiongpa shouted. Lord Xiongpa, pay attention to civilized language. Bardos reminded from behind to Elephant Pa. Cut, this time I must find Beerus to settle the account. After speaking, he directly entered the Temple of Destruction. Lord Xiongpa, sister, you actually came to the 7th universe, what a rarity. The angel of the 7th universe, VES, saw Xiongpa and Bardos, and said with a smile. Weiss, is Lord Beerus sleeping again? Bardos asked with the same smile on his face. I remember the all-universe hide-and-seek competition held by Lord Xuanwang millions of years ago, and he had to stop halfway because Lord Beerus had slept for 50 years. At that time, almost all the gods of destruction suffered because of Beerus, but he did not expect that his sleepy habit had not changed. Yes. Sister, Lord Beerus is indeed sleeping. I've been sleeping for 39 years now, and I'm a little helpless. Weiss said speechlessly. Hey Beerus, don't pretend to be dead, I'll settle accounts with you. Xiongpa still yelled in disregard of the image. What's going on, sister? What hit Lord Elephant Pa? Looking at the yelling Elephant Pa, Weiss asked a little puzzled. It stands to reason that although Xiongpa and Beerus are not compatible, the destroying god of the 6th universe should not appear in the 7th universe casually. Chapter 069. Lord Xiongpa was defeated by a human in the 7th universe a few years ago, and now he still holds a grudge. Bardos said very honestly to Weiss. Although 5 years have passed since this incident, Lord Xiongpa does not show any relief. Instead, he became more and more irritable, thinking of revenge every day. In order to take revenge, he has not been busy in the past few years. Oh! Lord Xiongpa will actually be defeated by the humans of the 7th universe. Weiss was a little incredible, but he was still very calm in his words. There are also very powerful guys in humans, and although the defeat of the god of destruction is a little shocking, it is not impossible. Hey Bardos, didn't I tell you not to tell anyone about it? Elephant Pa glared at Bardos fiercely, blaming Bardos for his mouth. If this matter is known by more people, he will not be able to live with his face. Especially if Beerus knows, maybe how he will laugh at himself. Oh, I forgot. Bardos smiled indifferently, apparently not forgot, more like on purpose. Cut. Xiongpa pouted, but there was no way, the strength of the angel was above himself. So I really can't help him, this is the most angry. Beerus, if you don't get up again, I'll destroy your place. Elephant Pa did not dare to lose his temper with Bardos, so he had to be angry with Beerus. Then a huge ball of energy condensed in the palm and aimed directly at the palace of Beerus. Who is daring my divine realm to make noises and not let people sleep? At this time, Beerus suddenly walked out of the palace with his eyes closed, looked sleepy-eyed, and licked his paws. Then there was a sudden sneeze, and a purple destructive energy flew directly towards Xiongpa. What? What the? Xiongpa's eyes suddenly widened, and then he quickly dodged the past. Thundered. The hard destruction god realm ground was instantly scared out of a big pit. Although Xiongpa was not hit head-on, he was still disgraced. "Hey Beerus, did you bastard mean it?" Like Peiko called out loudly. He always felt that Beerus was doing it on purpose, and this guy had always looked at himself badly. "Hey! What? What was that?" Only then did Beerus open his eyes and look at Elephant Pa. "Yo! It's like Pa! What are you coming to my 7th universe for?" Beerus licked his paws and asked with a look of disgust. The god of destruction should not be able to visit other universes. However, Xiongpa ran to his own universe, and he definitely didn't have any good intentions. "Cut, bastard, it makes people angry when they see it." Xiongpa clenched his fists, and the moment he saw Beerus, it seemed that the shadow of silence appeared in his mind again. "I didn't like Beerus originally, but now I look even more annoying. Beerus, you people from the 7th universe ran to our 6th universe to make trouble, you destroyers should be in charge, right?" Elephant asked in a hard voice to Beerus. Of course, if that guy hadn't hit himself, he would have counted, but now, it definitely won't. You must clean him up well. What? People from the 7th universe making trouble in the 6th universe? There is such a thing. Beerus suddenly sobered up. Although I don't like the twin brother of Xiongpa, a human in the 7th universe goes to the 6th universe, and this matter needs to be taken care of. Bardos, is what Elephant Pa said true? Beerus looked at Bardos again and asked. This guy like Pa sometimes runs trains with his mouth full, and his words cannot be believed. Yes, Lord Beerus, there is indeed a guy named Silence who stunned Lord Elephant Pa in the destruction god realm of the 6th universe. This time, Bardos spoke more seriously. Xiongpa's face turned green at once. What he was most afraid of was being known about this by Beerus, and this guy would definitely laugh at himself all the time. What? The god of destruction was actually defeated by humans in their own god realm? Beerus was startled at first, though he laughed loudly. You're a shame. Elephant Pa. Even a human being can't be defeated, and the face of the god of destruction has been lost by you. Beerus didn't care about Xiongpa's face in the slightest, and threw himself back with a smile. This is probably the best joke I have heard in tens of thousands of years. Che, I knew it would be like this. Like the whole face of Pa Chi and the cooked pork liver, it is quite ugly. Forget it, although this kind of thing is very angry, but after all, it is expected, Bardos's big mouth cannot keep the secret. After 3 minutes of laughing, Beerus stopped. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he spoke. However, someone in the 7th universe dares to make a move with the god of destruction, this kind of thing is absolutely unforgivable. After speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. I had a bad dream during this lunch break, saying that there would be an old enemy of my own. The name seems to have been forgotten, but as Pa said, it seems that this dream is real. Hey Beerus, that guy also said that even if it is you Beerus, he can beat him down. Seeing Beerus's serious appearance, Xiongpa hurriedly fanned the flames. His purpose this time was to incite Beerus to deal with that human, because with his own strength, he was indeed not his opponent. Moreover, no matter who loses or wins, the two of them will be a good show for themselves at that time. Think about it, it's a little exciting. He really is a genius. Chapter 070. Xiongpa, don't think I don't know what the hell is in your heart, aren't you using me to deal with the person who beat you? Beerus suddenly smiled and looked at Xiongpa and said. Just like Pa's little flower intestines, he still wants to hide himself, this guy is too self-righteous. His own trick was punctured, as if he was afraid to frown, but he didn't expect Beerus to be so clever and figure out his own plan. You can think as much as you like, I don't think you are afraid of that guy, right? That's right, if you are also beaten down, it will be very faceless, or forget it. Like a move of the paling machine, the method of agitation should be used. Beerus, this guy looks at face, but it is particularly important, and that silent is the person of the seventh universe, and the careful Beerus will definitely not tolerate him. I have to say that your agitation method really sucks, but you are lucky that my curiosity has been successfully aroused. Beerus tilted his head and said. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the cold light flickered. No matter who that guy is, you must go to meet him and see how powerful he is when he can beat up Xiongpa. Lord Beerus, are you really going to go? Weiss asked suddenly. Obviously knowing that it was Lord Pa's radical method, Lord Beerus was still insistent on going. This is a bit out of his character, this guy would rather stay at home and sleep than take care of these broken things. Of course I go. I had a dream during my lunch break this time, and I dreamed that my fierce enemy would appear, maybe the guy in Pa's mouth was in my dream. Beerus looked at Weiss and said. Lord Beerus's dream hit rate doesn't seem to be very high, didn't you dream last time that there would be idols living near us? Weiss said with some complaints. I really can't believe Lord Beerus's dream. This time it's true. Weiss, let's leave for the Realm King God right away and ask where that guy called Silence is. Beerus said to Weiss a little frizzy. This feeling is quite uncomfortable, as if something can't be pulled out of the ear, and as if something has drilled between the teeth. It's quite uncomfortable, so I can only solve that silence, maybe this feeling will be better. All right. Lord Beerus, I'll go and prepare a bento now. Weiss could only nod helplessly. Although he is an angel and the master of the destruction god, he still needs to obey the command of the destruction god many times. Beerus, I'll go with you. Elephant Pa suddenly smiled strangely and said to Beerus. What are you going to do? Beerus asked with some disgust. That kind of guy, alone is enough to cope, like Pa is a burden. And he couldn't keep Elephanta in the seventh universe. Of course, I'm going to see how the strongest god of destruction, Beerus, was beaten and pumped. Elephant Pa scoffed at Beerus. Humph! Do you think I will be as incompetent as you, a dead fat pig? If that's the case, then I'll allow you to take a look and see how I destroyed the so-called beating god of destruction. Beerus is also very arrogant. Although there are humans who can defeat the god of destruction and Elephant Pa, there will definitely be no one who is their opponent. Lord Xiongpa, the bento box is ready, do you want to go now? Ves asked as he placed a box in his staff gem and turned to Beerus. Well, let's go now. I can't wait. Beerus licked his lips and said eagerly. For hundreds of millions of years, there has not been a human being who can compete with the god of destruction. So this time, Beerus was particularly interested. Yes, Lord Beerus. Ves nodded, and then the staff in his hand gently knotted the ground, white light rose from the solace of his feet, and then the two disappeared in place. Bardos, let's catch up too. Xiongpa looked at Bardos with a smug look and spoke. Clearly, he was proud of the success of his scheme. Yes, Lord Elephant Pa. Bardos also nodded, and then disappeared into the god of destruction realm as well. And at this time in the Realm King God realm, the old Realm King God began to tremble again, with a look of fear on his face. Ancestor, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable? God Jebet looked at the old Realm King God whose body was trembling, and asked. You idiot, you really can't feel it. The old Realm King God turned his head and rebuked the Jebet God. This little bastard is really not worthy of being a Realm King God, and he doesn't understand anything. What? God Jebet was still confused, and he couldn't feel anything at all. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He seems to have woken up. The old Realm King God looked even more anxious and nervous. Is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, angry? God Jebet suddenly looked stunned and began to perceive. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in God's mind, of course, not real lightning, but a manifestation of a reflective arc. A breath, very, very powerful chi. When I feel that breath, there is a feeling that death is approaching. Shout! Almost at the same time, two figures suddenly appeared behind the Jebit god and the Old Realm King god. Hey, you two haven't seen each other for a long time. A cold voice sounded from behind him. The expressions of the two froze, and they turned around mechanically, and they saw the nightmare-like face. The appearance of this person means that many stars will disappear. It can be said that it is a symbol of disaster. These two people are Beerus and Weiss. Then, Lord Beerus. The Old Realm King God and Jebit God looked at Beerus with a respectful look and greeted them. Lord Beerus, I don't know the purpose of coming to the Realm King God realm this time. The Old Realm King God looked nervously at Beerus's face and asked. He wasn't worried that Beerus would hurt them, because they were in a relationship linked by fate. In other words, if the Realm King God is killed, then the Destruction God relative to the universe will also die. So even if Beerus is the god of destruction, he will not attack the Realm King God. They are worried that this guy's sudden appearance will destroy other planets. Chapter 071. But the purpose of this visit is simple, that is, to find a human. Beerus said in a cold tone to the Realm King God. Obviously, he didn't put the Realm King God in his eyes. Human. Lord Beerus, who are you looking for? God Jebit asked with some doubt. After all, as the god of destruction, Beerus, he has never been destroyed by the entire planet, and it is impossible to find a human alone. Now that there is only one person, it seems that this human being is very important. Suddenly, a figure appeared in God's mind. That's Silence. Silence' strength is strong, and he has been to the sixth universe before, so the person Beerus is looking for may be him. It should be said that the chances of finding him are a little greater. Weiss, what did Elephant Pa say about that guy's name before? Beerus looked at Weiss and asked. He seems to have forgotten that he naturally won't waste his mind remembering this insignificant little role. Silence. Weiss replied lightly. Fruit. Is it really silence? God Jebit frowned and said in his heart. It seems that silently went to the sixth universe and broke into some troubles. Otherwise, he would not have found him by name by the god of destruction, Beerus. You look like you know him. Then tell me quickly. Beerus looked at the Old Realm King God and asked in a commanding tone. Hey! And at this time, the Elephant Pa and the Barduz Birdman also appeared in the realm of the Realm King God. Like Lord Elephant Pa? The Old Realm King God and Jebit God both looked at Xiongpa with some surprise. This guy is the god of destruction in the sixth universe. Why did he appear in the seventh universe? Moreover, Lord Beerus was right in front of them, wouldn't he stop it too? Ignore him, hurry up and tell me, where is that guy called Silence now? Beerus asked in a still cold tone. Although the high posture made God Jebit a little unhappy, there was no way, the god of destruction in front of him was not something he could provoke. First. Ancestors, what to do? God Jebit naturally did not dare to make a claim. After all, Shen Mo had defeated the demon Bu a year ago and saved the earth. It can be regarded as the savior of the earth and even the entire universe. That's it. The Old Realm King God thought about it. He couldn't disobey the order of the destruction god at all, and the strength of Silence was not weak, and he also mastered the destructive energy. So even Lord Beerus may not be able to kill him, so he can only tell him. Silence, he's on Earth in the North Galaxy. The Old Realm King God sighed and said to Beerus. Earth. How long will it take to get there, Ves? Beerus asked, looking at Weiss. It will take about 10 minutes, Lord Beerus. Weiss replied lightly. What a long time. Forget it, hurry up and go, it's really exciting. The corners of Beerus's mouth raised, and a gloomy light shot out from his eyes. Subsequently, the four of Beerus disappeared into the Realm King God realm. Ancestor, what should we do now? Jebet asked worriedly. Beerus went to Earth, definitely not a good thing. You must know that Monkey King, Vegeta, and Silence are all trouble-loving and quite arrogant guys. When the time comes, there will be a conflict with Lord Beerus, and perhaps the entire Earth will be destroyed. What else can be done now? I quickly inform the King of the Northern Realm and let them tell Goku and Vegeta not to provoke Lord Beerus. The eyes of the old Realm King God were also very heavy. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is an opponent 10,000 times stronger than Majin Buu. As long as he wants, he can make the entire universe disappear in an instant. This is the power and terror of the god of destruction. Subsequently, the old Realm King God told the Northern Realm King about the arrival of the destruction god Beerus, and asked the Northern Realm King to convey his words to General Sun Wukong and Vegeta. And at this time, on the Earth. Today is Bulma's birthday party, so Earth's Z warriors are almost all in attendance. Led by Vegeta, Son Goku, Bike, Son Gohan, Klin and so on. Originally, Sun Wukong was going to the Northern King planet to cultivate, but after being scolded by Bulma and Kiki, he could only obediently participate in the party. Of course, Silence and Number 18 were also warmly invited by Bulma. After all, Silence defeated Majin Buu, who was regarded as the savior of the earth and saved them all. Originally, Silence did not intend to participate in such a boring party. But according to the plot of Dragon Ball Super, the god of destruction Beerus first appeared on Earth at Bulma's birthday party. If the original book is followed, then Beerus should appear on Earth soon. Of course, this is not necessarily either. Yo Silent, my strength has improved a bit, I really want to have 2 moves with you. Sun Wukong walked in front of Shen Mo and said to Shen Mo with a smile. There was a surge of desire to fight in his eyes. Our gap is too big, I'm not interested in you. Shen Mo sipped the red wine in the glass and said lightly to Sun Wukong. The current Monkey King's strength has indeed reached the peak state of Super Saiyan 3. But even so, the gap between you and yourself is still a world of difference. There's no fun fighting him. Compared to Sun Wukong, he is more looking forward to the battle with Beerus. The one who claims to be the strongest destroyer. Ma, don't you say that. Sun Wukong scratched his head a little embarrassed. Although I know that this is true, I am still a little embarrassed. Goku, I am the king of the Northern Realm. At this moment, the voice of the king of the Northern Realm suddenly sounded from Sun Wukong's mind. Hey? Lord Realm King, are you looking for me? Sun Wukong asked directly. There is a very important thing. This matter may be related to the survival of the entire Earth and even the entire universe, and you must listen to my words next. The King of the Northern Realm said to Sun Wukong in an extremely serious tone. Is it about the survival of the Earth and the universe? Are you kidding? Sun Wukong was stunned, a little unbelievable. There are no signs of disaster on Earth. Why did Lord Realm King say that? The King of the Northern Realm contacted Sun Wukong? It seems that the situation is similar to that in the distance, and soon Beerus will appear on Earth. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the corners of Shen Mo's mouth raised slightly, and he thought. I'm really looking forward to the battle with Beerus, the god of destruction. Chapter 072. Goku, you give me careful listening, I'm not kidding. The Northern Realm King's tone was very serious. This matter was really related to the survival of the Earth and the universe. There is no room for sloppiness of half a point. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is coming to Earth soon, you must not provoke him at that time. Once he is unhappy, he will make the Earth disappear completely in an instant. By the way, it's not just you who know, tell Vegeta and the others. The King of the Northern Realm was serious and said to Sun Wukong word by word. Lord Beerus, god of destruction. Who is he? Is it awesome? Sun Wukong muttered with some doubt. It seems that this person himself has never heard of it. If you are like the king god of the realm, then there must be nothing to be afraid of. Very, very powerful, unlike any opponent you've ever dealt with before. It is no exaggeration to say that he only needs to sneeze to make a planet disappear. The king of the Northern Realm said solemnly again. What? What the? Such an exaggeration? A single sneeze can make a planet disappear. Hearing the words of the king of the Northern Realm, the corner of Sun Wukong's eyes twitched. The king of the Northern Realm should not lie to himself, since he is the god of destruction in his mouth. Lord Beerus is so powerful, he should indeed have some strength. That's right. And Lord God of the Realm King told me that Lord Beerus's purpose in coming to Earth is silence, and they estimate that they will arrive on Earth in 3 minutes, and you can't let silence meet Lord Beerus anyway, understand? With a silent and arrogant personality, he will definitely cause trouble. Of course, it's not just Silence who loves things, Gaku, Vegeta, and Vic who are also the ones who love to cause trouble. It seems that this time, it is really quite troublesome. Ah, I see. Sun Wukong nodded, although he remembered the words of the king of the Northern Realm, but at this time he was more curious about the Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Is it really that strong? I hope to fight him. Hey, what's going on? Kakarot. What did the Realm King tell you just now? At this time, Vegeta came over and asked Sun Wukong. Just now, he seemed to have heard Sun Wukong say something like destroying the Earth and the universe. Although he didn't believe that kind of nonsense, he still needed to know. If Bulma's birthday party is disrupted, she will be very annoyed, and she will suffer with herself. Ah! Lord Realm just told me that there is a man called the God of Destruction, Beerus, who is coming to Earth. His strength is unfathomable, and it only takes a sneeze to destroy a planet. Sun Wukong said truthfully, but then thought about it and continued, but I don't believe that there will be such a strong person. It is estimated that the so-called God of Destruction is similar to the Lord of the Realm King. Sun Wukong said with a relaxed face. Besides, destroying a planet yourself and Vegeta can also do it with your fingers. What did you say? Lord Beerus, God of Destruction. Vegeta's pupils shrank suddenly. Because in his memory, there seems to be such a name, although he forgot who it is, but after hearing this name, his body can't help but tremble. Beerus, the God of Destruction? Where on earth have you heard it, so familiar? What's wrong with you? Vegeta, why does she look scared? Do you know about Beerus, the God of Destruction? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta, whose pupils were constricted, and asked with some doubt. You must know that Vegeta rarely shows such a scared expression. Could it be that Beerus, the God of Destruction, was really that strong? I don't know, but I always feel like where have I heard this name? And damn it! Just hearing the name made me feel this uneasy. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, and a solemn look appeared on his face. Where did you hear about it? What's going on here? Monkey King scratched his head, and the mere name actually made Vegeta start to be afraid. Could it be that Lord Beerus was really that strong? By the way, Lord Realm King said that he came for Silence, maybe Silence will know something. Then Sun Wukong looked at Shen Mo and asked, Shen Mo, do you know a person called Beerus, the God of Destruction? Of course, the most powerful God of Destruction in this universe, of course I know. Shen Mo looked at Sun Wukong and said with a smile. What? The strongest God in this universe? Is he really that strong? Sun Wukong asked with some surprise. Vegeta also came in. Very strong, it can be said that he only needs one finger if he wants to defeat you. Shen Mo said lightly. The current Monkey King has not stepped into the realm of God, only the strength of Super Saiyan 3. To be honest, Beerus really only needed a finger to defeat him. Maybe you can't beat him with a single finger. What? What a joke, it only takes a finger to defeat Kakarot. Vegeta jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If your cockroach can be defeated by one finger, wouldn't your combat effectiveness be inferior to air? Since you and Lord Realm have said so, it seems that the god of destruction is indeed very strong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and there was no fear or worry in his eyes. Instead, it looks like going, a little excited. Vegeta, have you forgotten who stepped on your dad under your feet as a child for a comfortable pillow? Shen Mo suddenly looked at Vegeta and asked with a smile. Silently saying this, Vegeta suddenly seemed to remember something. A purple cat man suddenly came to mind. In those slightly squinted eyes, there was an icy light. Stepping on King Vegeta under his feet, just one look made him completely devoid of the strength to resist, and he collapsed on the ground and could not move. That bastard! Beerus, the god of destruction. Vegeta's pupils kept flashing, and he couldn't help but tremble because he was originally proud. His guy is definitely capable of killing himself in an instant, the shadow of childhood. It seems that you remembered. Shen Mo smiled and said. Vegeta, is that god of destruction really powerful than Russ? Monkey King looked at Vegeta with a scared face, and seemed to have understood the horror of Beerus, the god of destruction. Kakarot, that guy's horror is not something we can imagine. Vegeta said with blank eyes. Chapter 073. If even Vegeta said so, it seems that this guy is really powerful. Silence, or will you go and hide? Sun Wukong looked at Shen Mo and said. Although he belongs to a relatively belligerent personality, if the safety of the earth is in danger, he still has to consider it carefully, and will not put the earth in danger for the sake of fighting. Tid. Are you underestimating me so much? Just a Beerus, as for scaring you like this? Shen Mo scoffed and said lightly. In the past year, his strength has not increased very quickly, because he has not met an opponent who can compete with himself. Finally, Beerus appeared. He was known as the strongest god of destruction. How can I miss this kind of good opportunity? Now is not the time to be capable. The power of the god of destruction is definitely not something you can imagine. If you're smart enough, you should get out of here right now. Vegeta said to the silence with great seriousness. At that time, if you really provoke the god of destruction Beerus, the consequences will be unimaginable. Are you trying to escape? It took me half an hour to get here, and what you did made me a little angry. Just when Vegeta and Sun Wukong were trying to dissuade silence, suddenly a cold voice sounded from midair. Then everyone quickly looked up and saw the figures of Beerus and Ves. That face! That's right, it's the god of destruction Beerus. I didn't expect him to come so soon. Vegeta looked at Beerus with a look of horror and muttered. The fear he had left in his heart grew stronger and stronger with time. Although his strength has grown now, he doesn't think he can compete with the god of destruction. Is he Beerus, the god of destruction? Monkey King looked at Beerus and Weiss. Speaking of which, the one holding a staff next to him seems to be more like the god of destruction. But Vegeta's eyes tell him that the god of destruction is the cat man. That's right, he's Beerus, the god of destruction. Vegeta said in a very heavy tone. Shout! In the next second, Beerus and Weiss suddenly fell in front of the three of Silence and Sun Wukong. Prince Vegeta, it seems that you remember me. Beerus looked at Vegeta playfully and said. But your strength doesn't seem to have grown much. I originally thought that you would be able to practice my hands when you grow up, but now it seems that I overestimate you a little too much. Beerus. My lord. The purpose of your visit to Earth this time. Vegeta didn't get angry at being looked down upon, but asked respectfully. Vegeta's performance completely subverted Son Goku's view of Vegeta. But he couldn't feel any powerful aura from this Beerus's body at all. Why were Vegeta and the Realm King God so afraid of him? That person is called Silence, right? I came to him. Beerus pointed to the Silence sitting on the side and said coldly. Shen Mo just raised his head and looked at Beerus and Weiss, and then ate snacks and drank red wine to himself. Didn't take care of Beerus at all. Beerus and Ves are almost exactly the same as in the anime, without any surprise. Therefore, there is no need to observe so carefully. The reason why I can't feel angry is because I am still a mortal and have not come into contact with the realm of God. So there is no way to sense their chi. Looking for silence. Vegeta was slightly relieved, as long as he wasn't here to destroy Earth. I heard that you defeated Xiongpa in the 6th universe. Beerus took a step forward, walked in front of Silent, and questioned. Pay attention to your wording. I abused Xiongpa, but not just defeated him. Silent and faintly spoke, and did not have any fear. Anyway, Beerus has already come, then a vicious battle is inevitable. You're really arrogant. I can't remember how many years no one has dared to talk to me like that. Beerus's eyes flashed coldly and threatened. A human being is indeed too arrogant. It seems that he does not know what it is to be too wise. Really? Everything has a first time, and the number of times in the future will increase, and you will gradually get used to it. Silent said calmly to Beerus. It is true that Beerus may be the supreme deity in the eyes of ordinary humans, but in the eyes of all kings and high priests, he is not worth mentioning at all. Even the dragon god Salama, the demon king god and others also did not put the god of destruction in their eyes. Shout! And almost at the same time as the silent voice fell, suddenly a sound of breaking the air appeared again. Then two very familiar figures appeared in the silent line of sight. The god of destruction in the 6th universe is like Pa, and the angel Bardos. Silent did not expect that they would suddenly appear. It seems that this guy has complained to Beerus. No wonder Beerus locked his gaze on himself as soon as he appeared. Yo, long time no see, defeated subordinates. I didn't expect you to show up well. Have you forgotten that I once told you to see you hit you once? Shen Mo looked at Xiongpa, and said coldly. This guy really doesn't have a long memory. Cut, you bastard, let's get carried away, today I must destroy you. Seeing the silent face, Xiongpa's original disgust, what this guy said, instantly ignited Xiongpa's anger. This anger has been holding himself for 5 years. Just you? No, just the two of you. Shen Mo looked at Beerus and Elephant Pa with a look of disdain. Although his strength does not say that he can crush Beerus, he should not lose to him before. As for Xiongpa, it is like an accessory when buying something, and I don't put him in my eyes at all. Such an arrogant human being, I really saw it for the first time, just woke up and made me angry. Your result will be quite miserable. Beerus clenched his fists, obviously irritated by the silent words. Stupid, why provoke him, isn't this looking for death? Vegeta looked at the silence and cursed secretly in his heart. It's not wise to provoke Beerus. Of course, not only Vegeta, but also the king of the northern realm and the king god of the realm also scolded the stupid fools in their hearts countless times at this time. It seems that this time, the entire universe is really in some danger. Chapter 074. Miserable? I don't think so. Shen Mo was not threatened by Beerus in the slightest, but sipped the red wine in his glass and said in a calm tone. Hey Beerus, you're too weak. You can bear to let the people of your universe ignore it so much? Looking at Shen Mo's arrogant attitude, Xiongpa's heart was very unhappy, but at the same time, he also knew that he could not be Silent's opponent. So it can only stimulate Beerus, so that the two of them are better to lose both. If that's the case, if he takes the opportunity to kill Shen Mo again, the anger in his heart may be released. Che, what you said just now really upset me, so you have to die today. Beerus clenched his fists, and a gloomy glow shot out of his yellow eyes. If eyes can kill, Shen Mo is estimated to have been killed countless times. After Beerus's voice fell, a purple destructive energy suddenly condensed from his fingertips. Now I'll show you the horror of destroying God. Shout! Almost at the same time as Beerus's voice fell, a direct ball of energy shot towards Silence. The speed is very fast, even the Monkey King, who has become Super Saiyan 3, does not see it clearly at all. The energy ball shot accurately at Silence's chest. What? What the? In the next second, Beerus's face changed drastically. Because Silence was not killed by his own destructive energy as he expected. Still sitting there, unaffected at all. What's going on? Weiss. Beerus looked horrified, unbelievable that his destructive energy had even failed. Then he quickly looked at Weiss and asked. It stands to reason that the energy ball he just now could easily destroy a planet, and he didn't even destroy a human just now. It really made him a little puzzled. I don't know, Lord Beerus, it's just that you slept for too long and forgot how to use the destructive energy, right? Weiss shook his head first, and then said teasingly. Cut. Beerus gave Ves a roll of his eyes. Apparently understood that Weiss was joking himself. By the way, Beerus, I forgot to tell you, that guy has the same mastery of destructive energy as we do. So our sabotage doesn't do anything for him. At this time, Xiongpa said to Beerus with a sly face. Mastered the destructive energy. A lowly ant actually masters the destructive energy. Hearing Xiongpa's words, Beerus's brow tightened. The anger in his eyes became even more turbulent. To know that destructive energy, which is exclusive to the god of destruction, is now in the hands of a human being, is a blasphemy against destruction. This kind of person will definitely not allow him to live in this universe. It's really interesting, it seems that it will not be solved for a while, the food over there seems to be good, let's go and see. Sister. Weiss looked at the situation in front of him, and he could feel that the Silence was also very strong. And the same mastery of destructive energy. Therefore, even Lord Beerus is estimated to be unable to solve the battle in a short time. Well, it looks delicious. Bardos smiled sweetly, nodded and followed Weiss. What's going on over there? I don't know, it seems that two strangers have come. Let's go, let's take a look. At this time, Vic and Clin and others also discovered their appearance of Beerus. Then he hurried over. What's going on, Vegeta? Vic looked at Elephant Paw and Beerus and asked in a low voice to Vegeta. From the bodies of these two guys, he did not feel any aura fluctuations. But looking at the expressions of Goku and Vegeta, it is obviously like a great enemy. What the hell is going on here? If you don't want to die, get out of here, don't go near this area. Vegeta said coldly to Bike. These guys are not the main ones to save trouble, and they can't let them also add to the chaos. Goku, who the hell are the two of them? Clin looked at the Monkey King and asked. Beerus, the god of destruction, the strongest god above this universe. Clin, you better leave quickly. Sun Wukong said in a heavy tone. Judging from the current situation, a vicious battle is inevitable. In the face of such a formidable enemy, they cannot help in any way. Ooh. Good. Good. Clin heard Sun Wukong's words and quickly nodded. If that's the case, there's really nothing I can do to help. Then all the people who watched the excitement quickly walked away. You guy, you can't stay. Beerus looked silent, and his tone was extremely cold. Beerus, hurry up and kill that little bug. Xiongpa fanned the flames on the side, lest the world be chaotic. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have that ability. The red wine glass in Shenmo's hand was gently held, and instantly turned into glass slag. Ha! In the next second, Silence instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. The blonde hair stood tall, and terrifying waves of chi emerged from the solace of the feet and swept in all directions. Suddenly, the tables, chairs and benches in front of the cruise ship flew chaotically. Boom! The blend of grass green and gold is constantly surging around. The strength of the god of destruction Beerus is immeasurable, so he directly turns into the form of a Super Saiyan as soon as he comes up. It is estimated that if he turns into an angry form, he is not his opponent at all. Oh! Unexpectedly able to transform, the strength seems to have increased a lot in an instant, no wonder it is so arrogant. Beerus looked at the silence with interest, and there was still disdain in his eyes. Although the silence after the transformation has increased a lot, with this strength, he is still not his opponent. Well! Such a strong chi, is this the real power of silence? It's indescribably powerful. Vegeta and Monkey King looked stunned, they had never seen the silence of full strength before. Finally saw it today. Just turned into a Super Saiyan, his chi was countless times larger than his Super Saiyan 3. Of course, the other Z warriors of the earth were equally shocked, who had never felt such a powerful chi. Come on! Beerus, let me also let you feel the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Silent eyes were slender, and fighting intent surged in his golden pupils. Beckoned to Beerus and said coldly. P.S. Brazenly ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. Thank you all. Chapter 075. Something that does not measure itself, in the face of the destruction of God, you are nothing. Beerus's eyes were full of anger, and then his body flashed directly and attacked towards Silent. So fast! Monkey King and Vegeta were shocked, and they didn't see it clearly at all faster than Ruth. Boom! In the next second, Silence and Beerus's fists collided heavily. Rumble! The splint under the feet of the two was instantly shattered, and the entire cruise ship shook violently in an instant. But obviously, both of them deliberately controlled their own power, otherwise, just this collision, the entire cruise ship will definitely disappear without a trace. Tap-da-da! Silent took 3 or 4 steps backwards behind him, and Beerus also took 2 steps backwards. It seems that in the first collision, neither of them took too much advantage. No wonder it's so arrogant, it's really a bit of capital. But do you think that with this little power, you can compete with the god of destruction? Beerus squeezed his fists, looked at the silence with some surprise, and said. I admit that I underestimated his strength just now, and the strength of human beings can reach this point, and I have to say that it is really good. But to challenge yourself is a little naive. Without further ado, since I can knock Xiangpas unconscious, then you will end up the same. The corners of Shenmo's mouth raised, and his body suddenly jumped up and appeared in midair. Fighting on cruise ships is unleashable and easy to injure innocents, so they can only fight in the air. Shout! Beerus also jumped up, and the two soon stood on the same level. What about Vegeta? Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta and asked with a solemn expression. That god of destruction didn't seem to be as friendly as the Realm King god. Kakarot, prepare for battle. Vegeta thought for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said coldly. He still knows Beerus well, and this guy stepped on his father under his feet for a comfortable pillow. Such a careful person, now silently offended him, it is estimated that he will not let the earth go. Even if the god of destruction is very powerful, he must fight to protect the earth for the sake of Bulma and Trunks. Well, got it, Vegeta. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. No matter what god he is absolutely not allowed to destroy the earth. Yikes! The two clenched their fists and instantly turned into Super Saiyan. Monkey King became Super Saiyan 3, and Vegeta became Super Saiyan 2, apparently both of them brought out all their strength. Oh? It turns out that you can transform like that guy. Xiangpa looked at Monkey King and Vegeta with interest. Their transformations seem to be very similar, but the only difference is that after the transformation, the difference in strength between the three is still very large. The strength of the two of them is estimated to be not even 1/1000th of that bastard in silence. If you want to meddle in things over there, then play with me first. Xiangpa said with a sinister smile to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I was miserably abused by silence last time, so this time I will clean up these two guys. A little vent of anger in your heart. That guy looks a lot like Beerus, although I don't know his identity, but I can't feel his anger either, we have to be careful. Vegeta. Monkey King reminded Vegeta with a wary look. This kind of guy who can't sense chi is very dangerous. You don't have to say cockroach. Vegeta replied coldly. This guy was so similar to Beerus's dress, and both were followed by servants. Obviously, the identities of the two of them should be similar, and the strength will not be much worse. Let's go together, Vegeta. Sun Wukong's body suddenly flashed, directly towards the path of Xiongpa's attack. Vegeta's speed was not slow in the slightest, and the two soon arrived in front of Elephant Pa to launch a stormy attack. Hey! The attack speed of the two is also very fast, but like Panna's fat body is like a slippery loach. The attack of the two could not touch his body at all. That guy! So strong! Vic frowned and said in a deep voice. In the face of the joint attack of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, he actually showed ease and did not hit a single punch at all. It turns out that in this world, there will be so many strong people. The one who can make Uncle Vegeta willingly join forces with his father is certainly not an ordinary enemy. Son Gohan said. You must know that Vegeta is very arrogant, and he is very repulsive to joining forces with Sun Wukong. When Majin Buu was a last resort. Now they joined forces without any hesitation, which is enough to show the strength of the enemy in front of them. And at this time in mid-air, Silence and the god of destruction Beerus were already in full swing. Bang bang! The two kept exchanging fists, and boomerangs and purple lightning kept appearing in the sky. Every time the two of them touched a punch, the whole earth trembled. I didn't expect you to fight me to this extent, I admit that I underestimated you. It's a little incredible that humans can become so strong. The anger on Beerus's face at this time disappeared little by little, replaced by a strong desire to fight. To be honest, I haven't fought so happily for a long time. Only the destroyer of the 4th universe, Kutra, and the god of destruction of the 11th universe can compete with him. But the king clearly stipulated that there could be no battle between the gods of destruction, so he had not fought for a long time. I didn't expect that I could have such a hearty battle today, what an accident. Bring out all your strength, Beerus. You can't defeat me if you hide like this. The corners of Shenmo's mouth hooked a shallow arc and said to Beerus. To be honest, in just these few minutes of fighting, I could feel that I was much stronger than Ruth than Xiongpa. Really? You take yourself too seriously, human. Beerus's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then his body instantly arrived in front of Silence. The right knee was heavily pressed against the silent lower abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of acid water erupted from the silent mouth. That's the power of the god of destruction, how? Mankind. The corners of Beerus's mouth raised and asked proudly. I feel not great. Shen Mo also smiled evilly, and at the same time clenched his right fist, sinking heavily into Beerus's lower abdomen. It's a gift in return. Wow! Beerus also looked pained and spat out a mouthful of acid. Then the two separated, and the pain on their faces disappeared little by little, replaced by a faint smile. P.S. Ask for a wave of automatic subscriptions. First, thank you all.